Arctic Plateau. I mean, they have the highest elevation controlled everywhere. Stay in your cities, pay your taxes. This is America. America. We got guns. Protect freedom.
Uh,
And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free.
Okay, you guys remember how I showed you the maps that were here on Earth before 1958, before the governments took them out? And I'm going to show you the encyclopedia in the public libraries before 1958. Here's volume 2 out of the alphabet A. And we're going to flip to the Antarctica, and this is from 1958, as you can see. Now, we're going to flip to the Antarctica and see what the encyclopedia from 1958, before the Antarctic Treaty, says is there. Now, you won't find this in the new encyclopedias because the government's banned them. But what I want you to notice right here is, notice how it says the flights proved inland areas to be featureless in character, with a dome 13,000 feet high at about latitude 80 degrees south longitude. 90 degrees east. Take a really, really close look at that. Now I'm going to zoom it in for you. When they returned to New Zealand, these flights proved the inland areas to be featureless in character, with a dome 13,000 feet high at about latitude 80 degrees south, longitude 90 degrees east. Now, if this doesn't make sense to you, let me show you with an image of what a flat earth map would look like. Now, this is what a latitude 80 degrees south would look like on a flat earth map. As you can see, the dome comes down closer to you over the wall, which will be about 13,000 feet. Now, if you're not familiar with any of this at all, and you're just now new to all this, you could say, well, this guy is crazy. He doesn't know what he's talking about. But what you got to ask yourself is, why do all the maps before 1958 show a flat earth with the ice wall around it and a firmament, a dome? And why does the encyclopedia tell you that there's a dome there, and it gives you the exact height at the certain latitude and longitude? Well, the reason is because in 1958, that's when all governments and all nations of the world signed the UN treaty to ban all civilians from going to the Antarctica, and NASA came in and erased everything, just like they're erasing everything today. So again, ask yourself, if all this existed before 1958, why doesn't it exist now? How come it all of a sudden was erased and just disappeared out of your history books, out of your encyclopedias, out of your libraries? Wake up, people. Wake up. Thanks for watching, and God bless.
And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free.
August Piccard, the gatekeeper, a physicist, engineer, and scientist at Bruxelles University. Also an inventor and an explorer, and the first man to ever reach low Earth orbit. A highly intelligent man who was a graduate and a companion of the great Albert Einstein. So join me now as we take a look into the journey of one of mankind's greatest accomplishments and why it's been hidden.
This is a story about legacy. People who know they were put here to do something different, something that would change the world.
And action!
You have August Piccard, and he goes into space and do something that's never been done. My wild rabbit is to inspire everybody. I can see that in August Piccard and Jacques Piccard, because they represent never stop, never settle more than anything I've seen.
Professor Piccard, the Belgian scientist, started the serious game of searching for the world's roof, searching for the world's roof, searching for the world's roof.
Professor Piccard, the Belgian scientist, has ascended to heights never before reached by man to study the stratosphere, that unknown region which surrounds the Earth at a distance of more than 7 miles. Last year in May he reached over 9 miles in height, but this time he was out to beat his own record.
600,000 feet of hydrogen is forced from these cylinders into the balloon.
I mean, we're talking about a man who is mathematically and scientifically genius enough to figure out an equation. So we're talking about an aluminum ball that is aluminum on one side, and on the other side it's still aluminum, but it's coated with black paint. That way the guy knew once he got up, he had these little levers inside this aluminum ball that he could pull, that it would turn this thing. And when he got too hot, he would turn the black side of this aluminum ball to the sun so he would cool down. And when he got too cold, he would turn it back around to the shiny aluminum side to warm back up. Now, this was a well thought out plan by a genius.
This is a down metal gondola which will bring us into the stratosphere. We are going to be lifted up there by Linde hydrogen. That hydrogen will lift us in a place where nobody can breathe and live. But inside we'll have Linde oxygen, which makes good what the hydrogen makes bad, and makes a very comfortable living place for us. Here, I would like to show you inside, but we have too many people. I couldn't all bring you this gondola. Very little space. It's just enough space for the pilot and me, who is going to do the work on cosmic rays. But I can show a little bit about it. Here is the ring on which the gondola hangs. Here is the rope to which is connected with upper ring. This here is a roof garden. If we want to some fresh air, we can go on this here, as long as we are still in the lower air. And then when we go in the stratosphere, we close here. You hand me the cover, please. Thank you. This here is the down metal. Oh, I'm sorry for the noise. This here is the down metal cover, you see, very light. That will come inside, and another one similar will come outside. You take it again, please.
We're not talking about a little helium balloon that we see in modern days where everybody's in a little basket floating up into the air. We're talking about an aluminum ball that had pressurized doors on it, kind of like a submarine does, that pressurizes because they knew once they got up so high that there would be no oxygen and they wouldn't be able to breathe. But as long as that aluminum ball was pressurized by those lock-sealed doors, just like a submarine, and they had oxygen in tanks, that's how they did it. Old school. You know nothing about this. And it's really, really simple how they did it. The guy was a genius, you know. And they went up until they found the firmament, you know. Why else would you have such a crazy idea with so much brains that just like every other man in history, he was curious what was up there. Was it true what the Bible says? Is it true what all the ancients depicted?
Accompanied by his assistant, Monsieur Max Cousins, the start was made at dawn from Dubendorf Aerodrome near Zurich. The preparations for the flight began at midnight, but thousands of people had made the journey from Zurich in special trains, whilst a battalion of Swiss troops held down the guy ropes. Professor Picard himself superintended the arrangements, and then, when all was ready, he clambered inside the gondola which contained a mass of scientific instruments and gave the signal to let go. The balloon rose quickly and eventually climbed to over 10.5 miles above the earth. Just imagine, whilst we were sweltering in the heat wave, he was nearly frozen to death in 15 degrees centigrade below zero. After being aloft for over 12 hours, he eventually landed near Lake Garda in Italy.
We were on the scene as soon as the Austrian Alpine troops you now see on their way to the glacier to recover the envelope and gondola in which the intrepid professors had made a perfect landing. After their amazing air voyage, just imagine, twice as high as Mount Everest, the biggest mountain in the world. The gondola, only 6'7" in diameter, you'll notice is half black one side and half silver the other. When too warm, the bright side was turned to the sun. When too cold, the black. Dr. Kipler was overjoyed as he handed out each of the many instruments, all in perfect order, and recording highly scientific discoveries of the utmost importance.
So in 1931, the Belgian physicist, who was also a friend of Albert Einstein and worked with Albert Einstein from time to time. I mean, this is a very intelligent man, PhD in physics, an engineer. This man created, he built this craft, he put it, he went up, he was the first man, so he's world record setter. Dr. Auguste Piccard, Star Trek, Jean-Luc Picard, named after him. Okay? First man to reach the stratosphere, the first man who went that high. So just a few months after his ascent to a world record height, there was an article in there, 10 miles high in an airtight balloon. Now, just so people could say that I didn't get this off the internet, I did a little research.
Hey, welcome, Professor Latkins.
Yes, welcome. Well, while he answers, I really don't appreciate that a lot of people have disseminated so much information over the past 6 years that is pure speculation.
Yeah.
Because, like I said, we're like at a car factory, and we're basically just putting the gloss coat on everything. We're like the final inspection and gloss coat. And we're like, look at all these bad welds you've given us. Bad welds, fisheye paint.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, you've given us a nice car, but gonna have to knock $20,000 off the price.
Yep. That is why I roll my eyes with different claims that are unverifiable. Like when they're like, the sun is literally in the clouds.
Oh my God, that one. Or that the rocket hit the firmament. I'm like, you don't know what it did.
Yeah.
Yeah, a Glober today actually tried to use that sun in the clouds thing as like the opposite. So a dummy flat earther would say, the sun's in the clouds, look, and for whatever reason, there's a glow under the clouds, right?
Yeah.
And then But I had a Glober say today that that's proof of the Earth. I'm sorry, the sun. No, the Earth moving and the sun staying stationary. Sorry, that's what his proof was.
Because you can see it above and below the clouds, right?
Right.
Even though if you make artificial clouds above like a cityscape, and you have a nice flat floor, the farther back you get with that sun, a flat floor, it's going to start shining under the clouds.
Yeah.
I really, really liked, there was a graphic that somebody posted in the chat, and it shows a plane, and the shadow of a plane above, like in the clouds from the sun. The sun is like casting a shadow onto the clouds because of the plane, right? And then it compares that graphic to a solar eclipse. And it was actually really a neat graphic. But I don't know.
All right, wild girl, chill out.
Any curvature proof, Professor Latkins? You just can unmute yourself. Oh, not today. Okay. If someone were to ask you, like myself, for instance, why do you believe it's a globe? What's your primary answer to that question, Latkins? That's the curiosity. I have to say, I've never been to outer space, so I really. Do you work for the government? Okay. Because that's like when somebody says, "Hey, how many fingers am I holding up?" And you're like, "I'm not an optometrist. How could I know?"
Weaponized hyperskepticism.
Yeah, that's one way to positively reframe that, I guess.
Yes, I'm trying to positively. I try to positively look at everything, just cause it's more humorous that way.
Mm-hmm. One of my favorite mental exercises is the Stillman argument.
Yep. I think every flat earther who's serious needs to look up Steelman and learn how to do it, so that they can get better at what they do.
Colloquially understood as devil's advocate. I just don't like that title, but it's the same. It's pretty much the same thing.
Man. Great movie, by the way.
Oh, is that
that was the
Al Pacino? Yeah.
Look, but don't touch.
Now, is that the movie where he said the broken clock is right twice a day? Quote?
Touch, but don't taste.
I don't think so.
That was I'm pretty sure, an Al Pacino movie, or
It was, but I think it was Heat. I think that was Heat.
Right, twice.
It was Heat.
It was a lawyer movie.
It was a lawyer movie? Well, he played a cop. Or maybe is that A Scent of a Woman? Maybe was he a lawyer in Scent of a Woman?
I don't know. I don't know those movies.
Yeah, he was a lawyer in Scent.
Yeah, because
he's helping out his nephew.
The Devil's Advocate is one of those movies I've watched like 10 times.
He was also a lawyer in Devil's Advocate. He was the top partner at the law firm.
Yeah, that's why I was thinking it was that movie that quote came from.
I'm a fan of man. Freya, do you think that's hilarious when I do that? She does.
The Imitation Game what is that? Oh, I never saw that movie. No. That's
well. Let's see. There's Goodfellas. There's Scarface. There's Heat. Devil's Advocate. Scent of a Woman. Imitation Game. What else is?
Insomnia.
Serpico. But it's not in Serpico. I know that. I'm gonna say it's either in because I just heard him say it, and the only two movies recently I've watched of his is Scarface and Goodfellas. Not Goodfellas. The other one.
Devil's Advocate? Or no? Maybe it was Robert De Niro? I'm trying to find it. I'm looking for it.
Might have been Robert De Niro who said that. It was in it. Wait a minute. Hold on.
I can't find... All right, instead of looking for actors' names, let me do movie quote. It's in a video game that I've never played, so that's definitely not it.
Good luck, because apparently a lot of movies have used this quote.
Yeah, good point. Yeah. I distinctly remember it was one of those two guys, but I'm leaning towards Al Pacino as a lawyer on behalf of a defense attorney kind of position saying that phrase, but oh well, there's no big deal. I will say that I plan on doing research on the well-known... Who is William Carpenter? I don't even know who that is.
Bill Carpenter?
Yeah, who's that?
I know the name. I don't know why I know the name.
Well, this Professor Latkins is saying that he's going to be doing research based on well-known flat earthist William Carpenter.
I don't know who William Carpenter is. I may have heard of him in passing, but the only well-known flat earthers are the ones that I know here.
Yeah.
I think it's one of those like early 1900s authors that wrote books at the time.
Oh, like the 50 Reasons the Earth is Not a Globe book and the 100 Reasons the Earth is Not those books, maybe?
Yeah, I think I have a PDF of it, actually.
Gotcha. Yeah, I mean, that'd be a good place to start, Latkins. Somebody has that meme, Precarious, the logo missing on the Red Bull jump thing.
I ever talked about how much I love archaeology and hate archaeologists because they've never had real jobs. And so they don't understand principles of movement and work and why things would be built a certain way. And they're always looking for anthropological reasons why something is built rather than practical reasons.
Can you give me an example? So, because I can't really think of.
Oh, I'm into like the old ancient architecture and like the buildings carved out of stone.
Okay.
And
like the homes
pyramid.
in the cliffs kind of stuff.
Yeah, like Petra. Then there's that one place that's carved into the bedrock of the mountain. The pyramids. There's Pumapunku. There's all sorts of stuff. But I mean, if you're a builder and you think just in the terms of practical how you do things, and you ignore like the speculations, it all makes a lot more sense.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know. So I watch a lot of stuff on archaeology. I don't know why. It just makes me mad.
The different homes that have been carved out of mountainsides and stuff seem to be in a lot of different locations.
Yeah, like I like history that has like that's like recorded with like multiple sources. But when you have like a completely disappeared civilization and its history was destroyed, I don't like when they speculate and then just through memetics we have a history that could be completely false.
Yeah.
And it's just we've believed it for 120 years since they found whatever, wherever. And so it's just kind of memed its way into reality. When there's no way to tell. Like, they go look at the Temple of Man and all the stuff in Egypt.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the moment you dig into a lot of that, it's just a confusing mess of nonsense. Egyptology is the biggest tourist scam ever created.
I would say that it seems to me that a lot of pre-Roman English history is speculative.
I would think so too. I would agree with that. I think there was one monk who tried to record the Mayan histories. Everything got destroyed. The conquistadors burned everything, right? And so what this monk did was, like, one generation later, he tried to get everything they remembered written down. It's like, oh, well, I don't know about that now.
Mm-hmm.
Has an energy of around 200 to 300 kilowatts. And it takes a long time
It's a fair question.
What was the question?
The whole multiple different capsules situation with the Felix Baumgartner thing.
Yeah.
There's no optical phenomenon can't explain position change. Like you can't be like, oh, it's just because one is this way and like, oh, hold on. Is it still okay? So it's still his left shoulder. Never mind. I was gonna say, what if one camera is pointed one way and there's another camera actually pointing the opposite direction, but it's flipped, so it looks like it's from the same direction. The problem with that hypothetical is they both read zenith from left to right, and the patch on his left shoulder is the same. So even that couldn't possibly explain it. So, I don't know, what has been the Glober's answer to this? That I guess they just say it was two different times and they just didn't want to tell anybody about it. Like, watch this man do this amazing thing, but only once. We only want you to know about one of the times. The other one is a secret. But we recorded both of them, and then we cut the two different events footage together accidentally because, tomato.
It's not even their impressive high jump anyway. Another guy did it. He had a single suit. So he was attached to a balloon with a suit instead of a capsule. And I want to say he was actually higher as well. And I think he did it before as well.
Mm-hmm.
And he has footage going up, going down, a little mini documentary. Baumgartner nonsense. Give me a second and I'll remember. It's posted in here somewhere, so I just got to remember it. Aha. I remember.
You're roboting AI. And you might want to restart, possibly. Reset the Discord.
You could also fly up in a balloon. You get closer to the satellites that way.
Yeah, you can do that too. Or just connect to the 5G and that'll fix every problem.
Okay, so I think it says here that he did it after, but it's the world record.
Gotcha.
Alan Eustace, stratosphere. final altitude 135,000 feet.
I am not that guy. The GIF I posted. That is not for me.
Yeah, but it's video. Super interesting. The suit he has is very interesting. If I remember it correctly, they built it specifically for him for that jump.
They built what?
His flight suit.
Oh.
Do go on. Tell me more.
Who needs to tell you more?
All right, that's it. We're going to listen to Alan Eustace.
Okay.
You asked for. Might be interesting. It's TED Talk, so it's mostly audio. You can just imagine him standing next to his suit.
So I grew up in Orlando, Florida. I was the son of an aerospace engineer. I lived and breathed the Apollo program. We either saw the launches from our backyard or we saw it by driving the hour over to the Cape. I was impressed by, obviously, space and everything about it, but I was most impressed by the engineering that went into it. Behind me you see an amazing view. A picture was taken from the International Space Station, and it shows a portion of our planet that's rarely seen and rarely studied and almost never explored. That place is called the stratosphere. If you start on the planet and you go up and up and up, it gets colder and colder and colder until you reach the beginning of the stratosphere, and then an amazing thing happens. It gets colder at a much slower rate, and then it starts warming up. And then it gets warmer and warmer until the point where you can almost survive without any protection, about 0 degrees, and then you end up getting colder and colder, and that's the top of the stratosphere. It is one of the least accessible places on our planet. Most often when it's visited, it's by astronauts that are blazing up at it at probably several times the speed of sound, and they get a few seconds on the way up, and then they get this blazing ball of fire coming back in on the way back in. But the question I asked is it possible to linger in the stratosphere? Is it possible to experience the stratosphere? Is it possible to explore the stratosphere? I made a phone call to, I studied this using my favorite search engine for quite a while, about a year, and then I made a scary phone call. It was a reference from a friend of mine to call Tabor McCallum from Paragon Space Development Corporation, and I asked him the question, is it possible to build a system to go into the stratosphere? And he said it was. And after a period of about 3 years, we proceeded to do just that. And on October 24th of last year, in this suit, I started on the ground. I went up in a balloon to 135,890 feet, but who's counting? Came back to Earth at speeds of up to 822 miles an hour. It was a 4-minute and 27-second descent. And when I got to 10,000 feet, I opened a parachute and I landed. But this is really a science talk, and it's really an engineering talk. And what was amazing to me about that experience is that Tabor said, yes, I think we can build a stratospheric suit. And more than that, come down tomorrow and let's talk to the team that formed the core of the group that actually built it. And they did something which I think is important, which is they took the analogy of scuba diving. So in scuba diving, you have a self-contained system. You have everything that you could ever need. You have a scuba tank. You have a wetsuit. You have visibility. And that scuba is exactly this system, and we're going to launch it into the stratosphere. 3 years later, this is what we have. We've got an amazing suit that was made by ILC Dover. ILC Dover was the company that made all the Apollo suits and all the extra vehicle activity suits. They had never sold a suit commercially, only to the government. But they sold one to me, which I'm very grateful for. Up here we have a parachute. This was all about safety. No one on the team, or everyone on the team knew that I have a wife and 2 small children, 10 and 15. And I wanted to come back safely. So there's a main parachute and a reserve parachute. And if I do nothing, the reserve parachute's going to open because of an automatic opening device. The suit itself can protect me from the cold. This area in the front here has thermal protection. It will actually heat water that will wrap around my body. It has 2 redundant oxygen tanks. Even if I was to get a 1/4-inch hole in this suit, which is extremely unlikely, this system would still protect me from the low pressure of space. The main advantage of this system is weight and complexity. So the system weighs about 500 pounds. And if you compare it to the other attempt recently to go up in the stratosphere, they used a capsule. And to do a capsule is an amazing amount of complexity that goes into it, and it weighed about 3,000 pounds. And to raise 3,000 pounds to an altitude of 135,000, which was my target altitude, it would have taken a balloon that was 45 to 50 million cubic feet. Because I only weighed 500 pounds in this system, we could do with a balloon that was 5 times smaller than that. And that allowed us to use a launch system that was dramatically simpler than what needs to be done for a much larger balloon. So with that, I want to take you to Roswell, New Mexico on October 24th. We had an amazing team that got up in the middle of the night. And here's the suit. Again, this is using the front loader that you'll see in a second. And I want to play you a video of the actual launch. Roswell's a great place to launch balloons, but it's a fantastic place to land under a parachute, especially when you're going to land 70 miles away from the place you started. That's a helium truck in the background. It's darkness. I've already spent about an hour and a half pre-breathing, and then here you see the suit going on. Takes about an hour to get the suit on. Astronauts get this really nice, air-conditioned van to go to the launch pad, but I got a front loader. You can see the top, you can see the balloon up there. That's where the helium is.
Clear from 15 miles.
This is Dave clearing the airspace with the FAA for 15 miles. And there we go. That's me waving with my left hand. The reason I'm waving with my left hand is because on the right hand is the emergency cutaway. My team forbade me from using my right hand. So the trip up is beautiful. It's kind of like Google Earth in reverse. It took 2 hours and 7 minutes to go up, and it was the most peaceful 2 hours and 7 minutes. I was mostly trying to relax. My heart rate was very low, and I was trying not to use very much oxygen. You can see how the fields in the background are relatively big at this point, and you can see me going up and up. It's interesting here because if you look, I'm right over the airport, and I'm probably 50,000 feet. But immediately, I'm about to go into a stratospheric wind of over 120 miles an hour. This is my flight director telling me that I had just gone higher than anybody else had ever gone in a balloon. And I was about 4,000 feet from release. This is what it looks like. You can see the darkness of space, the curvature of the Earth, the fragile planet below. I'm practicing my emergency procedures mentally right now. If anything goes wrong, I want to be ready. And the main thing that I want to do here is to have a release and fall and stay completely stable.
Everyone ready? Yes. Right. On my mark. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
There's the balloon going by, fully inflated at this point. And there you can see a drogue parachute, which I'll demonstrate in just a second because that's really important. There's the balloon going by a second time. Right now I'm about at the speed of sound. There's nothing for me to tell it's the speed of sound. And very soon I'll actually be as fast as I ever get, 822 miles an hour.
So, Jason, we lost the data. Yeah.
So now I'm down low right now, and you can basically see the parachute come out right there. At this point, I'm very happy that there's a parachute out. I thought I was the only one happy, but it turns out Mission Control was really happy as well. The really nice thing about this is the moment I opened, I had a close friend of mine, Blickies, my parachute guy. He flew in another airplane, and he actually jumped out and landed right next to me. He was my wingman on the descent. This is my landing, but it's probably more properly called a crash. I hate to admit it, but it wasn't even close to my worst landing.
I love how everybody laughed so much. It's so funny. Just about anything.
If you watch it, it looks like he's got bit in half by a shark.
Yay.
Hmm.
So I want to tell you one other thing that you might not have seen in that video, but one of the most critical parts of the entire thing was the release. And what happens right after you release. And
we almost turned the camera right around and showed the fourth wall to everybody, so it was really a challenge, not showing the whole studio to the audience.
If any of you have ever gone tandem skydiving, you probably used one of these. But the problem with one of these things is right when you release, you're in zero gravity. So it's
That's
very
right.
easy for this to
I
just
remember
turn
the
right
shark
around
thing
you.
where half
And
of his
before you
body's
know
missing.
it, you can be tangled up or spinning. Or you can release this drogue late, in which case what's happening is you're going down at 800 miles an hour, and this thing is going to destroy itself and not be very useful. But the guys at United Parachute Technology came up with this idea. And it was a roll that looks like that, but watch what happens when I pull it out.
What happens when you eject at beyond terminal velocity?
This pipe is so solid
Whoops.
that you can take this drogue parachute and wrap it around, and there's no way it will ever tangle with you.
Gosh, that's great.
And that prevented a very serious potential problem. So nothing is possible without an amazing team of people. The core of this was about 20 people that worked on this for the 3
Truly is a
years,
dream.
and they
Teamwork
were incredible.
makes the dream.
People asked me what the best part of this whole thing was, and it was a chance to work with the best experts in meteorology and
I posted the picture.
parachute technology.
What is that?
And
That's him after he landed.
high altitude medicine. It was fantastic.
That's
It's
the
an
upper
engineer's dream
part
to
of his
work with that
torso
group
and
of
the
people.
bottom part of his
And I
helmet.
also at the same
There,
time
the
wanted to
upper
thank
left
my
part,
friends
but the
who
bottom right part,
both for supporting me during
I
this
guess
effort,
you would
and
say
also covering for me
either
in the
his
times
body
that
is
I was
missing
away.
or it's completely
There's one other
obscured by
group
the
I wanted to
grass.
thank, and that's my family.
But
Oh, wait a second. He's thanking his family. We gotta hear this part.
yeah.
For respect. I'm just
I would constantly give them speeches about safety of technology, and they weren't hearing any of it. It was super hard on them, and the only reason that my wife put up with it was because I
She
came
knew it's
back
fake.
incredibly happy after each of the 250 tests, and she didn't want to take that away from me. So I want to close with a story. My daughter, Kaylin, my 15-year-old, she and I were in the car, and we were driving down the road, and she was sitting there, and she had this idea, and she goes, "Dad, I've got this idea." And so I listened to her idea, and I said, "Kaylin, that's impossible." And she looks at me, and she goes, "Dad, after what you just did, how can you call anything impossible?" And I laughed, and I said, "Okay, it's not impossible, it's just very, very hard." And then I paused for a second, and I said, "Kaylin, it may not be impossible. It may not even be very, very hard. It's just that I don't know how to do it. Thank you."
So now that it's over, he was on his back. All right. I posted a little picture. He was on his back. That other picture is him crawling out of the suit with his belly down.
Right. That's what it's supposed to be. I mean, looks like that's what's trying to be shown.
I guess it's a bad cut and not. Maybe he flipped over. They just don't. Let me try and watch this again.
Almost looks like that one guy in the black shirt is digging into his body from the torso.
Yeah, that's him, though. That's him.
Oh, I see. But still, there's no torso. No. Look, there is. Okay, it's the leg. The leg is bent. See right under that guy in the gray? He's wearing the gray hat, shirt, and vest and pants. Look at his Well, anyway, I can see it.
I posted the timestamp of when he crawls out of the suit. They make a cut. It's cut. So I mean, it's apparent that he flips over.
Yeah.
So never mind. But the whole other picture where it looks like half of his body is missing, that's kind of peculiar.
I just want to know how they got out of the container and back in. That's all.
You're roboting hard.
What do you think is going through the mind of a guy like that, standing on stage, fabricating this tale? I mean, he's saying a lot of things that he probably did, right? He's talking about airplanes and flying through the air and such.
He was generously paid.
No, I know, but I'm trying to think of like the you know.
And when he says, "Oh, by the way, here's the curvature of the Earth," you had to point that out.
Yeah.
It never happened.
It's almost like they have no human empathy because they don't mind just standing up there and lying the whole time. I guess that's what I'm trying to get at. I'm trying to figure out where's the screw loose that we can screw back in to where this person doesn't have to do that. Right? He's lying to his 15-year-old like it's the whole deal. I just wonder, well, I guess you're right. But see, I've never had money motivate me, so I don't know what that's like.
Is it irrational to think that he may just believe everything that he did, and it's due to his fantasy bias?
That is a possibility. I cannot rule it out.
At the end, he wanted to point out
that he doesn't know what's actually going on or something. He said, "I don't know how to do that."
Right.
So he's saying, I mean, I needed these people to do this for me. I don't know what I actually did.
Yeah, they maybe just, tell your story and try to use these guidelines, and they give him a script-ish thing, and he's not necessarily lying, but they can make it pretty muddy watered.
I just noticed something. I guess he was sponsored by Tyvek. The house wrap material, Tyvek. Because in the video they show Tyvek all over the backside of his backside.
His backside in the suit.
Yeah, in the suit.
Oh wow. Something specifically made to exist on Earth also helps off Earth. Gosh, what a coincidence. That's great.
Well, it makes a good publicity sponsorship.
Absolutely. You could take your house to space if you wanted to. It's so safe. It's rough out there, man.
Yeah, here's this. Nice.
So whatever the stratosphere is, right now it's a gibberish word because the word sphere is part of it. So, but wherever that is, he probably leapt from a plane from there.
No, well,
You know
I
what
don't know. He said he took a balloon up, right?
Oh, okay, that's fine too. We can. Shit, I'd have to be there. The plane thing, I'd believe, right? But I don't know about the balloon thing. I'd have to see.
I think he went up higher. Supposedly, it was quite a bit higher than an airplane. But
Well, and if you notice in that picture from hundreds of thousands of feet up, look at that beautiful Earth curvature that is so apparent from that height. You see how that horizontal line right there equals Earth curvature? It's crazy. I know. Looks really straight, but that's how we know it's curved.
Yeah.
Read it and weep, flatties.
How much distance is from the left to the right?
I don't know.
Thousands. You've got like a continent or two, or like an ocean.
No, not from his height.
Not from that high, you don't think?
No, probably a couple hundred miles, if I had to guess. Because it was like he was only what was it, 225? I can't even remember the number that was said. It was in the chat.
How many miles is that?
Like 20, 25-ish or something, I think.
That's not very high. I've heard numbers up to 77 miles is like, quote unquote, the roof that somebody said they found. Speculation.
But yeah, as far as like 25 miles up, you wouldn't expect to see thousands of miles necessarily.
Sure. Maybe like 800, maybe 1,000.
I don't even know. I don't know how perspective works at that height.
Me neither. Probably only a handful of people that do. Handful of people alive, that is.
Unless you could somehow work out a proportionate perspective. So you do an observation from 1 inch off of a flat surface. You do another observation from 12 inches. Do another from 120 inches. Another from 1,200 inches, and then I mean, this might be logistically difficult, but try to find proportional distant objects of a proportionate height that you can be observing, and then see if that's a linear progression or something else. Is this weird?
It's like being an actor. If you're an actor, you basically not lie, but put on a facade for the audience, right?
Yeah. Well, and the audience is right there with you. They want so badly to believe it as well that it's just, it's a kid in a candy shop for the audience and the person on stage. It's kind of like anything that person says to that audience is immediately not only true but fascinating.
That's right. That's why when you pay for a magician, you want to believe the magic. You don't want to be a critic and just act like, oh no, that was fake. You want to feel it and believe it. So you
I want to
listen
be
to the
tricked.
guy.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So help me suspend my disbelief in fairy tales, sir, on stage, and tell me anything you want, and I will love it. After all, it's a TED Talk, right? Who lies at a TED Talk?
Right. TED Talk. It's like when we watch movies, we want to take it all in and we want to believe it's happening, and we kind of like fool ourselves to get into the movie.
Right.
But really, it's all just fantasy.
Yeah, it's the same deal.
And we know the politicians are all liars. So it's like everybody's lying. The news, politics, science, media.
Well, there's just so many lies and so many people lying. It's just hard to tell who's who. That's
Education lie.
Right, but there are good people in the education system trying to stop that from being the case, right? So it's not that everybody's. It's not a lump
Careful,
sum.
because if they go against the grain, they can lose their job. They can
Well,
lose
that's
their.
what I know. Yeah, no, it's few and far between. I agree. I'm just saying that I don't want a blanket term. For me, I'm not going to blanket the whole deal and say the entire education, like everybody working in education, is fucked. I'm not saying that. Although the system itself, this system is fucked. But you see what I'm saying? There's hope in there. But what do I know? I just run on empiricism and direct physical evidence.
Mr. Dovey. Welcome.
What's up, Gospel?
Did you have a previous screen name?
Do you think the Earth is flat?
I know why it is.
Wait, you know why?
Mm-hmm.
Nuh-uh.
Mm-hmm.
Dang.
Or I know how it is would probably be the better.
Nuh-uh, man.
Who made it flat, Gospel, you think?
Huh?
Who made it flat?
The creator?
Which one?
I said the, I didn't say a.
The. So there's only one?
That is my personal opinion, belief, understanding, yes.
So what's his name?
Not relevant.
The creator's name is irrelevant?
Nope.
It's not irrelevant.
It's not relevant to the conversation about what this voice
So it
chat
is
purpose
irrelevant.
is for.
So it is irrelevant then. So which one is it?
What was your previous screen name?
Not relevant and irrelevant are the same.
Flat Earth, you didn't hear him.
Oh, he did.
I heard him clearly. It was your misunderstanding of him repeating the same thing just in two different ways.
I didn't misunderstand anything.
So when Gospel said to you he knows why it's flat, you weren't puzzled enough to ask how.
I know it's flat too. I also know why. So no, I'm not puzzled at all.
Gospel, thank you for that Bible verse. Ecclesiastes 8:17.
Yep.
I had to see that today. Awesome, bro.
You're welcome. Goes back to my earlier question. How do you reason with irrational people? Most people's answer is you don't. But it's still a question.
You meet them with an irrational argument.
Example?
So it's one of these strange things that I've often wondered about human beings. We know we shouldn't do certain things, but we do it. The things that we know are good for us, we avoid. And the things that we know are bad for us, we rush head straight into them.
Okay.
When it comes to like selling people products and stuff, people often buy on the irrational emotional trigger more so than the logical rational trigger.
Yes.
So you don't go buy insurance because it's just logical. You buy it for the fear of that one day where you need it and you don't have it. So it's the irrational fear of losing your stuff that makes you pay for your entire life for something you never actually needed in the first place. So It's that type of thinking that when they come in here irrational, we need to think how to almost press their irrational trigger button.
Appeal to their emotions somehow.
More than logic and reason, because
Yeah.
they're not used to using that.
Yeah, that's a good point. And that is actually one of my weaknesses, which is a big reason why I only lasted about 2 years in the insurance industry. I sold based on logic and reason. And interestingly enough, if you do sell to people on logic and reason, your buyer's remorse ratio is so much higher. It's amazing. So how do we appeal to
Exactly.
an irrational
Because you're
person's emotions, I wonder?
You have to meet the people where they are, and you have to go to their level and see if you can connect with them first, establish trust, and then pull them out by showing them all the examples that are fallacies that they hold true, one by one.
Yeah.
And if they may reject that, then you can't reach them. But that's how you try. Like I had to tell people when I was in the second grade, the teacher told us all, "Hey kids, thank God for gravity. Thank God for gravity because we would go floating off into space if it was for gravity." But we believe that with no proof that we would go floating into space without gravity. We just believe that. So you have to really think about that. The stuff you've been told. Was there proof? Was there evidence?
Yeah.
If
Did
there's
you have
no
more?
proof or evidence, it could be time to retest that.
Mhm.
Go ahead.
Did you have more to add, Solar? Somebody that's participating in the infinite regress fallacy, diminishing returns fantasy, and they don't believe in diminishing returns.
You mean like Adam was the perfect man?
No, I'm talking about pee drinkers.
Oh, do you want to talk about that right now?
I
Go
don't
ahead.
want to talk about it. I'm just referring to the fallacious reasoning that they're holding on to. Just trying to think how you discourse with somebody that has that mindset. Maybe the answer sometimes is you don't.
I don't know if you can, actually.
It's difficult to have a productive or fruitful conversation with someone who's irrational.
Yeah.
But the thing about, the moment I heard about flat Earth and heard the first logically consistent argument, such as water being level, therefore water is level, just it's a logically consistent argument, and you have to have a little bit of reasoning and logic to grasp it.
Yeah.
And I thought that every other human being would accept the information with the same logical consistency which I found the information to have. And yet it doesn't seem to do anything. You repeat this thing to 1,000 people and they all look at you like you're crazy for thinking water could be level when you say water level.
Mm-hmm. It's a very small percentage of people that go, "Oh, yeah, that makes sense." Huh, now I have to think about that for a while. It's a very, very small amount of people that are just Fair, thoughtful, critical thinking. Critical thinking sums it up.
But also that they're logically consistent. It follows logical consistency. And to me, it's just the most peculiar thing to watch a flat earther break down a logically consistent argument, and then the globe go, nah, and then repeat their story, which we could have probably repeated better than they can, but in a way that they assume we've never heard it. Because if we just heard it, then we would also believe it like them. When you explain to them that that's not a logically consistent idea, because I've heard it once, I should believe it. Or should I believe it because it's true? And then again, that's a logically consistent argument, so it goes over their head. And then I always ask myself, so how do I package this into an irrational argument so that then maybe their irrational mind can accept the information?
Yeah.
Like Godric was saying, meet them at their level. Yes, that's the goal. But how? How do you meet an irrational person at their irrational level to then discuss something that's about rationality?
Einstein said you can't put a 5x5 idea in a 3x3 mind. Establish some kind of a trust, and then build them up from there and see how far you can go. And then usually you get some kind of reaction like Neo in the Matrix when you found out. And that's like the threshold you have to get through.
I like the way that you put that. A 5x5 idea in a 3x3 mind.
Yeah, the rest of it goes that like this: you can't solve a problem in the same mindset where you created the problem. You have to become greater, a greater mindset to solve the problem that caused.
You cannot lift yourself up by your own bootstraps? You gotta be kidding me. I would agree.
Exactly. Good point.
You know, you can't get yourself out of a problem if you thought your way into the problem. Most of us don't ever think that there's anything wrong with our thinking.
Yeah.
And even if your thinking is maybe 90% accurate, you'll still assume it's 100% accurate. And even when someone can point out the fallacy in your thinking, you'll still assume you're right. So it's a fascinating thing, neurolinguistic programming, and how malleable the mind actually is, how malleable your mind is for you if you choose to unthink certain things, but yet how most of us will constantly repeat the same thing over and over because we presume that what we think is us and not just something that's occurring inside of us. So we think the thoughts are us. But as soon as you realize that you can actually direct the thoughts, you can change who you become.
Yeah, there's something called blind spots, and it works as a concept metaphorically in our own lives.
Well, something as simple as I remember one of my employers once asking me, how much do I think I'm worth? Like, for a raise, for an increase.
Yeah.
And I looked and I thought about my life. I thought about all the different jobs I'd had, thought about where I'm presently sitting, and I threw out a number. Say, like just for argument's sake, let's say $50,000 a month. And he looked at me.
Okay, go on.
He looked at me. Then he looked at me and he said, "Why do you think so little of yourself?" And I looked at him puzzled, and he said, there's people out there that are earning $500,000 a month. There's people out there earning $1 million a month. Why did you set your target at 50,000? Why do you think so little of yourself? And even that completely opened my eyes, because throwing out $50,000 a month, that was to me quite a considerable amount.
Sure.
But he almost laughed me down and made me realize that it's all perception. If I'd said to him 250,000, who
He could
knows?
still
Maybe they would have
make the
paid me
same
that.
point.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, maybe. Well, there's a difference between how much is your labor worth versus how much are you worth.
Well, that's the point. Yeah. How much is your labor worth? How much should you be paid for what you can contribute to the business or the society?
So if you could only provide profitability for a company, for instance, if you could only provide $1 million a year in profits for a company, why should they pay you more than $1 million? Just for example, that would be my argument.
Correct.
So if you knew that,
so that's the logical way that you get to your number.
Exactly.
The point I'm saying is, why do you limit yourself to thinking you can only generate $1 million a year?
Sure.
So in your mind, it's comfortable. So you say, I know I could do $1 million, so therefore I'm worth $1 million. Pay me $10,000 a month, and they all say, okay, fine, great. But there's guys out there that say, I know I'll get you 10 million. There's guys out there that'll say, I'll get you 100. And it's the mindset, because that guy's still got the 24 hours just like you. So in his 24 hours, he can do 10 times as much as you. How? Because he chose to. And that's the power of the mind.
I don't think that
he chose to try.
Fully. I think it's a contributing factor, but I think that there are also limiting factors. There has to be opportunity. There are limiting factors to opportunity. So when a company makes claims like this is an unlimited earning opportunity, I always shake my head, because I'm like, so you're telling me that I can sell like in sales, for instance, I can sell this product to all the people on Earth infinitely? Because unlimited is unlimited in my silly brain, how I take things literal. But no, I agree that mindset has a huge aspect in accomplishing goals. I don't think it is the creator of accomplishment, though. Some people do. It's called manifesting. That's
really see it's the self. They also call it self-limiting beliefs. So what you just demonstrated now is you have beliefs that limitations are imposed and are unassailable. There's no way to overcome this limitation.
Correct.
But in reality, the mind is far more amazing than we've ever given it credit for. And I've seen really low IQ individuals just believed in themselves enough to try, become truly successful. And I've seen really intelligent people who don't believe in themselves fail dismally. And it's not necessarily just about the upper IQ limitations, but the belief in oneself.
So are you suggesting that somebody can believe themselves into infinite wealth? And by infinite, I mean literal infinite, as in unending, as in always adding, as in unlimited, literally?
Yes. And by
No,
the way, I wanna say
you can't have infinite in a
Yeah,
finite world that we exist in.
that's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
That's all I'm saying. If there's only 8 billion people to
But
sell
it's,
to, you can only sell to 8 billion people at a time. Even if they buy from you 10 times a day, every day of your life, that's still a limitation. It's about what's practical in reality. And I'm just being hyper literal on the word unlimited and being like, well, it's not actually unlimited. Just because you have an impractical amount of money, let's say $1 billion, which for all intents and purposes is an impractical amount of money, it becomes meaningless at a certain point. And just because you've accomplished, for instance, $1 billion of independent wealth doesn't mean that that equates to unlimited.
I want
In
to say
my
yeah, but I
Go ahead.
didn't imply unlimited.
I said
Oh
that
yeah.
I want to say that I think intelligence is a handicap to wealth because a lot of intelligent people have these what I call their realistic goals, and they
Yeah,
achieve realistic
self-defeating
goals,
beliefs and stuff.
not lofty goals. And people that maybe are not so intelligent have these lofty goals, and some of them hit them because they don't know that they couldn't do it.
Ignorance is bliss, right?
Ignorance is bliss. Sometimes.
Well, this is the point as well. Like I had a friend who he would go out every night and say he's going to score tonight. He's going to go kiss a girl. And I would say, how sure are you? And he's like, well, I'm going to keep trying until one of them says yes. And then he would go and literally ask every woman in the entire club. He'd find a way to get an opening and make a gesture. And if she batted him off, he would like roll with the punches, smile and walk on, and it wouldn't disturb him at all. We'd move on to the next girl. And then eventually he would score every night. He would pick up someone every night. And it's not because of superhuman ability. It was just the inability to give up. And that's the only thing that I'm talking about, is that persistence of not stopping, of going for your dream. That's the nugget of success. You can have various limitations, you can have various opportunities, but if you lack that spark, that thing that drives, or if you possess that and you learn to utilize that, literally any limit is achievable. Based on what you want. Because some people do want to work 24/7. Some people
Okay.
want a life.
How about this one though? Can I be the Chinese ambassador to Kenya if I really, really, really set my mind to it?
Well, see what you're doing though. You're thinking about things that you're thinking about things that you believe will never happen. That's the whole point of this. If you set your mind on things you do believe will happen, then that's a possibility. But if you don't believe they'll happen, not a possibility.
So
Like
if
it's
I
like me saying,
believed,
And
if I
it's like me saying, can
but
I see 4 monkeys on my
is there like
ceiling?
an
You know,
outside chance? But like, is there an outside chance that some headhunter could call you at some point to position you as the Chinese ambassador for Kenya?
and say, hey, we need a clone.
if
The
prerequisite
possibility exists.
if the prerequisite for it is for me to be Chinese, which I'm not, for the record. But if the prerequisite is for me to be Chinese and I'm not that, then there's no amount of me wanting it bad enough and believing bad enough that it would happen. In the same way, let's say I wanted to birth a child out of my own urethra, right? There's no amount of wanting something that could make that happen, contrary to some people's peculiar perversions. So it's in that way that I protest against the concept of if you believe it hard enough, it can happen. That needs to be buffered within the scope of reality, which don't limit yourself, but on the other hand, recognize that limitations are part of our reality. You can't
Yeah,
go
I
against.
get what you're saying.
Yeah.
I get what you're saying. For me, I'm obviously meaning within the realm of possibility.
Okay.
So like
Gotcha.
I can't believe I'm going to turn into a butterfly, and I can
Okay.
turn into a butterfly.
Gotcha.
But in terms of
go ahead.
anything performance related, if it's performance related, something that I need to do, that's more, I would say, what I'm talking about here. If you think you can, you can. If you think you can't, you can't. And if you think you can't jump across this bridge, you're normally going to fall halfway and cut your shin open, cause a lot of damage.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas if you knew you could do it, you'd do it with another foot to spare. It's still the same gap. But in your mind, you either chose you couldn't or you chose you could. And then you achieve or fail based on the choice you made in your performance.
Yeah. And I would maybe rephrase it personally to you would likely not be able to accomplish anything that you held the belief that you couldn't do that thing, whatever that thing may be. And on the other hand, oftentimes when you accomplish something, it's usually associated with some type of belief that you could do that thing. But there are exceptions. There are exceptions. There's been a handful of things in my life that I didn't believe were possible in my life. And I continued to not believe that they were possible, but I tried anyway just in case. And they happened despite my lack of trust that they could happen.
Wow. Can you give me like one, or don't go into too much detail, but like...
Sure. The fact that I own a home outright, right? And in less than a year, in less than 2 years, I owned a home outright in under 1 year after filing bankruptcy, which would stand to reason is a technical impossibility. Not impossible, a technical improbability. A certain number of a certain number of things would have to happen in order for that to both be legal, which it was, and achievable. And it happened apart from my preconceived notion that it even could happen. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
A series of events took place that enabled that to happen that I didn't believe would happen, but they did, and everything changed as a result. So it was a peculiar situation. Now, of course, that includes an equally improbable opportunity of a house for what most people pay for a used car. The house that I now live in, most people pay more for their used cars than what I was able to buy this house for, which is, again, extremely improbable in regards to being able to move into a house after purchase within less than 9
But you see
days.
now, but now you're describing like the miraculous situation, which
Yeah, I
we were
believe
also
miracles
describing,
exist outside
but
of
we were also
nature, but
describing certain things as impossible. So
improbable.
to say something could be improbable, like if I said to you before this conversation, could you buy a house for the value of a car? Just as a general passing comment, you'd probably say like, no, come on,
No. Yeah.
that's an impossibility.
Well,
But
I would
yet
say it's an
you've just
improbability.
described. Okay, so let's say improbability.
Yeah.
But the point is that anything is possible because you could inherit something and get a house for free. You could,
Yes.
someone could walk up to you and hand you papers, be compelled in their spirit to hand you a house or hand you a car. So there are times where things that shouldn't occur could. And I think when you look at prayer, how you're supposed to pray, commit it, and then be in they call it quiet or expectant anticipation of it coming true.
Yeah.
And that's almost like the manifestation. Like you pray, you hand it over, and you wait for it to come true because you know your creator can do these things.
And
He
when
can
I'm
set
just,
the path.
yeah, when I discuss these topics, I always try to think in the frame of mind as best I can imagine from an atheistic mindset, like, or at least a doubter mindset when I'm discussing this topic, especially on this voice channel, for the sake of people that it's abhorrent for them to even hear the word prayer. It's abhorrent for them to even hear the word God, or those sorts of things. So I'm always trying to frame it in the least spiritual sense possible, just for those people's sake. But I mean, absolutely, that was a component of the situation. Which, but I don't always expect. I don't know. It's an interesting situation. I don't know if it's a good example or not. But what is this footage from?
You said prayer, right?
What's that?
You said, I'm going to comment when you said prayer. So scientists get together who are trying to disprove prayer because then they would have to recognize that. They'll get people together and say, we're going to do an experiment. We're going to get people to pray on this person and see if it helps the person.
Yeah,
And
I
they'll
don't
get
know
the
if
results.
anybody's.
But hang on. They don't get the results, but the thing is that people are really praying. And they're looking to debunk prayer, for example.
Yeah,
And
that's so
if you go at it
terrible.
at that point, it's not going to give you the result. The same way, you may not become a ambassador of China. You weren't trying to become an ambassador of China. You were just trying to disprove the idea.
Yeah, and that example is only for the sake of demonstrating that not all things are possible just because you want them. That's all I was. But within the context of possible things, sure, pursuing things within the realm of possibility is certainly better than not pursuing. That you miss 100% of the shots you don't take. Blah blah blah. The question, I suppose, would be who determines, or who can determine, what is or is not within the realm of possibility. And slightly rhetorical question.
The moment you say things aren't possible is when you limit God.
We have nature and we have natural laws. I'm just talking about violation of what's possible. It's fine. Obviously, I'm just being hyperliteral on a topic that isn't meant to be hyperliteral. You know, I guess the reason you're hearing pushback from me is the narrative that they tell children. You can be anything you want to be when you grow up. You can be anything you want to be. And I take issue with that teaching. I think it's an inappropriate teaching. That's all. It's like, no, you can't. You can't be any. You can't be anyone you want to be. You can't be anything you want to be. The world doesn't work that way. There are certain people that are designed in such a way that, or situated in such a way that it is not a possibility by default, not by anything that they could ever accomplish on their own.
But I would say that a
let me
young
just say about
child
this.
is limitless in potential, and therefore you should encourage young children who are still unshaped by the propaganda of society to let them explore or aim for more. I think it could be beneficial.
Okay,
I
so a
think
child
if
that
it's
wants
taken
to
in a gender sense, I think it can be perverse. But if
check
it's
this out,
about
though.
what's truly capable, if it's what a human being can achieve, male or female, I say go for it.
A
I'm not
child
saying
born
you.
armless will
Yeah, I agree
never
with that.
a child born armless will never be the world's greatest quarterback.
Not true.
But that's
It is
improbable
absolutely
once
true.
again.
It's not true.
But that's one of those things that are just improbable. It's like saying,
So let
we'll
me
never
respond.
grow a third leg, so therefore it's impossible to do a three-legged race somewhere because we can never grow a third leg.
Well, the
It's a non
three-legged race is
So
sequitur.
partners race between two people where their legs are tied together. So, yeah, if you're talking about a single human being with a third leg, then yeah, I'd have to
It's
lean on.
improbable, but
okay,
it's
so
improbable. Like a guy with no arm, he's not going to grow up dreaming of throwing that touchdown that wins the football match because he doesn't have an arm. So therefore, that's entirely outside of anything he would dream about. Maybe he would dream about having a prosthetic where he could pick something up one day because that's more probable. It's kind of like with prayer. You can't necessarily, you say, I want a Lamborghini in my driveway by 8 p.m. tonight, please. And then put your hands together and suddenly there must be a Lamborghini in your driveway at 8 p.m. tonight. That's just not going to happen. It's outside of the realm of probability. But if you say, make me a better individual so that one day I can drive a nice car, and at some point in your life you do drive a nice car because you became a nice guy over this journey, that's a possibility and not improbable. So therefore, it's like you've got to be able to pray for something that could occur or expect something that could occur. And a guy with no arm can never throw a quarterback touchdown pass.
Mm-hmm. That's my point.
but the
But
technology
I'm using an
comes in.
extreme.
Technology comes in and meets medicine, and the guy gets some robotic arms, which they allow him to play, and then he becomes the best quarterback. So it's not impossible. They're allowing some guys to run with prosthetics, right? And they were complaining that the prosthetics were causing them to run faster, to leap farther. Like
Yeah, or
the springs.
old
Those
Oscar
guys were winning
Pistorius.
races.
Yeah, Oscar Pistorius, a double amputee, never had legs, and his dream was to run against able-bodied individuals. So it's exactly like the guy with no arm throwing the touchdown pass. There are ways to overcome certain improbabilities, but at the same time, wanting to or hoping to become a butterfly. It's never going to occur.
And now those regular runners are complaining about these amputees that are winning the races. So go figure that.
Well, yeah. If you're on a pair of stilts that are, let's say,
Yes,
a hundred meters tall, just for
Spring
instance,
loaded.
and
Yeah.
you can literally just a hypothetical 100 meter, right? Like the 100-meter dash, and all you have to do is make one step, which I understand would take a lot of energy and strength because 100 meters of whatever material would probably be really heavy. But still, if you make that one step in 1 second, you'd always win. And yes, it would be an just hypothetical, but it would be an unfair situation. They have a reason to be.
Yeah, but take that situation and make it reasonable, right?
Yeah, I know.
There are limits to the length of legs you can have for a prosthetic. So within that limit, they were putting springs on the ends of those legs, and they were winning races.
Mechanical
So
assistance.
that's much more reasonable to do that, and they allowed it, and they won.
Yeah, well, the fact that they allowed it is part of the
Similarly,
problem.
boys are becoming girls because they want to, and then winning the swimming races, pretending, and winning these swimming
Gentlemen,
races.
we are going into really sensitive territory. Just a public service announcement.
Yeah.
Sorry, everyone.
No, you don't need to be sorry. It's a frustrating topic to me because the scope of which I believe to be impossible is probably much larger than other people, and or I'm just being autistically stubborn on literalness regarding the subject. But we can move on.
Yeah, don't let me hear no crickets because of it. You guys think of something else.
Well, it's hard to make up a new subject. That happens. It's not your fault. It happens every time a topic is roadblocked. It's not easy to just be like, so the weather today, guys. I mean,
I know,
especially with
right?
a group of highly intellectual people that like to talk about intellectual
Yeah.
things. It's hard to
And
just be like, oh, let's
you guys,
superficially transition to a new topic.
yeah, yeah. So, like, you guys all know me. I love off-topic stuff, but we
But
don't. We want to
gospel
stay here.
isn't the exact same thing we were talking about. If a man wants to be a woman, isn't it the exact same kind of thing? And now look what's happening now.
I don't understand.
Why don't you guys take it to chill chat or something for a minute and come back?
Or you just DM me.
I'm done.
So if you had a point you wanted to make, you should DM me. It's fine. Tracking information is one of the worst things in the whole wide world. In the whole wide world. I have to do about 100 tracking numbers a day. USPS, UPS, and FedEx, and sometimes SDs. I don't like tracking numbers. It's super, super annoying. There's my song for everybody. It's the only
Yeah,
singing
I loved
you're
it.
gonna get out of me.
That was wonderful.
It's the thing that I least enjoy in my I've done every method. Do it at the first. Do it at the beginning of the day. Do it at the end of the day. Do it throughout the day. Do it as it comes in. I've done all the methods. All the methods are equally detestable. It has to be a personal problem. I mean, it's such a simple task. It's almost brainless.
Oh.
And I like painting, for crying out loud. Right? I like painting. And I'm not talking about painting pictures. I'm talking about like painting walls. Right? Painting trim. I like painting. So
It sounds like you're moving into midlife crisis territory. Time to change career.
Oh no. Job number 16. The longest job I've ever had. No. I'm setting my my claws into this one as much as I possibly can. I'm just
Time to
complaining.
become an exhibitionist. Come on, let that painter out. Let your inner painter out.
Oh,
Become the
no.
exhibitionist you always dreamed of becoming.
No,
Paint
I was
those
talking
FedEx
about painting
boxes.
walls. What? No, I don't want to be a professional painter. That I'm just saying. I'm using it as an example of a tedious, boring, brainless activity to paint. You just do it, right? It's just not really. You don't really think very hard when you're painting, except did I miss a spot? Does this look right? Is the pattern? It's not overly complicated. It's very simple. I was just using it as a comparison, not I want to be a painter. It's a comparison. It's all. Can anybody guess what I'm doing right now? I'm doing tracking numbers. You don't even have to guess. I think I made it fairly obvious.
You need to be more positive, gospel.
Yeah, probably. Probably. This this pee drinking person that keeps on making screen names and coming back to this server over and over again, pretending like he's going to survive on the server for more than a day.
Dream on, dream on.
Basically.
Oh my goodness.
That's why he's not talking, is because he knows the more he talks, the more he exposes his nonsense, and he knows he'll be banned again. It's just like at least the third or fourth time.
Yeah, nobody here is interested in that specialized area of belief.
Yeah, that's a nice way to put it. That's a really, Jenny, that's a really kind and loving way to put that. That was
Well,
nice.
the reason I almost have to be that way because there's someone else, a higher person in the flat earth community that goes with that too. And that's one of the first, I came across him before I came across ODD. So it's a little bit sad. It's a little bit sad for me, for those persons. I mean,
Listen, some people chew their toenails. Listen, some people chew their toenails.
I mean, I keep it simple, right? So there's a reason why it's expelled out of our body. It's not meant to be put back in there and shit.
And
wow.
excrement, 100 and excrement, 100%. I get it.
You know why? It's you guys really need to watch that TV show Raised by Wolves, because you don't know how or where, some of these thoughts that people have, where that comes from, man.
Ooh.
And if you watch the show, you might get a little bit of an inkling.
Okay.
It's good shit. It is hot, man. Like, it kind of goes into, we could almost talk about that series on here. Because, the heliocentric theory it's kind of like a Westworld version of Lost in Space. It's good. If you've ever watched Westworld.
Oh, I saw the movie, which
No. The TV series is.
I heard there was a lot of adult material in the TV show.
So with Raised by with Westworld, there was some scenes, you would not want children to watch. But Raised by Wolves, I mean, it's highly esoteric. There's like Gnostic serpent seed theory mixed in with the heliocentric theory, and it's like, ooh, boy.
Yeah.
Some super good stuff. I can't go on and on about it enough. I have to Pretty soon, you guys are going to be rolling your eyeballs every time I bring it up.
Sounds like the kind of show that would infuriate me. Which sometimes
Really?
I do. I do watch those.
Have you watched Lost in Space, the new TV series?
I actually have watched the 3 seasons. I think it's 3 seasons of the Lost in Space show. Is there more
I
than
might
3?
be behind then. I might be behind because I know I've watched 1 or 2 seasons.
I got up to the point where Doctor whatever is supposedly dead. That's about where
Oh, snap. That's probably not where I am, but that's okay.
yeah. Well, I say supposedly because it left me wondering. But I also used to watch the old show from the 60s.
I did too when I was really young. I don't remember it a lot, but I remember Robot was way different. I mean, kind of like
Yeah.
the Scarecrow out of Wizard of Oz different.
Yeah. Dr. Smith on the original show always made me very angry as a
Well,
child
you know
watching the
what?
show.
I think they did an awesome job at selecting Parker Posey to be the villain and they did she's a great actress.
Yeah,
I
she's
mean,
good at doing the disingenuous, smug, all that. Yeah, I agree. It was good casting.
But yeah, I'm telling you, this Raised by Wolves, I heard a commentator, that's not my own thought. He said that it was Westworld meets Lost in Space, and I don't think anybody could say it better. Well, it could be meets Serpent Seed theory, doctrine, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah.
But it's good stuff. There's so much stuff and I've listened to a lot of commentary on YouTube, and some bean brain had the audacity to admit that he didn't have the full understanding of how it was called Raised by Wolves. I'm like, okay, I don't want to listen to you no more because your level of understanding of, wider topics of religion and such, that I don't know, that, and it's more mythology, but definitely good stuff. What Gospel Bear, what do you watch for a TV series or movie? Anything?
I say we because almost everything I watch, I'm also watching with my wife. So one of the shows that we've watched a handful of times, the whole thing more than once, would be Columbo.
Oh my goodness.
We've
Okay.
watched a good portion of Poirot, but we lost access to it because I guess whatever platform it was on either discontinued it or something along those lines. Like that show pretty good. We love the Twilight Zone. We own all the episodes of Twilight Zone.
So that's kind of sci-fi, right? I mean,
Oh yeah, for sure. We watched the first and second Star Trek. We did watch those. That was fun. And then, we've worked our way through some other television shows. We like the kind of easygoing sci-fi stuff, and then also mystery, and then also kind of like House Hunters. And just because we spent almost our entire lives looking for a house, it tends to be still yet a topic that we
you most certainly would not be able to watch Raised by Wolves with your children.
Yeah.
You watch Key and Peele? I see you posted.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. You get sucked into one of the clips and it's like you can sit there for like 30 minutes watching.
Yeah, and I've watched a little bit too much of those guys, but so anything that you would consider is inappropriate for kids is also 99% likely something that I wouldn't permit for myself. I say more than likely. It depends, but especially in certain categories, there are certain categories of content that I refuse to.
Number one.
Submit to.
Number one on my list.
We know what that is.
Oh,
I thought we were guessing what his number one was.
Well, I mean, I'm not afraid to say it's sexual content. I'm just
we knew that.
Yeah, I'm principally opposed to just letting my mind go there. Yeah, because I just like the Earth. We have this container for gas pressure. I have this container for sexual thought within the scope of my marriage. So gas pressure needs
Right.
a container, and so does that, in my personal opinion.
No,
It's
that
just my
discipline
opinion.
is important. That discipline is important. Um, it's just as important as anything else because
Like
the
how I couldn't tie it back to
metaphysical,
the flat Earth.
the, the metaphysical, this is also with structure, like how we structure our mind, and it's very important because you can't put love in a cup. Love is like the feelings that you think back on. So you want to do your best to protect this structure that you're building that isn't an actual material thing, but is real. And so definitely what you're saying about protecting your mind, not letting just, that right there is a time suck, energy suck, a perception change, too many things for
Yeah,
something like love.
that's why I make fun of guys that you'll hear me say from time to time, and you spend 3 hours a day looking at feet pics, as an insult to how some people are willing to spend their time and then brag about themselves in some kind of way as if they're really awesome or cool or great or whatever. It's like, no, you're actually pretty pathetic if you think about it. But again, it's all just my opinion. Anyway, one of the movies I watched recently was kind of an interesting flick. The Air Up There with Kevin Bacon. I think Kevin Bacon. Just double check.
The air up there. What was that
Yeah,
about?
Kevin Bacon. 1994 flick. He goes to Africa to try to recruit some basketball players for a college team. It's actually an interesting movie in a couple of different ways, but it's one of those feel-good movies. He embraces them, they embrace him. It's a pretty interesting movie. I watched it as a young person, probably a young teen, and was able to find it again. It was a really hard movie to get my hands on. But I found it on an Ethiopian website, like all in Amharic, and I thought that was really peculiar. I couldn't find it anywhere else. I finally found it on an Ethiopian website. It's kind of weird, but yeah, it's an interesting movie. I'm also doing the casual every movie or TV show I watch. I'm trying to find and make a passive list of movies or TV shows that do not have a globe in them. That's a really short list. I haven't had I haven't added anything to the list yet. If you just watch TV shows and movies and try to look for a globe and try to make a list of all of them that do not have a globe anywhere, it's amazing. Challenge. It's a challenge to everybody here. Make a list of as many movies and TV shows as you possibly can that don't have a globe somewhere. Flat Earth Homework 2022. Somebody just joined.
Sorry, I was late.
Oh yeah, what's up? Late for a very important date.
No, late because I was watching Jordan Peterson and Robert Greene. They did like an interview, and I'm always fascinated about the shadow, and it's like as much as I can learn about it, and yeah.
The shadow?
Yeah, your dark side. Everyone has it. Your 2-year-old self that's like punching and pulling and ripping and yanking, that little thing that, because like there's your inner child, right, that wants to play. And then there's like that little mischievous fuck that your mom calls terrible twos. Like he's there too, but he's so repressed that, he doesn't ever come out unless it's like time to fight. And
Fear.
really he should come out before it's time to fight, and you should use your words, right? And you shouldn't let people push you around, because if people push you around, then you have to fight.
Yeah. Very Freudian.
I don't know. I kind of think that's more Jungian than Freudian, but I could be wrong. I didn't study Freud very much, so that's an argument of ignorance. So yeah, I'm always interested as much as I can learn about the shadow, because it's like it's a part of you that you repress that you shouldn't repress. You should like have it at the ready at all times, just in case somebody needs to be told what's up.
Yeah, there's another Foucault is one of the guys. The whole concept of narrative therapy. Everybody has a story, and you can rewrite your story and that sort of thing. That's maybe only loosely associated with what you're talking about, though.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with that either. The narrative thing. I did learn about agency the other night. It's like,
Yeah.
that was really interesting. I can't remember who was talking about it, but one of the
Personal
OGs in here.
agency. Yeah. Yeah, you know what? Agency would be a much better word than sovereignty. When people
Yeah, I don't really
take...
like the word sovereignty.
Yeah, well, it's because it's kind of an absurd thing to claim. But agency, on the other hand. What's that?
Sorry. God is the sovereign, and we're all equal under him, is the way I see it.
I would agree with that.
Yeah, who the fuck is God, yo?
What were you saying about agency?
Are y'all going off of? Oh well, my bad.
No, this word
Hank was
agency
asking
is a creative word. I posted the good old etymology on it, but basically it's kind of referring to the ability to do. It says a mode of exerting power or producing effect.
Right.
So the argument you would make the statement, I have the personal agency to fill in the blank.
But isn't that synonymous with sovereign a little bit?
Not really, because sovereignty implies that you're supreme.
Right. So sovereignty is
I
like, I
suppose,
have
because
the
here
right.
this is why I hate certain definitions. It does say here the sovereign is the one who exercises power without limitation. So I guess that's the same exact thing you said, but without limitation part.
Yeah, basically. So to compare
Okay,
and
so it's like
contrast,
more like okay, I get it. I get it.
to claim sovereignty, implies preeminence. So to claim that you're preeminent is not true at the very least in the physical. And now your spiritual beliefs, people have their spiritual beliefs, but in regards to the
What a
physical,
disrespectful word.
what?
And I mean, like some people, well, language is important. I definitely do watch what I say when the intention is to uh commune with the Father. And this would be the kind of language that, in retrospect, I'd go, "Oh my goodness, why did I have that in my vocabulary? That's disrespectful."
Sovereignty is what you're referring to, yeah.
So the way that Jordan Peterson puts it is like, you're not a sovereign, you can't really walk through walls. So you shouldn't be more concerned about your rights than your responsibility. And you might think responsibility, what are you talking about? Like taxes, child support? No, your ability to respond to the situation, your response ability, right? So instead of, walking around going, I got the right, I'm a sovereign, I got the
That's not
right,
one of those
it's the
words.
wrong way to
That's
do
not
it.
one of those words. Gospel.
Which word?
Just one of those words where if it were Smurf, you'd be like, just no Smurf." That's actually what um, that means. What
Which
Hank said.
word? I don't know what you're referring to.
Now, the way Hank broke that word
Responsibility.
down, other people broke down the
Oh,
word.
oh, oh, okay. Responsibility. Thank you. No, I think that is a compound word. I'll double check, but I am fairly certain it slipped right through my filter because, yeah, and it is. It responsible and itty. Now, a bit able is not part of the compound meaning of responsibility, so maybe it's ever so slightly. Here, hold on. This is in progress because I need to find out where the BLE
Mhm.
comes from.
Well, it does. Well, no, I'm looking at a Facebook post. Wait a minute. A compound word is a union of two or more words, either.
Hold on.
Gosh, click the link first.
Responsible. Oh, okay. So it does not come from the word able because responsible, from the French, it's a suffix in the French language, just like ment is a suffix in the Latin and French languages, not meaning, the Latin word, just like ible is not meaning able. It's related to the stuff. It doesn't matter. What he was saying wasn't wrong. Not in meaning, what he was trying to imply, but etymologically, it's not the word. The word able is not in the word responsible, etymologically speaking.
Meant rather than said, instead of it being all about, I got my God-given rights. How about you take responsibility?
Yeah,
And
that's a
be
good
like
point.
what you do rather than claiming to be a sovereign, like act like you're a child of God, rather than just pretend to be like an all-powerful being, right? Why don't you actually do something? And that's why you have to have your shadow, right? Because you sometimes you need, okay, for example, one time a girl jumped on my back and grabbed my hair and lifted her legs up, and without even thinking, I grabbed her hair and put her on the ground, and I was like, oh shit, what just happened? And it's like sometimes you kind of need to do stuff like that. Like it's wrong to hit a girl. Like I did not think I reacted like I talked about yesterday. So I know that I was wrong, by putting her on the ground. But should she just be able to do that to any that she comes across? Should she just be able to grab his long hair and then like yank his neck where he's like looking at the sky and like she's hanging on her weight on my neck? So my shadow grabbed her hair and put her on the ground and then was like, oh shit, did I just do that? I was probably like 12, 13 back when I had really long hair. So did I do the right thing or the wrong thing?
Well, I think it's the shock from the double standard. I think you met those double standards back then. Honestly, girls, well, I grew up in a world where TV would have me think that girls complain all the time, but then they literally do the thing that they complain about, not respect boundaries, not respect space.
Yep.
It's almost like it's a given that they don't have to worry about those things. Like the many times like people have grabbed for my one of my private areas and it's like you think because I'm a guy that like no, you can't just do whatever you want. Just anyway, I don't know why we're
Yeah,
I don't know
to be
how we got
clear,
here.
she was completely unprovoked. I wasn't talking to her. I wasn't mentioning her. It was my best friend at the time's little sister, and her parents never what was defense, which is kind of how I saw it because that hurt, man. Like she yanked my neck like I was looking up at the sky, and all of her.
You're roboting way too much.
Yeah. I found this video from 14 years ago, and Don Pettit is speaking.
I love that guy. Keep on going. No, I'm just kidding.
It's a treat just to hear him speak and go, wow. If people really knew, like if you could just sit down and listen to a bunch of his clips, that'd be your first day's journey towards flat Earth. So he's talking about rotating spheres of water and microgravity. It's like a minute and change. And I just thought it was super interesting.
Here's a question I have. Try, everybody loves to talk about the moon. All right. Why can we see the whole moon at 1%, but we can't see the whole
Earthshine.
What?
Well, no, because then that'd be contradictory.
No. Why can we see the whole moon at 1% crescent, but at 0% crescent, aka new moon, we can't see it at all?
See, that's a legitimate question. I don't know. When I say legitimate,
Here's another
it's
weird one, man.
juxtaposed to. Remember, we was talking about our question, globe earther questions. So, as opposed to why can't we see the sun after it sets? Like this is actually a legitimate question because the claim is that it's just the rock that's there. It's like if you can see the rock at whatever percent that sliver is, then
I wanted
you
to
should
hear what
still be able
Indio.
to see.
No, I just wanted to hear what he was going to say too. Could you hear him?
I took
this
much
thing
of
I
an
read
offense.
about. Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
No, I read somewhere that you know how like we see like a percentage of the moon. What I read was that the lower the percentage of the moon we can see, the brighter the section we can see is. So say like you can see 99%, 99% full. The surface brightness is less than it's say 1% full, which is really weird because it kind of doesn't make sense if it's a ball. It's because the angle, right? So you get more divergent rays. If it's hitting the side, the rays are more divergent than if it's hitting dead on. At least from your viewpoint, right? Because you're getting, according to them, you're getting the reflection of the sun. Yeah, so that was something weird I read.
You heard, real well?
Okay. What's that?
Can I be heard?
You're still roboting
Yeah,
a
I just
little
wanted
bit,
to
Hank.
say,
Still, yeah, pretty bad. That's interesting. Almost like it's a meter of brightness. An inverse relationship of brightness related to its waxing or waning phase.
Yeah, that's the weird part. I wonder if it's like there's one brightness, right? And it just gets brighter when you see less, like the total brightness, right? So if I took like a photometer and stuck it on the ground, it would pick up the same number of photons no matter what phase the moon was in, because it gets brighter when there's less visible.
Yeah, that's peculiar for sure. But this whole, you can see, like I posted 2 examples of pictures. I'm assuming they're photos, but I know I've seen it with my own eyes too. Why does that next phase change everything? And that's such an unusual, I don't know, confusing.
Yeah, there's a lot of inconsistencies. It's with any celestial observations of celestial bodies.
It also, check this out. What about, wouldn't the new moon occult stars? Why isn't there a picture of like stars with a circle of blockedness?
A hole in the sky?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's kind of, I've never even heard of anyone ever observing that. You'd figure that like amateur astronomers would just go do it just for ha-has, you know?
Yeah. Unfortunately, you're still roboting, Hank. I'll let you know if it clears up though. Like that thought I usually think about this stuff all the time, but that is the first time I've ever thought, wait a second.
However, the new moon is right at sunset, so it would set with the sun and wouldn't actually be present in your night sky.
You're
It's on
saying
the
it's impossible for
daylight
the
side.
new moon to be in the night sky.
Correct.
Now that's just part of an observable fact, basically. Gotcha. Well, never mind then.
You should still see the same thing though before new moon, right?
You mean when it's just a slight crescent?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But I think the brightness of the moon makes that, even that, to be a difficult. But I don't know. There's tons of photography of all sorts of things. So At least my first question is still valid, though. We'll have to be pondering on that first one. Let me ask this. All the different footage, like the Baumgartner and all these different times that they've done high altitude footage. Is there any high altitude footage ever with the moon present?
Yes.
Can I see it?
Oh, you said aside from Baumgartner, right? I think Jay
Or
Tolan Media. Is it Jay
including it?
Tolan?
Was the moon present in the Baumgartner one?
Yeah, that's one of flat earthers' points is that where the moon is would be impossible to see from uh I don't know. It talks about some angle because you can see it there from where he jumped. Something about it is impossible. Somebody help me out. I don't know. I'm not necessarily sure that I agreed with it, but
I'm looking through the footage.
because they usually pause it at that point where you can see the moon, and it's like,
Yeah, maybe it's in a different video than the one I clicked on, because I'm not seeing any moon at all there. Or maybe this one here. All right. Clickety click. Okay.
I think it's when he's falling.
That
I
you
don't
can
think it's
see.
like when he's going up. Yeah, if I remember right, the deal is that the moon is too high in the sky for where it's supposed to be, right?
Okay.
Because they're like horizon distance, right? So you can calculate, like he's this high, horizon's supposed to be this far away, so the moon should be at a certain. And basically, the Glover's reputation was you got the time wrong because for some reason, I don't think they gave like the exact time of like when he jumped or something. Because I don't think they did that live, right? Wasn't that recorded and then rebroadcast?
Yeah, I don't know for sure. Oh no, there's a ton of fisheye lenses here, and you can
I
apparently
know
see the sun.
P20 took a stab at it or something. He made a video about it. About his reputation. He talked about that video, and then, but he didn't actually like. He's like, made a video basically said something about whatever the argument was about the moon being in the wrong place, and then he showed like his infrared from his cockpit of his airplane showing the moon is like or something like that. It's underneath the. So he didn't actually address it. He basically changed the subject and said, "Well, yeah, the moon is below eye level, so that's impossible on a flat Earth or some shit like that."
I'm looking through the footage, and I'm not.
What do you call it? The airplane. In the airplane, you got the horizontal, the artificial horizon, and like the moon was below the artificial horizon. So, well, like I said, he never actually addressed it. He just like referenced it. So like this argument came out. He made a video referencing it, but never actually addressed it. Basically, changed the subject to it's still about the moon, but it's some other observation that he made.
Mm-hmm.
So a red herring, basically.
You know what you call that? Yeah, basically, yeah.
You know what I don't understand? Why people don't understand these logical fallacies? Because they are, in practice, how people lie to you generally in life. Like when you want a direct question answered, like this is how we experience the logical fallacy. Someone lying to you, and you're like, that doesn't sound right. And it's like, you would think that that's the easiest thing to like relate to people.
Oh, was that it? I see the moon now. And it was almost at a 12 o'clock position. I see. Weird. Copy. Nope. Copy timestamp. This Chucky Wright guy is still at it with the paramotor thing. I guess he's might not be the only guy with one of these, but
So how do you guys tell the difference between someone that's using logical fallacies as sophistry versus they just have bad critical thinking skills?
the guy earlier that we were talking to, I think, falls into the second category. Just had bad critical thinking skills.
Oh, that the guy that thinks you can downhill ski, water ski?
Yeah, the German guy. Yeah.
Downhill water skiing without a motorboat.
Yep.
Because, you know, water's got a slope, bro.
That I don't think is logical fallacy. Well, I mean, it may be also a logical fallacy, but I think that it absolutely is lacking critical thinking for sure.
That's just dishonesty. He knows damn well water doesn't slope like that.
Well,
He
I think
doesn't
he was
have
just
anything
not
else.
very intelligent. He
A
just
5-year-old knows water doesn't slope.
I know, but when you're like trying to defend something that you don't understand, you wind up saying stupid things. But yeah, I mean, maybe he was disingenuous. I thought he was just stupid.
I thought he was both. Because there's a bottom to stupid.
Yeah.
I don't think he was generally like. He was saying things that you like, oh, this guy's really, really, really dumb, but I don't think he was that dumb.
How about dumb with
Look, how
superior?
can you have a higher elevation of water on the other side of a lake? That doesn't even make sense because elevation is measured from sea level.
Yeah.
Wow.
I know.
So
It was weird.
Stupidity mixed with a superiority complex. See, that's what happens.
How is this guy allowed to do this and not have like the FAA or whoever? Like how is he allowed to do this without getting
the paramotor?
Oh.
Yeah, the paramotor thing.
Because you could do it with an ultralight too. You don't even have to have a license. Not even a driver's license.
You can't go above a certain altitude, I think.
Yep, that's it.
He claims to be at 17.5 in this.
Too high. That's too high, I'll tell you right now. He's not supposed to be up that high, I don't think.
17,500.
I thought 7,000 was as high as you could go.
Well, he's got his iPhone with an altimeter, whatever, the app, and it's neat. I mean, I think it's really cool. I just don't understand how he gets away with it, but not that I think that he shouldn't. I think he should, except for getting, there's got to be some order to it because there's like hobby airplanes, like private airplanes and stuff like that probably definitely fly lower than 17,000 feet. But what's also remarkable is he's traveling and gaining altitude, and he's so stable. So he's not bouncing around all over the place. And
yeah, it's crazy because without the motor, like there are people who I guess it's called paragliding, right? Or it's just called paragliding. Anyway, and they catch updrafts and they basically go from the surface to however high they go. It's high as fuck, and then they're
Yeah.
just catching updrafts of the wind, and it's like for Globers to really say that air goes down, and that's what pushes air up. Like these are extreme forms of cherry picking because
Yeah.
it's insane. And second of all, the fact that gas particles aren't attracted to each other, and I don't know what else. I don't even know why we're here, man.
To hang out mostly and give a helping hand to anybody actually willing to not be stuck mentally forever. Yeah, so he finally got chilly. He's doing the temperature, like reporting the temperature at different elevations and stuff. And what a view, though. That is wild. All righty. Y'all have a good one.
Yeah, somebody was talking about how had he known what he known about paragliding. Oh no, he was explaining why he quit paragliding because apparently it's a community just like everyone else. People doing this the same thing, and yeah, they talk about how cold it is, how you can't even fly all the time. The weather has to be right, this, that, and the third. That most of the time that you set out to fly, you don't get to fly, and it's nothing like what they make it seem like in the videos where it's like, all right, I'm just gonna go fly to McDonald's now. you know, I can imagine how cold it would be with the wind chill factor because I ride bikes and stuff. But still, if you prepare for it, it should be all right. And of course, he's using a fisheye. I wonder how come people don't say, you know what, I'm using a fisheye to record this, but jeez, how flat it looks. Like, why don't people ever say that? Am I asking for too much? Like, I wish you guys could see this view the way I see it because this GoPro is kind of manipulating things. And he can go up to 18,000 because he's outside of the ring. What is the ring? Hmm. Can y'all hear me? Yeah, y'all can. What is the ring? Does anybody know? Okay, for real now. Mic check.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you. Oh, hold on. I'm being summoned from 30 minutes ago. Whoops. Well, guess the conversation's over. Oh, right. So yeah, I'm I'm always pointing this out. Look at how everything looks gridded up. Like when you watch the paramotor video, like I always ask, how come when you're high up in the plane, it looks like, the ground is a quilt in a sense. Like it's weird how that like that it's all orientated like that. Is that just me? Where did everybody go? What the fuck, man?
What's up,
I get it. What's up? What's
Elijah?
up?
Are you talking about the paramotor?
Yeah.
I didn't see it yet. I'm gonna
Look at
watch.
the shadows that the clouds create. Like it's so insane. I need to do this one day. I must do this. And no wonder he's cold. That ain't how you prepare for wind chill. No wonder people, man, please. I'd never hold my my phone at whatever altitude that is. Like I'd have like a keychain or something with my phone. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think it has something hold in it.
That's another thing I wondered. Like if you roll through clouds, do you actually get wet? There's something very weird about clouds and rain, man.
I think it's like fog.
Right, but fog is yeah. As soon as I start thinking about this stuff, this is when I start thinking about uh how we live in an electrically powered place.
Magnetic everywhere. Magnetism.
Look at this view, dude. And it's all perfectly gridded up like a quilt. Like a flat earth.
Yeah, being that close to those clouds is just amazing.
What circle is he talking about?
Maybe it's talking about doing a circle. I
Ooh,
can
you
see
can
that.
definitely tell that he's going higher.
Yeah.
13,000 above the cloud layer. That is, and it's all just laying like a, it's so flat. That's nuts. That is nuts.
I was thinking if someone could film shot with a cell phone with a linear camera, to see the horizon flat, and rise up from the ground, watching the horizon. It will be cool to do that in this parameter.
I just saw that that dude went up to 17,000 feet in the high-powered fan. Pretty crazy. Is gospel still here?
Good evening, one and all.
Hello, GA.
How are you, Miguel?
I was watching this high altitude balloon. I'm gonna post.
Nice. Anything useful going on here this evening, or has it just been a quiet night?
Well, we're talking about other stuff.
Yeah, yesterday during the day there was a physicist on. Sounded like that was a nice conversation. I had to bail at some point, but that did sound like a nice, polite time. I was in.
Wait, and I don't hear you. GA. No sound.
The permissions, what you got to do, but yeah, let's see. Hold.
You're roboting. GA.
Yeah, hold on here a second.
Now I can hear you well.
Weird. Hang on a second. I got to figure this out. It's not letting me mute. I got Bubby screaming in the background here. Hold on a second.
Okay.
I think he's getting tired. He was squalling to come outside into the van, which is the boys love the van, and so I brought him out here, and now he's squalling when I put him in the van.
How old is he?
2.5.
Oh, nice age to be a flat earther.
Oh, for sure. Now, what I was trying to say there when the signal ran out was we I was over in the Flat Earth Reality server a bit, which was but they're mostly talking about setting up the permissions. They're trying to have a globy area where they can kind of communicate without flat Earth people getting in the mix, and then have a flat Earth area where the flat Earth or the globe people can't join in. So, but they can see. So they were talking about all the perms of that, which is important, I guess, but didn't make for a very lively conversation.
Yeah, if the server is flat earth reality, I don't know how can that work.
Yeah, I don't know if that's something new they're trying, but if it'll work, we all got to try different things. I suspect that we all can't do the same thing, or it'd be kind of boring, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah, he must be getting tired. He doesn't want the door open, and then I'm sorry, he doesn't want the door open, but then once you close it, he doesn't want it closed either.
He's in the dilemma.
Yeah.
Dilemma.
Yeah. Yeah, so he's got the key, so I'm letting him play with the key a little bit, see if he can figure it out. But yeah, are you familiar with that server?
I sometimes go there.
Yeah, I've gone there a few times too. It's
Is Joshua the who had the idea?
yeah. Yeah, I don't have yeah, I don't know all the context behind it, what exactly they're trying to accomplish there versus what they're not. So but it does kind of make interesting sense that if they want to have a couple uh have some areas where you can't interrupt each other. It'd be interesting. I don't think that's going to actually work out, but time will tell. Give me about 5 or so minutes. I'm going to bring this young man inside and see if he's hungry or what, and I'll be back.
Okay, take your time. Asa, are you there? Have you found the laser equipment to your experience experiment you will gonna do?
Are you still here, Miguel?
I am. How
Yeah. So, have you seen JMKFE on here again?
that guy that we did the interview, the voice check.
Yeah. Yeah, a few days ago.
I see him posting sometimes things.
Yeah, we've been kind of playing off of each other as far as responding to the Globe Trolls on Fascist Book for a few months now, and he comes up with some good memes.
Yeah, he seems to be a long flat earth. You know, for like 4 years ago.
Say that last part again, my friend. I'm sorry.
He seems to be a flat earth like 4 years ago. Nice.
Yeah, very cool. Yeah, so on the Fascist Book, about 2 months ago now, somewhere in there, I started a new way of dealing with globe trolls, very early adopters, and has actually done it really, really, really well. And so it's been it's been a lot of fun. He likes to come up with memes, so it's so I know he likes. I think he likes hanging around the lobby the most.
Yeah, I think he's a cool guy. You know what is interesting? MC Tuna offers $10,000 to others to do experiments, but or measurements, but he doesn't spend that money to do his own experiments and measurements. You know.
Open the scene, humankind panics from a dead planet. Try to understand it. They say thunderbirds fly to preserve our skies. If geoengineers lie, they deserve to die. They deserve to die. The energy breathe, indigo breeze. Throw a flare and light it. Spread the ashes all around you. You holding the key, know what you believe. Don't inhale all the cold air. Let it drift around your body.
How could life not be real? Running over the rolling hills, rolling around in lush green fields. It's just a reminder that every day the sun rises and there ain't no Mama Kaba. Look into her blue iris, there she is, Delilah, seductive yet so silent, with whispers of inspiration from the valley of the faceless, a gift for all human races. Surface to air, air to ground, across firmament, wherever my love is allowed. Stand up to command, hate to stand down. Not much left in the sandblast now. I'm just a man, learning not to trust the lies that I'm just beginning to understand. I feel betrayed and I don't know what to say. It all changed when the sky turned gray.
The energy breathe, indigo breeze. Throw a flare and light it. Spread the ashes all around you. You holding the key, know what you believe. Don't inhale all the cold air. Let it drift around your body.
Orders brackish from unpaid Mad Max taxes. Jet planes make multiple passes. Suffering from thunderstorm asthma, chest grabbing. This is madness, follow the white rabbit. Down the hole, can barely hear the sound of my soul. It's so cold, whether the sun goes. Stand atop Mount Fuji, cannabis. Can you see me through the crazy chemtrail graffiti?
Some argue the earth is flat. It's a scientific fact. The fake news debates to distract me while we hold our throats, cough and choke. Chemical smoke, we still think chemtrails is a hoax. The human race reduced to cockroaches. They run from Lord Vader as he approaches. They poison our air, land, and oceans with submicronal global aerosols. I told you. The energy breathe, indigo breathe. Throw a flare and light it. Spread the ashes all around you. You're holding the key, know what you believe. Don't inhale all the cold air. Let it drift around your body. Rise up high and fly. Let it drift around your body. Rise up high and fly. Let all cries go off around me. Rise up high and fly. Let it drift around your body. Rise up high and fly. Let all cries go off around me. Let it drift around your body. They took my blue skies away. It's like the whole planet died that day. Humans become breathing semiconductors, weapons of mass respiratory destruction. Sky captain snuffing out the masses through stereolithographics. The atmospheric enabler, barometric vapors cut through your lung tissue like razors. Sharp lightsabers cut through wafers of a deeply satanic nature. It's the will of Lord Vader. Deactivated T-cell receptors, deprivation of clean oxygen is a weapon. Question: how can you live if you can't breathe? And where will you go if they ever succeed? Technology nano, crops can't grow from extreme drought to sandstorms and bad snow. Surface acoustic spray, chemical aggregate saturates every God-given breath we take. I didn't before, but now I can see the evil they put in the air we breathe. The energy breathe, indigo breathe. Throw a flare and light it. Spread the ashes all around you. You're holding the key, know what you believe. Don't inhale all the cold air. Let it drift around your body. Rise up high and fly. Let it drift around your body. Rise up high and fly. Let all cries go off around me. Rise up high and fly.
Bertha. She said she was a flat earther on her way to the conference. I said, you know that's nonsense. She said, the shit's not nonsense. You don't even know. Have you heard my silence? I said, what about science? And she said, science don't give me no love. I got talking to Linda. She was out on a bender, flicking through Tinder. I said, how's that working for you? She said, it's not working. It's regret and embarrassment lurking. But it's late and I'm lonely and hurting. And where else can I get me some love? Holding on for dear life. Always a bridesmaid, but never the bride. A billion tiny islands in the ocean. All these characters I dream, variations on a theme. Variations on a theme. Variations on a theme. I met a boy called Casper. He's a worldwide traveler, talking about ayahuasca as he stares into his pasta. He said I probably shouldn't fly so much, probably shouldn't get high so much, but I'm a lonely hedonist and my therapist says I need to find ways to love myself. How could I forget Brian? Open the floodgates without even trying. I missed my stop on that train cause I got a lot of time for a grown man crying. Well, he said she loves me and I love him and he loves she. Still spinning the bottle on the topmost shelf and looking for love like everyone else. Holding on for dear life. Always a bridesmaid but never the bride. A billion tiny islands in the ocean. All these characters I dream, variations on a theme. Variations on a theme. Variations on a theme. Holding on for dear life. 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 Like everyone 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 holding on for dear life. For dear life. For dear like everyone else. Like everyone.
Big scary gravity, big scary institutions with all the fucking brown beating and the refuse to authority. Bollocks, this is what I'm talking about. Take control of yourself. Commit. Stand up for yourself. Commit. Stand up for yourself. Our no-nonsense approach. Commit. Stand up for yourself. Commit. stand up for yourself. Have a no-nonsense approach. Well, I've got a fucking big BMX that can fly. Show me a big BMX that can fly. Carly, you're a fucking bullshit lying piece of shit, fuck off. Oh, I've got a Ferrari that goes 340 miles an hour. And I've got a summer house in Spain. Show me. Carly, fuck off. You're a liar. Oh, I've got this potato rock with gas and water stuck through it that's inside a vacuum and it all just stays here because of magic stuff. Show me it. Carly. Fuck off. You're a liar. Show me it. Carly. Fuck off. Like you did when you were a child. Commit. Stand up for yourself. Commit. Stand up for yourself. Have a no-nonsense approach. Commit. Stand up for yourself. Commit. Stand up for yourself. Have a no-nonsense approach. And here's a picture of fucking a duck's nose. Black clothes and stuff, black clothes and stuff. And here's a picture of fucking a duck's nose. Black clothes and stuff, black clothes and stuff. Show me it. Canny. Fuck off. Show me it. Canny. Fuck off. Let's all conform. Let's all conform and behave like good little children. Do not escape from your box. Conform to the social norm. Conform like a politician. Conform to the social norm. Conform like a politician. Yes. Sake, Brenda, we're just on 2 seconds. Now fuck off. We don't want you or your other gold disciples to go and take a running fuck to yourself, okay? Take it and ram it right up your boot.
Got a new video from Flatsoid. Play that one. Just watched about half of it. Let's go ahead and play it. Seems pretty good so far.
Hi and welcome to another fun installment of Is Effie a Cult? Well, as promised, we're going to do more of these videos, trying to see if Effie is really a cult or the globe. Well, here I have a cool quiz that I came across on the internet. I thought it'd be fun if we go through it together and actually see, well, is Effie really a cult? So let's get started. Number 1. Have you noticed that the group's ideas have filtered into all areas of your life? Work, social, personal life. That's a yes and a no, but I'll put yes because obviously you think of things differently now that you know the truth. So I'm not gonna say it drastically changed how I view things, but I'll put it as a yes. Okay, next one. Have your friends or family commented that you have changed? No, because I'm still exactly the same person. Flatter doesn't change a person, you just view the world differently. So I would definitely put a no there. Okay, have you noticed that you spend less and less time with your family and other friends and more time with a group? Again, if he's not really a group, we're just people that's been woken up to the truth, and we've come to realize that we have been lied to on a major scale. And that would definitely be a no, because I still spend all the time I can with my friends and family, especially my family, because just like that, you know, children are grown up and they're out of the house and you're not going to see them anymore, and To me, family and friends is way more important than anything else in this life. So definitely not us gonna spend as much time with my family and friends as possible. So that would stay as a no. Next, do you find it boring or awkward spending time with people outside the group because they seem boring or they don't understand the language of the group? Again, we're not a group that just hangs out and stuff, so definitely not. And I'm more than happy to discuss anything with anybody. If they're keen to talk about Flat Earth and they bring it up, I'll talk about it, but I'm not going to push it on them. And I definitely won't feel awkward about it, because what's to feel awkward about? It's just the nature of our reality. Okay, so that's a no. Number 5. Do you believe that outsiders are not on the same level as you and the group members? Again, not a group, but okay. I would say no to when it comes to the anti-flat earthers, and yes to normal people, because the anti-flat earthers are either very dishonest and we have to keep teaching them about their own religion, or they're just very dumb and slow. So yeah. Anyway, number 6. Do you consider that the group's ideas and beliefs are the way forward to sorting out the problems of the world? That's a no, because what has the shape of the world got to do with sorting out problems of the world? So yeah, that's a no. Have you thought that if only everyone knew this stuff, the world would be a different place? No, doesn't really matter what everybody knows. Flat or round, triangular or donut shape, whatever you want to believe, it's not going to change the world. It's just going to change the way you view the world, and that's not going to, it's going to make it better or not. I wouldn't say so. Has someone close to you told you that they think you're in a cult? No, because I'm not in a cult and it hasn't changed me. So that's a definite no. 9. When you ask yourself, am I in a cult? Do you think straight away, of course not, I would never join a cult? I think this goes hand in hand with number 8. No, I'm not in a cult, so I wouldn't even ask myself that, because I definitely know the difference if you would be in a cult or not. And, well, no, I'm not going to say yes to something that's different. No. Okay, if someone criticizes the group or the principles, do you have to explain why they are wrong? No. Definitely not, because again, it's not a group or anything, and we are all for critical thought. That's why we usually criticize each other, but like I said, we all have our own opinions and our own thoughts on how everything works, or yada yada and that. So number 10 is definitely a no. Number 11, do you find yourself recommending the group's activities or principles for the many different types of problems? Yes, obviously, because the way you think, it can really help to do something, but I'm not going to say I push it on people. I'm just going to say, maybe this, if you look at it this way, it can help in this sort of way, but it's very seldom that you're going to use it, really. So number 11, I would just go for a yes then. Okay, on to number 12. Do you sometimes feel like you know more than outsiders about life, about people, about the world? I'm definitely going to say no there. The only time I would put a yes there is when I get these internet troll globe anti-flat earthers come on, because we usually have to teach them their own rhetoric. We have to teach them their own religion. So when it comes to that, I'd say yes, but normal people, no. I will admit when I'm wrong. It's as easy as that. But I know I won't debate something that I don't know. And if I do debate you on something, it's usually something I have knowledge in. So I'd put it as a no. Number 13. Have you said that you are pushy obsessive about the group? Definitely no, because I have never ever pushed Flat Earth on anyone. I have a Flat Earth channel, and I just give the truth. People come to me. I don't go say, hey, you must come on, yeah, da da da, and push it on them. So that's also a no. Okay, and last but not least, number 14. Is there a strong urgency to explain the benefits of the group and its activities to those who are critical? No. I don't see the reason why you need to be urgent to push it. You do get those people that feel they need to be street activists and so on, but to me, it's more, if you come to me and talk about it, I'll talk to you, but I'm not really going to go out and push it on you. Okay, do you ever feel bad or guilty for not behaving as a group should say so? No, because like I said before, we all are critical thinkers. We're happy with critical thinking. what would you be without critical thinking? So no, why would you feel bad behaved because everybody thinks differently? So I took the quiz and we're gonna check what the test results are. So before it rolls over, do you think if he's a cult, am I in a cult? Let's see the test results. Come on, let's go. It's loaded. Am I in a cult? Test results. You're done. Nothing can be done. You have 2 points out of 15 questions. You are 87% pure. Guess what? That just proves, thanks to this quiz, I'm not in a cult if he is not a cult. Well, we'll be making more videos on this soon. Enjoy your rest of your day or evening or morning or whatever's going on. Thank you for watching. Don't forget to subscribe. God bless. Cheers.
That's pretty good, Flatsoid. Shout out, brother. I like it. And one of the good points he made was like, "Hey, you came to us. You know, if you think we just like want to have an echo room or whatever, echo chamber, you guys come to us. You know, this isn't a cult where we're preaching the gospel of flat Earth. We try to keep it on science and physical observations. So it's not. It hasn't. If you look up the definition of cult, what we do here has nothing to do with a cult. Good stuff, Flatsoid. Yeah, Rookie, you're not wrong about that. I cry more than I did when I was a boy. Sometimes, you know, looking at the world, it's a crazy place.
What's up?
Is that you, Rookie? Who was?
Morning.
Yeah, what's up, man? How you doing?
How you doing? Pretty good. How are you? Just came back in to see what's going on. I've been watching YouTube videos like a dummy.
You watching proper YouTube? I've been watching Hollywood shit. I just started watching the new Jackass movie. It's freaking hilarious.
Yeah, I heard about that. I haven't watched that yet, but
oh my god, you guys are so crazy.
Are they? My daughter was saying it wasn't as great as she expected, but that doesn't mean it's not good.
Yeah, I mean, I'm only 13.
Yeah,
minutes
I'll
in.
see it anyway. I'll see it.
I'm already 13 minutes in, and it's pretty funny. The opening scene is pretty nuts, man. Literally, it's nuts. But I'm not gonna. That's the only spoiler I'm gonna give.
Oh, I know it's gonna be nuts. It better be. It's been a while since they put anything out, so yeah.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah, I've always loved the Jackass stuff. It's just like,
Besides that, what are you up to?
How could you put yourself through that? It's just. Yeah, Steve-O's in there. Captain Dave.
Everybody does stuff like that. Everybody's crazy.
All the originals are in there. So yeah.
When you really want attention, that's a good way to get it, though, right? Doing stupid stuff like that. If you want to get attention.
Sure. Well, it's like, but
it's cheap attention. You don't really have to do much, and it's usually over pretty quick, unless you get injured really bad.
Do you watch Fail Army? They have a really good.
On occasion, I check it out
Facebook and YouTube page. Oh my God, Fail Army, man! But those guys aren't working for Fail Army. They're kind of like Ridiculousness. They just submit video, or somebody finds it. Because Ridiculousness claims they're not actually accepting submissions of videos. They just happen to find them. That could be true, but because they're kind of like
ensuing a riot or something.
But yeah, I love Fail Army, man. It's just like, oh my God, these people are freaking nuts. thought I was nuts. And I kind of am, but wow, I would never do some of that shit. I would never attempt some of that stuff that people put out on the internet. That's all right, man. Hey, it's for our enjoyment. But anyway, Rookie, have you seen a new video or something we could play on here that's not too long, but not necessarily too short? Under like 15 minutes or whatever. Because I noticed nobody was talking, so that's why I played that video. I was looking for something to play, and I noticed that Flatsoy put that new video out.
I'm sorry, I heard part of that. Yeah, no, I don't have anything that I can think of right off the bat. No.
Cool.
Nothing. Everything
to be
I was
honest,
watching today is
I'm
stuff
not
that I don't
necessarily.
know would be appropriate.
Yeah, I'm
like not that it was anything weird or nothing. It's just like stuff.
No, I
probably
get you.
wouldn't
I
find
get you. I'm just not in the mood to talk necessarily. I just want to put that in there.
Gotcha.
And, if other people want to open their microphone and talk, you have this opportunity now. We have a Frambury from Frambury.
Frambury.
I have kind of a little flat earth story to tell you guys.
All right, go ahead, Captain.
Yeah, I was on this other what do you call it, server? Yeah.
Another Discord server?
Yeah. There's mainly a bunch of Globe people over there. And I started asking a couple questions about the ISS. I said, let's see, the first question was about let's see. I'm sorry, I've lost my track of thought for a second here. Okay. Like one issue was, okay, this thing is going 17,500 miles an hour. I said, how exactly are you going to open the hatch and crawl out there and start having spacewalks and doing anything on the surface of something moving that fast? Okay, is that a pretty reasonable question?
Well, yeah, that's absolutely reasonable.
Especially in the suits with the size of the gloves on their fingers. I mean, you pretty much can't do anything. Did they prepare for that? Where you can barely use your fingers to work on the outside of the ISS. And why would you even design the ISS that way?
Well, yes, the gloves are an issue on the
where they put all the wiring on the inside and all the important stuff on the outside.
And all the wires they put on the inside are just hanging down everywhere and shit, and then they're floating around everywhere. Go ahead, Captain. I don't mean to.
Anyway, so their answer to this was, well, because you are on the vehicle and you're also moving 17,500 miles an hour, you wouldn't be able to notice any movement.
Because when you're an astronaut in a spacesuit outside the ISS, then you're moving with the ISS when you leave the airlock, right?
17,000 miles an hour is like 10 times faster than a bullet.
No, but hold on a bit. But there's no air. There's no air. Here's what they say: there's no air resistance, right? Because you're in space, and there's no air resistance.
Problem. You're just on this thing going 17,000 miles an hour. You can't even imagine that. But you don't notice any wind or, you're not blown off of there in 2 seconds. I mean, sure.
But at the same time, they say the air the atmosphere actually extends beyond the moon. They have their. I know.
This is why they say NASA, never a straight answer. That's why, because they're just trying to defend bullshit.
It's their biggest guess. It's their best guess.
Check this one out.
Might not happen if this, but they already did it. So they built the space station, but they didn't tell us how they built it. So how the fuck are we supposed to take anything they say seriously?
I swear to God, you could zero in for me on the ISS and just talk about issues with that thing all day because none of it checks out.
Yeah, I know. I know.
How about this? I go, okay, how high do they say the ISS is flying at? They go, well, about 250 miles up. So I went to Wikipedia and said, um,
They do
how
400.
high, which, anyway, it turns out that that high up, you're in the thermosphere. And I said, how hot is it in the thermosphere? And they said, it's basically like 3,600 degrees. And then I go, what temperature does steel melt at? And it goes 1,800 degrees. So I asked these guys, I go, hey, I told them that stuff. And I said, 3,600 degrees. And they got an air conditioning system that keeps the high 75 in there. How does that work? And they said, well, it's not, you're talking about the temperature, not the heat or something like this. They said, since they're in the vacuum of space, there's less particles to bump together to get that hot. You see what I'm saying? These answers are, and then I'm saying, how hot is it? You're inside that thing, but outside it's 3,000 degrees. They say, no, it's cooler than that. Then I'm like, okay, how much cooler? And then they're just like, shut up, you're an idiot. Da, 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 So I said, well, Wikipedia says it's that hot. And when I ask you, you go, no, it's not that hot. I don't know. Obviously, 3,600 degrees would just melt anything in there, any metal. But they're just.
Oh, well, they'll say the temperature. I mean, the molecules of the air aren't close enough together to actually to represent the temperatures that they're saying. The thermosphere and all that.
Yeah.
Kind of stuff.
So I'm wondering. Okay, then tell me. You're just flying in the thermosphere. How hot is it outside? You're inside. You look out the window. How hot is it out there? They didn't have an answer for me. So. Even if it was half of what they say, what Wikipedia said, it would still be way too hot.
But actually, it's cold. It's cold. It's cold because the molecules are too far apart.
Oh, so it's freezing cold.
They'll give us a temperature of 1,200 degrees, but then they say, well, it doesn't feel like 1,200 degrees, but because the molecules are too far apart. Yeah.
Oh Lord.
I know. Yeah. See, I've heard them say this nonsense before. So yeah.
Whatever you come up, just solid, like totally bust this thing. They come up with God knows what. No matter how nonsensical.
Well, it's just like when they claim they had astronauts on the moon. There's no atmosphere. They claim the atmosphere of Earth, with the thermosphere, mesosphere, all the way down to the ground. But there's nothing like that on the moon. Did they design the suits to resist this non-atmosphere on the moon?
Those suits weren't any big deal.
They would be roasting. They would be
roasting. You imagine how hot it would be in that lamb tweaker hut thing they had.
They're really.
It would be like an
really
oven.
Cold on the. They claim it's really cold on the moon because there's no atmosphere to gather the heat. They have a cool story, but it just doesn't make any sense, and they have no scientific evidence for it.
Yeah, I read that it would be like around 250 degrees in the sunny part of the moon and like 200, 300 degrees below zero in the shade, in the dark side. So that's quite a range. That's
sure. Yeah, of course. But they've never shown us the dark side of the moon, and nobody has ever been there or seen it.
Of course. But they have answers. They know what happened 14.7 billion years ago.
Yep.
Aren't there tons of parts on the space suit that are metal couplings one to the
Yeah.
other that need like exact, very tight seals? So last I checked, metal expands and contracts when it goes through the thermo changes.
Different
rapidly.
with temperatures. Yeah, it can definitely affect, especially extreme temperatures like between a few hundred degrees Fahrenheit. Yes, it could definitely affect connections and stuff. Yeah.
And am I also not mistaken in that when metals go through drastic temperature changes, they're subject to cracking and breaking and fracturing?
Yeah, especially extreme temperatures, whether lower temperatures or high temperatures. Yeah, they could be low at high temperatures they melt. If low temperatures they can crack if they're not designed for a specific purpose.
You can cut a glass bottle in half if you take a piece of string and you soak it in ether, alcohol, or gasoline or something, and wrap it around a glass bottle, light it on fire so it heats just below where that string is, really high temperature, and then you quench it in water real quick. It just fractures clean off.
Yeah, I've seen some videos on that.
Yeah, you were talking about the gloves and how clumsy those gloves are and everything. When the Apollo 11 crew was there, they had these cameras that were attached to their chest, and these big bulky gloves where you can't even hardly feel even where to click it at. You couldn't do any adjustment, but the pictures they got were like perfectly framed, like done in a studio. There's like no bad ones where people's head are cut off or nothing. You know what I mean? It's just
Right, you wouldn't be able to focus it. And even if you were able to see whether it was in or out of focus, the fidelity of the gloves and the knobs on the Hasselblad camera, they wouldn't be able to articulate their fingers accurately enough to get it dialed in.
No.
I mean, there's no evidence, as far as the Hasselblad, they were chest cameras, right? That they wore. This is what they say, right?
Yeah.
They weren't. They didn't like take the physical camera out there and start taking images. So, how they took the pictures, somebody might know. I'm not sure.
The cameras were like attached to their middle of their chest.
Yeah, it's kind of like like cops, take their body cam videos and shit, right?
Yeah. Also, the Hasselblad people said, I don't think our cameras would, survive that kind of heat and that kind of cold and going through a
Well, it's not necessarily the camera. I think they said the film. The film was the most. That was the bigger thing. That the film wouldn't survive. The cameras, the physical structure of it, but yeah, the film. Man, you could. How could you anticipate what you're going to find on the moon and build a camera that would survive that and get it right? I mean, come on.
Traditional film at negative 200 degrees or whatever, wouldn't that really slow down the exposure rate of that film? It's a chemical process. So that would severely retard the chemical reaction that gets that image formed. They'd have to stand there for 20 minutes holding perfectly still just for the film to react at a low temperature like that. And the film would probably light on fire if it was 240 degrees Fahrenheit. That film is very flammable.
Just imagine how hot it is when it's 100 degrees out. Now just double that, and then half it again. Oh my God, you just melt like a cookie in an oven or something. I mean, the soles of your space boots would just turn to mush.
Dude, without the atmosphere protecting you, if you were standing on the moon, if you didn't know what it was going to be like when you stood on the moon, and the description of their idea about the atmosphere protecting us from the heat of the radiation and the heat of the sun, and you didn't have that protection, by the atmosphere, which that's totally ridiculous too.
I mean,
but if you were standing on the sun, yes, that would be roasted little freaking. Oh shit! And then you'd hear just like, oh, the closer you get to the moon,
everything
you
would
just be
start
like,
liquefying.
yeah, it's like, no, I don't think you could possibly do that.
I mean, the idea, and then plus, okay, once they're ready to go back home, right? So they got that little tweaker hut piece of garbage, and they climb in there, and now
I got a
they
meme
just
for that one.
so
I mean, we're talking about rocket scientists here. They're pretty smart people.
yeah. I mean, you should see this thing up close. I mean, you wouldn't even believe your.
Now we have pretender clowns and we have pretender scientists that just do calculations on a chalkboard like Einstein did, right, Jimsy?
Hey, what were they thinking? The way they made that thing be a total piece of garbage. I mean, the panels are warped all over, and just weird stuff stuck on randomly, and it looks like crepe paper and foil. Why did they make it at least look really cool in space age? You know.
Well, I mean, what do they have to work with? I mean, if you know, this only came up less than 100, or about 100 years ago, a little less than 100 years ago. I mean, there's not much to work with as far as human history for them if they really are so bombastic and so literal about their ideas about space and globe Earth and solar systems and shit.
I mean, we
This
spent
is
billions of dollars.
it's a very new idea as far as human history goes.
Yeah, I'm just talking about the quality of the prop they made. Why not make it look a little more for real? I mean, I don't get it.
Because people are so gullible that they just believe it anyway. They don't have to make it look real.
Okay, the other part is, think about this. They're getting ready to go home. They're going to climb in that thing, and then it's got to just launch into off the moon, have enough fuel to go somewhere. I don't know where the fuel tanks are, and then now they got to dock with this supposed command module that's the other astronaut's been in for the whole time, and it's going like 7,000 miles an hour, and that tweaker hut is supposed to dock with something going 7,000, like hit it right at the precise time to make it all line up, and then somehow fly all the way back to Earth and land.
But they never showed. All they showed you was the launch, and then the report from NASA that they actually connected with the orbiting orbiting spaceship that was going to go back to Earth after the lunar lander connected with it. And that's just a story. They don't have any images of that.
Yeah, that whole part got left out.
Yeah. So anyway, I mean, it's really dumb.
Really
it's like,
dumb.
but you believe it, you believe it because it was whether or not you you grew up in that era and you're just like, ooh, that news sounds cool, and we went to space and went to the moon and all that. Or you're in the 70s, 80s. And it's like, oh, yeah. Well, yeah, of course we landed on the moon and we got other shit to think about because they all have all these wars and shit and shit that you're not even really paying attention to. And they're giving you distractions in the news. One of them being the Columbia disaster. We're going to send a civilian to space.
Yeah.
They set me in front of a television screen, live footage, and I watched a fucking teacher die.
I know, the whole nation just watched this teachers all get blown to bits, supposedly.
All right, cool. So yeah, I mean, this is what they do to us, but they don't have a soul. These people don't have a real soul that actually gives a shit about the public or anybody. Not
You know,
the people that believe it, but the people that are doing this to us.
of course, this is you talk about a lie and how the devil is the father of lies. It's just a satanic organization at the top, at least.
I mean, they should be embarrassed, but they're not. But everyone should be embarrassed for believing their bullshit nonsense.
That's what I'm saying. And I feel like I'm talking to people who are trying to defend the tooth fairy, and these are like intelligent sounding kind of people. And you just can't even believe the stuff they're trying to defend.
Somebody out there, what was that, Miguel? Somebody out there cleaning the cupola. Miguel has the best fucking memes, bro. Somebody's fucking like window cleaning the fucking cupola, so you can see her. Holy shit!
That's normal.
Anyway,
So according to NASA, we can just fly through space and go right into the sun and not get burned because there's no atmosphere to transmit the heat. Did I say it right?
That would be a stretch, but sounds like something they'd say.
What do you mean? They said that they need air to transmit heat. So there's no air. So how can it be hot in space with no air?
Right, you just land on the damn sun. It's not a problem. You wouldn't burn up or anything.
Well, there's no air to transmit the heat. This is exactly what they said. Did I get it wrong?
But the heat managed to get here 93 million miles away, but right up at the sun, that's not a problem.
As long as you go to the sun during the nighttime, you'll be fine.
That's right. You go at
as
night.
As long as there's a vacuum, you cannot transmit heat. This is NASA science. Am I wrong?
So is it super cold in space?
I think naturally it's cold, like -1 whatever degrees. But the point is the heat. The heat can't. No, -100 whatever it is, 390 whatever. But the point is the heat can't transmit. Otherwise, like you said, we would be killed on the moon instantly.
Yeah.
From all that heat.
Oh my God! Yeah. They can't decide if there's stars, no stars. It's hot. It's cold.
I thought the atmosphere defends us from the heat. I didn't think it makes the heat hotter. I thought it protects us from the heat. That's what the atmosphere does.
It comes down to a very simple fact. Either you believe that the sun doesn't radiate or it does. Or if you look at two parts of their argument simultaneously, you're an idiot. This only applies to this, but not that.
Yeah.
And that doesn't apply to this. It applies to the other thing.
Yeah,
but
they
if you
flip it back.
Try to merge the two, you're retarded.
Oh, they're tricky with that crap. Like one part of their science works at this, but when you question that in this case, now that doesn't apply.
Right out of 1984. Double speak.
And this was when they said the moon didn't have any atmosphere around it. So how's the light side of the moon so hot, but the shadows on the moon are not? Well, don't
I
ask.
don't think so. If the light's shining on the moon, how can it be hot if there's no atmosphere to transmit the heat? Please explain, somebody.
Well, physical objects are more dense than atmosphere, and they would be a receptacle to all that radiation from the sun. So it doesn't matter if the lack of air around you is not or is hot. It's irrelevant. You're still receiving 100% of that solar radiation.
So if you're on the moon surface of the moon itself would become hot. The astronauts, the suits would become hot. And if you have a satellite floating around the Earth, direct sunlight, that would probably melt. Yes, did I say it right?
Why is the thermosphere so hot when there's less atmosphere?
That's a good question.
Satellite would melt on their way through it. Everything. All metals on Earth would be at least softened, if not liquefied, going through 3,800 degrees Celsius or whatever it is.
Yeah, they said there's like a 500 degree, like at nighttime or whatever, it'll drop 500 degrees from there, and then in the daytime it shoots back up. But it's all deadly. I mean, if it's even true, the thermosphere.
That's why they focus on the re-entry so much. They want you to think that that's the hot part, but it doesn't last very long, so it's okay.
If you think about it, like the whole NASA presentation to us, and they're talking to the astronauts from Houston, nobody ever mentions, "Hey, how hot is it on the damn moon?" Or, "Oh Jesus, it's so friggin' hot out here." No, nothing. It's just like perfectly fine. It's probably like nice 82 degrees.
How has the moon not been glassified from a solar flare from 100,000 years ago or some shit like that?
I'd like to know how all those pock marks got on there.
Gravity.
Gravity. Thank you.
I think it's less insane to think that maybe sometime in the past we've actually shot stuff at the moon and made those craters.
Yeah, probably man.
I made a new crater.
Tried to shoot the moon down, back in the pre-Adamic races.
Shoot the moon's been something in our vernacular for a long time, generations.
Shoot the moon. I mean, I've heard.
It's also logical to believe that the moon is just a projection, just a colorful, defined projection, just like Jupiter and Saturn and Venus. Not that you can touch them or fly to them.
I know, but like, who's projecting these things and why?
I have to ask God about that.
Yeah, I mean, God wouldn't project; He would just make a moon and a sun, and there it would be.
And is that how He made the globe?
The globe. Yeah, He pretty much spoke it into existence. Really, the story kind of says that, that the earth existed and it was void and desolate. And then he decided to rehab the place and get it up and going again. So who knows what happened on it before, possibly.
In the beginning, there was the word. It was spoken into existence.
Yeah, that's what I said. Let there be light, and there was light. Light just goes, okay, I better turn on. God said to be. And on the second day, God created the plants bearing seed, and the herbs bearing seed, and the fruits bearing their seeds. And He said it was good.
You can play semantic games and say, oh, words are vibrations and energies. And that's counter to the point. Went from nothing to something because of something.
Yeah.
Not because of nothing.
That's why I feel that it's obvious to me that there had to be a creator. I mean, to just think that we have all what we have, all these living things, all this beauty, all this ecosystem, all of it just somehow random accident. It just doesn't make any sense to me at all.
It's not one accident. It's infinity accidents simultaneously at the exact right time to build something out of accidents. It's not just one accident.
Well, the original accident is just nothing. There was nothing. And then at some point, nothing just condensed down so tiny and it exploded. And then here comes everything.
In ideal circumstances, like ideal to a T, to form a functional protein out of a primordial soup, it's something like 10 to the 64th power. And that's not a number your brain is able to comprehend unless you put it into relative terms.
Yeah, the chances of that happening by somehow randomly are like 1 to 80 million trillion or something. I mean, it's just ridiculous.
And that's just for one functional folded correctly protein. And if you're going to have a single cell organism, you're going to need that to happen 113 times on average at the exact same place at the exact same time. It's like winning 100 years worth of Powerball lotteries in 4 seconds.
Mm-hmm. But that's real science, though. I mean, you're dumb if you don't believe that stuff.
Hang on.
No, that's the thing. That's their faith because their interpretation. We all look at the same data that you just said, that is science, is like knowledge, but they're saying that could happen over a long enough period of time. If you got magic time, it could happen.
Hang on, Hank. If you had all the mass and all the density in one place and it exploded or expanded from there, if you had gravity, how did it expand in the first place? Wouldn't it be like a black hole situation with all the density in one place?
Yeah, the deep gravity well prior Big Bang theory.
It's actually a reverse black hole. It's a white hole. It shoots it out.
Yeah, it's a white hole. You haven't heard?
Their counter argument to that is, well, there was nothing before the Big Bang. So at the very beginning, there was gravity well, no gravity well. And that's the argument. Sorry, he did ask. Sorry.
How do you have nothing? That's kind of a mind boggler. Just what is nothing exactly? Thin air is nothing, but it's something. It's thin air.
Well, the Big Bang is.
If you really want to know the answer to that question,
yeah,
sorry, go ahead.
It's a philosophy, but go ahead.
The Big Bang is the largest explosion in the history of the universe, yet it came from nothing. So that makes me wonder why they let me on an airplane when I have nothing in my pockets. Shouldn't I be like the biggest threat in the world? Because I've got nothing. Ooh,
he's trying to bring nothing up here. It's have a mini Big Bang on the plane.
Yeah, I'll Big Bang the shit out of this plane. You think Mile High Club is a big deal?
Oh, man, I tell you. What a clown world. But I think mankind has got to demolish these lies and get truth back in the driver's seat. But I don't know if we're going to make it, I don't think so. I mean, these who rule over us are just going to insist on us, just living in a tsunami of lies forever,
They still make us take our shoes off when we fly because one guy put a fuse in his shoe and couldn't even blow anything up.
I know.
And without getting into certain demographics, the type of people that were quote unquote responsible for that are the same people who are taking your shoes and checking them now. So it's like, well, why are you checking my shoes? Shouldn't we be checking yours?
That guy could have been, working with the feds or whatever, just some nut job they got to do a little project for him. And that's how they do it. They recruit some, Islamic dudes, what they want to do is blow up the World Trade Center in 1993. And, anyway, my point is the feds will create a situation and they'll get somebody to be their patsy. And he don't know he's the patsy until the whole operation goes off. And then he realized, oh shit, they're going to blame this on me.
It's like, have you all heard about the Gretchen Whitmer kidnapping plot, Michigan governor?
I heard something about that a year or two ago, wasn't it?
Yeah. Well, it's finally gotten to court and it's been completely dismissed because it was a honeypot. It was a construct of the FBI. And the majority of the people involved were actually FBI people.
Yeah.
And they planned it. They coordinated it. They just got a couple of dumbasses to be like, yeah, okay, whatever. And be like, we caught him.
That's how it works. They'll infiltrate a group and then they'll be like, hey, let's get serious and bomb something.
Yeah, they created it.
And
they created the problem with the reaction, and now they got a solution. Watch what legislation comes next.
Yeah, we're deep in that kind of operation, and that's why there's no, sanity in the news. There's no truth. There's no justice. just one false flag after the next, creating
No,
a
it doesn't
narrative.
matter that it's completely debunked, right? Think about what I'm saying. It doesn't matter that it was foiled, debunked, or proven to be a plot by the FBI to recruit crazy people into jail cells, right? Watch what law they pass. I'm sorry for
Yeah, you're right. You're right. Yeah, by the time it all comes out that something was fake, the general public's way up onto the next story, 3 stories down. So the damage has been done. You know what I mean? In their mind, the mind control that they needed out of that operation got done. And later, people on the internet are like, "Hey, this was fake. Look how fake it is." So what? Too late. As a matter of fact, you might just be a criminal for doubting the narrative and putting out disinformation. You see?
Reminds me of Hunter Biden's laptop.
Yeah.
For
Look
2
how
years, that Russian disinformation, I've had tons of CIA directors and intelligence personnel say that that's all just total bullshit. And then now that it's not necessary for it to be hidden anymore, it leaks its way out. And what's the point now? The damage is done.
Yeah. That guy's
30%
not getting in any trouble, is he? You see him getting in any trouble?
Nope. And Hillary Clinton was just fined $10,000 and $130,000 for rigging the whole Russian collusion narrative by the FEC.
That's
And
nothing to
that's
her.
going to stop. That's going to make them not do that again.
Oh my! They probably just laughed on the way out the courtroom.
But it's done now. They've already been punished, so that story's dead.
Yeah, that's her punishment. A little bit of money.
Did you guys hear the reason why Hunter Biden's laptop was ever an issue to begin with? You know what the situation was?
Apparently, he even had porn to where people were getting hurt, kids were getting hurt, maybe even a snuff film. I don't know. It's just some pretty bad
Yeah,
stuff.
pictures of a 14-year-old girl naked.
So Chinese
in
girls?
the family member.
Yeah, like even Joe Biden is banging the granddaughter and
14-year-old
everything.
girl. Yeah.
I mean, this is
Yeah.
a sick. That guy's a real pedophile, man.
And we haven't even mentioned the fact that he's a crackhead.
Well,
and that's why the laptop was turned in to the authorities in the first place when he went to get it fixed. Somebody reported him.
It was turned in because the guy who he left it with, he never came to pick it back up. But the guy who was in possession of it at the time after that was like, "There's some fucked up stuff on here, and I don't want to be holding this when somebody comes and gets me and says I'm the one who's guilty of child porn." So he turned it into the FBI, and now the FBI has ruined his life. They've weaponized the IRS against him. He's out of business.
My God.
He's destroyed.
God, that's a shameful government we have. It's so horrible. Yeah, they'd make an example of him like, "Hey, you don't snitch on the president's son, dude. You don't come tell us this."
And when they back off from their stance years later, they don't go back and apologize to the people whose lives they ruined. So if you posted some medical information that was 100% legit a year and a half ago, you could have been banned, fired, canceled, everything, the works. And then 6 months later, they admit that you were right. They don't undo the damage that they did to you. They don't even acknowledge that they were wrong to do that to you in the first place.
Yeah, at the time they did that to you, it was all supposedly legit,
It was a lie at the time, but now we found out it was the truth. But still, at the time, you weren't saying what we said to say, so you're still punished.
Yeah, you're punished for not accepting our narrative and trying to get others not to accept our narrative. That's a real crime.
It's called a thought crime.
I never thought America could get this far away from just all our cherished, foundational core principles. Like, we have some freedom, we have freedom of speech, we can criticize the government, we can tell the truth, we can talk to whoever we want.
We gave it away an inch at a time. It's a appeasement strategy, like Neville Chamberlain with Adolf Hitler. It's like, well, if we don't get too mad right now, then they'll only go this far, and then
Just
the
let
next
them
day
have
they'll
one country. Just let them have Czechoslovakia. Shit, just give them
yeah.
that
Oh,
one.
hang on.
So what if
Just let them have Ukraine. Just let them have Ukraine. It's not the same thing we're doing now.
Just let him have it, or I swear he'll come and bomb our ass. And he did. Bomb the shit out of England.
with our own NASA technicians responsible for it?
All backed by, the Bush family and the Harriman banking, and Henry Ford, like these American Eastern banks are funding Hitler.
Well,
too.
Werner von Braun and NASA and everything, he was responsible for the V1 and V2 rockets that decimated Great Britain. But
Yeah,
we're
so
like,
we
hey,
gave
can
him
you come work for us?
Yeah, he's like, hey, we like your style, we got a job for you. You want to head up this thing called NASA? Go to outer space? Like, sure, I guess. I just know how to shoot rockets, maybe from Germany to England, but to the moon or whatever.
Are you going to keep me out of the Nuremberg trials so I don't lose my head?
Absolutely.
Right, I'll work for you.
Hell yeah. Yeah, when Kennedy was like, we got to go to the moon and do the other hard things, not because they're easy, but because they are hard. They proposed that, hey, Werner von Braun, we want to go to the moon, like get to work on this. So he's coming up, he's saying, well, we're going to need a rocket that's about the size of the Empire State Building to hold enough fuel. And then we're going to have to go build like a space station, halfway there or something. And so this thing can refuel. And, he was like, actually, like, how much gas would it take to get to the moon? And, there's pictures of him in a video, like he's holding up his model of his space station thing that was going to help us get to the moon. It's like a Walt Disney,
Well, that reminds me of that movie Armageddon with like Bruce Willis and what are their other names? Doesn't matter. They had to stop at the Mir space station to refuel with hydrogen-3 or something like that before they could even go to the moon. It's basically that.
I watched that movie Armageddon. I'm probably about 3 years into my whole flat Earth experience, and I was dying. I was living on the floor, dying in tears, thinking, "Oh my God, people actually believe this could be possible." Because I remember when that was like a really popular movie back in the day. When it came out, like 97, 98 or something like that, or maybe it's early 2000. I don't remember, but yeah, I just remember people like just ate that shit up, and I was just like dying laughing when I seen it. I was like, "There's just no freaking way." The whole concept of it all, and especially the whole ending and stuff like that, everybody dying, except for like 3 people. All of them died except for like 3 of them.
No
and I also
spoilers.
wanted to say, that's my big thing about the whole moon thing is the fuel it would take to get there. I had a friend of mine I've known since 5th grade. Me and him got in a dispute here a couple of years ago, and he said, "Well, in a vacuum of space, you don't need that much fuel." I'm like, "Wait a minute."
They always got a clever answer for you.
Yeah, I know. That's been our because he was an Arthur C. Clarke a fan for. I mean, and back when I get in 5th grade, so that was like what 82, 83. And so he was like always into space. I never was, so I was, bringing up some stuff about the whole space exploration, how it was all a bunch of hoo ha, and we never went to the moon. He's like, just like, no way, you can't believe that, right? You're like, yeah, I even bring up the flat Earth stuff. I just
Don't
mention
even
we
bring
didn't go,
that up.
we didn't go to the moon. He's like, yes, we did. I'm like, no, we didn't. I'm like,
Yes,
how?
we did. It was
Arthur
on
C.
TV,
Clarke.
dumbass. I heard it on the radio.
Arthur C.
Yeah, so-
Clarke theorized satellites long before we ever created the first one. Long before Sputnik, he was writing in the 40s and the 50s.
There's been a merger since 1920s. They started entertaining Americans with the idea of going to outer space and go to Mars and go to the moon and Buck Rogers, and it's just grown. The science fiction genre has just grown along with the times, and it seems like NASA and Disney just thought like we could just manufacture this reality and
right. They create the desire before they create the possibility, quote unquote. So they
yeah.
get people all excited about it, and then when somebody says, "Oh, I figured it out. We're about to do it. Just give me $180 million," and they're like, "Okay, bet. Let's do it."
And then they go, okay, Walt Disney and who's the director of Eyes Wide Shut,
Aleister Crowley was heavily
Kubrick.
involved with them as
It's
well.
like, okay, we got a space mission to do. Let's get to the studio. Let's start producing it. We're going to show everybody on TV. Here we are going to the moon. Roger, over. Can you read me? Oh, it's a beautiful sight out there. Over. You know, I mean, it's just deception. Just like we could get away with this. They're going to buy it.
Hey, Iron, I have some files I've had since like 2003, 2004 era that talks about L. Ron Hubbard, Jack Parsons, and Aleister Crowley, and them their whole deception and stuff that they were doing back in the 30s and 40s. I guess I'm going to go and do a video of that because this is like newspaper articles and stuff that were like in European newspapers and stuff calling them out, and they were being chased around, certain cities, and then it came over to U.S. and they were being, kicked out of towns and stuff because of all their crazy antics that they were doing.
They were
which
perverts.
Is basically, because L. Ron Hubbard and oh God, what did I just say?
Warner Von Braun,
Aleister Crowley, specifically those two guys, they were trying to have sex with, and have orgies and have sex with women to bring about the Antichrist. That was their big thing, and they were going all around the United States doing that.
They're satanic deviants.
So I have like a bunch of stuff from back in 2003, 2004 era that I had, and what's funny is I had a bunch of stuff. I've collected it for years and years, and when I got in the whole flat earth stuff, I started looking at it, and I was like, oh my God, I can't believe I had this whole time. It's like crazy stuff I've had for years. I mean, what's that? 2000.
You got to compile it and put it together.
Yeah, I'm going to. I just hold on a second.
Hey guys, I just want to say howdy to Vlad, Ron, Dan, you guys. I don't know if you know this, but we do have a new to the server finite that is a person that wants to speak up. I don't know if anybody can unmute them.
I don't have the privileges for that, I don't think, but I'd love to converse with the individual.
I just want to bring it to your attention. It's a new person that just got VC verified to check in.
Well, they should be able to talk with her VC verified.
Yeah, just
her mute is I just know I see her microphone's on mute. I don't know if she's personally muted or.
What's her name?
Finite.
She says I'm good. Was that she don't want to talk?
Oh, okay. She may not want to talk. She just wanted to listen in. I'm my bad. My bad, Finite.
Okay.
I'm
Hi,
sorry
Finite.
to interrupt you. Sorry to interrupt you guys. Go ahead. I didn't know if they wanted to chime in and ask some questions.
She's certainly welcome to.
Don't apologize. It's good to have an eye on that type of thing because we can just go on for ages without noticing anything.
We'll just be on here, blah 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 blah.
Hey, I know we can do that. That's the only reason I actually just was in BC check-in room and checking on stuff, and yeah, so that's the only reason I brought it up. Because I was like, if you want to talk, come on in and ask us questions. We're a lovely bunch of people who have generally no judgment. Literally, like we just like to help people try to have a good conversation about things, right, you guys?
Yeah, and my thing is always. Let me say real quick. I've never had judgment on anybody, even though I've been accused of that. But I always had questions. I've always questioned everything. And I think, and I'm going to reiterate with Hank Hill. He said, I think it was last night or night before. Because I've been watching, I've been listening for the past week and a half and stuff. And it's always about questioning things. I've always questioned stuff, and always everybody always took it as judgmental. So yes, there is a difference between hey, what's going on here versus oh you blah, 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 blah. You know, there's a huge difference. You know, which a lot of people misunderstand because they take it personal. So yeah, it's no judgment here from my point of view, but I do have a lot of questions. And I will
Right.
always have
And
questions.
I will always have questions too. And that's why I want to say to Finite, I wasn't able to actually talk with Finite. I just came in on the end of the VC check-in. But I want to let them know is that literally, you know how people, when we were growing up, well, that's a stupid question. And then you also heard there's no stupid questions at the same time. So listen, Finite, if you want to come in and ask whatever you want to ask, I promise you, you will not have any kind of judgment upon you because this is a place of learning. That's what this whole channel is about. We are here to learn ourselves. We're learning in the process. So, you know, it's this is a really comfortable family place to come in and ask questions if you do want to join the conversation.
Can I be heard okay?
Yeah, I hear you good, Hank.
Yeah, the anti-flat earthers, or whatever they're called, they say that, you know, the first step of the scientific method is to ask a question, right? But we're
That's where it all
anti-science
starts.
because we're anti-science, us flat earthers, because we're questioning the globe.
But that's such a false statement, isn't it, Hank?
It's because they want to establish.
True science is asking questions. Sorry, go ahead,
And
Brad.
true science is never settled.
Yeah, well, they want to say it's all been settled, and there's going to be no more questioning these things. They've been settled for hundreds of years, and you're not allowed to question these things.
But the fact is they haven't been settled. That's the whole point.
I
That's
know,
the
but
whole
they're
point.
lying.
Even worse, though, even worse than that is they say that, oh, we keep getting smarter and science evolves and progresses, and we may have been wrong before, but we're more correct now. Even if we're still wrong, we're more correct than we were before. So if that's the logic behind it, then how dare we question who you acknowledge was less correct than you and less correct than the person before you and
how
less
dare
correct than
you?
the person before that? How dare we question somebody that you already admitted was completely wrong?
And don't you actually I mean, you may not feel this yourself, but I actually feel like people are being dumbed down.
Oh,
if anything. I is it Iron? Is that what you go by?
Iron, as in Fe on the periodic table.
Iron as in the metal.
Iron Man. Fe, flat Earth, Barrick.
Well, I used to know an Iron, flat Earth guy. Iron. That was his name, Iron.
Is that the famous atheist? Aaron Ra.
No, he's not the one I know. Anyway.
A lot of people seemingly know him because at least like 2 or 3 out of 10 people who I've first encountered call me Iron. And
okay,
like,
well that's
it's iron.
Because I've known an Iron flat earther before, and I thought maybe you just changed your icon. I've known him since like 2016. So
Sure,
anyway,
that's when I got this name.
You sure it wasn't
reasonable
Elon?
confusion.
No, it was Iron, but it was like spelled with like capital I, small r. You know, it was different. It was very different name. But
Elon
anyway,
sounds like an
Actually,
alien.
I remember him. It was actually lowercase I, capital R, lowercase r, O, and lowercase n. So it's I and then Ron.
yeah,
I remember him.
Iron. And he had like a green, something green on his icon. I can't remember what it was, like the Hulk or something. It wasn't the Hulk, but it was something like that.
So it was a reptilian.
I don't remember all that, but I do remember the specific of I, the lowercase I, and then the uppercase R, and then the lowercase rest of it. So when I see iron here, I thought it's something completely different. I completely forgot about that guy until you mentioned him right now.
But Iron back in the day, he was all over the place, on YouTube.
Yeah.
He was
Yep.
on every Flat Earth YouTube channel that he could be on, and I don't know. I hope I find him someday, because he was a pretty smart individual.
That might
Not that you're
explain
not.
why I had mistaken identity issues.
I'm not saying you're not, because I actually think anybody on the server must be a smart individual, because hey, you're here, so you're questioning your narrative. That's a good thing.
We're smarter than
I've
the
always
average
shown
bear.
my face. I've never hidden my face. So
Same here.
if you,
My picture,
if you
that's
saw
me.
somebody without a face, that's not me.
That picture of me you see right there, that is me standing in front of a post office in Flat, Texas.
Flat Texas? What's the curvature rate there?
It's the same as everywhere. It's
Zero.
I actually was on my way to a Flat Earth meetup. I never heard of Flat Texas, and me and my mother-in-law were on our way to a Flat Earth meetup, and we drove through this town, and we were like, "What? Flat Texas? What's the odds for going to a meetup and go through this town called Flat Texas?" So we had to stop and take a picture at the post office.
I would have bought a T-shirt from it.
Well, if they had one, I would have. Did I what?
Did you have to pass through Paris, Texas first?
No. No, we came from Cisco, Texas, went through Eastland and Ranger, and then through like De Leon and all these weird towns. We went to Temple. That's where the Flat Earth meetup was, and it was a pretty sad Flat Earth meetup because there was only 5 of us that showed up. But it was a very good 5 people, because 2 of the people, one of the guys was a pilot and he was an instructor, and his wife was and not my words, she said she was an Eskimo, not an Inuit person. She was an Eskimo, and she worked on a radar that focused looking towards Russia. And she said we could see a long ways. So, she had a lot of info that was pretty cool.
Yeah. See, that pilot, he knew he's flying over Flat Earth.
Oh yeah, his dad. He said his dad was his flight instructor that taught him how to fly. And his dad, when he first started flying, his dad put a piece of tape on the window when they started off at eye level of the horizon, and he said, "Watch that, it never changes." So his dad taught him from a very early age that the Earth was flat, because if it's a ball, the horizon should fall. It should fall when you're flying level and you climb. It should fall, and it doesn't. And his dad taught them that from a very young age. And this guy was like probably in his 70s. He's like, I never forgot about my dad teaching me that. So that's
with
an
a piece
amazing
of tape, with a piece of tape, he made a caveman level artificial horizon gauge.
Yeah.
Basically.
He was just really aware of how, look, we're just going to fly level, and we look every which way we look, it's all flat looking and level.
If it doesn't match this, you're not going straight.
I think his dad actually also put that on there to let him know, so he could know where the horizon was, even if like I don't even know. But his dad wanted him to notice, for some weird reason, that the horizon didn't change, which was pretty cool. I don't know.
It's probably for in clouds and at nighttime. So your inner ear can tell you when your body is tilted. You can still sense horizontal.
When you're not straight.
So if you can't see a foot in front of the plane, then just make sure your inner ear and that piece of tape are reconciled, and
Yeah,
your level flight.
maybe that's what it was because, even when flying in fog and stuff where you can't see the horizon, yes, I know planes have the gyroscope on them to tell them how they are off base, but maybe it was something like what you're talking about where he could use that tape and his inner knowing of feeling level or not with himself, because we all know when we're tilted or not, we can feel it. So
Yeah.
maybe it was something like that.
When I'm on an airplane and I'm in the passenger seats and we're gaining altitude, I can sense that the front of the plane is higher than the back of the plane.
And you
I
want to lean
let
forward,
breathe.
right?
You know what I mean? And it's because I have my own vertical or three-dimensional position based on my inner ears.
Yeah. Do you
And
think we have built somewhat of a gyroscope or something?
I think it's quasi gyroscopic. I mean, you can get
So that's
spun around in
our
circles and get
equilibrium. Our
disoriented.
equilibrium is what that is.
Right. It's caused by your inner ear. There's a little cavity with some fluid in it and a bunch of hairs inside of it all around it. And when the fluid
And they
touches the
stand up.
hairs,
They
the
tell
signal to
yourself
your
like,
brain.
"Hey, something ain't right. We're not level."
This isn't a
It
level
tells
hair.
you.
This is an above level hair. Something's off.
Yeah, isn't that crazy? That's so crazy cool. I love that you're talking about this because I find it
How else
fascinating.
would you be able to balance standing on one leg? You have to sense very quickly if you start to drift one way or another, and you have a limited
How
opportunity.
amazing!
And
How
close your eyes.
amazing is
Close your
that,
eyes.
man?
Hey, anybody right now, literally stand up where you're at. Close your eyes and stand on one leg and see how long you can stand like that. You got to keep your eyes closed and see how you're not gonna do very very long.
I can do it until my leg goes shaky.
Yeah, I can too. I can totally.
Eyes closed.
I
Now
can
with your
do
eyes
that.
closed.
Yeah, I can.
Yeah, because
Okay,
of what
well,
he's
yeah, I'm
talking
sorry.
about
You
of
gotta have your
this
arms out. Your
inter.
arms out, and your eyes closed, and one leg, and everything goes out of whack real quick because you're trying to balance
Can you
yourself.
stick your arms out?
I'll heat that up. So if that's true, I would recommend play hacky sack. Hacky sack will definitely cure you of that problem if you practice and get good.
Oh, Hank,
Coordination.
Hank, I love hacky sack, Hank.
Yeah, I was been nibbling on it. I guess I ate the whole thing. Yeah, it was.
Hank, me and my husband and my son, we love playing hacky sack. I think
Yeah, it's a thing.
great.
Love it.
I think it's a great way to just get your family together for one thing, but it's also a good hand-eye coordination and your mobilities and a lot of different, like you said, just it's good to make your brain more awake.
Balance and coordination are trained. Otherwise, everybody else would be able to do a balance beam and flips and back stands and crap on it. We'd all be in the Olympics. It's a skill that you have to train up.
You
But
have
before
to
I lose the
hone it
mic,
in, yeah.
I sent you a private message a little while ago.
Well, the point I was making was
bring it
that
up, but just make sure you read it.
you have
Who'd
to be
you?
able to
Are you talking
understand
to me?
coordination, and when you do that, you're gonna be very fully aware where you stand, literally where you stand on Earth, and that's even in planes. Because I went, and this is in 2016, November 2016, because I remember I went from Alabama to Texas to Colorado to Oregon, and I remember specifically because that's when Trump became president. When I was visiting one of my sisters in Oregon, and but yeah, I had the altimeter and everything with me, so I was keeping an eye. So we're like 7.5 miles up, so keeping it, a certain height. I was keeping track of all that, and as soon as the fucking plane deviated a little bit from that position that kept for the whole distance between each place. You could tell right away. I mean, instantly, you could tell. Oh, wait a minute, we're moving. And you could see it on the altimeter that I had. It move a little bit. So yeah, you can't. There's no way that all this stuff that they're saying is. It just especially with plane flights that they're it goes the way it wants to go because of I was always I remember back when they were saying, well, it just goes by the the center of the Earth and just automatically corrects. It's like, there's no way you would, it doesn't matter if the plane did it or not. You would know if it did it. I said, that plane just kept on going, and you could tell the angle it was at. And so your body's corrected for that. But as soon as it deviated from that, you could tell instantly. And I was like, these people have never been on a plane, because I was only on a plane like maybe 2 or 3 times beforehand, and they didn't even pay attention to it. But once I was like paying attention to it, there's no way that you can say, well, it corrects automatically, because you can tell instantly when that plane, even with the what's that stuff called? Oh, the turbulence. The turbulence, the correcting when it starts to land into the airport, you can tell when it starts to fall, just that slightly starts to decline. Everything, you can tell it all. So that's
Vlad,
just a whole bunch of hoo-ha.
Vlad,
Yeah.
how old were you the first time you flew?
I was actually 30. Let's see, that was in it's in 2002, so I was 32, 33. And actually, the funny thing is, I jumped out of the plane. The first time I ever went on a plane, I went skydiving.
A perfectly good
32.
airplane? You jumped out of it?
Yeah, that's what everybody says. That was 20 years ago. I'm 52 now, so it was literally 20 years ago. But yeah, the first time I got into a plane, I jumped out. So I actually, it was like maybe 6 years later that I actually landed in a plane. I didn't know what it was like to land in a plane. It was like 6
That's the
years
scariest
later.
part.
Yeah, no, it was like that was pretty scary. It's scarier to land than it is to take off. I can tell you that.
It is way scarier to land than to take off. I agree with
Don't
you
fly Spirit.
100%.
Don't fly
100%.
But to
Spirit
jump out,
airplanes.
I'd love to jump out of a plane again, because I was in Phoenix. Oh, I was actually out in what's the name of that place? Oh gosh, I should know. I'm from Phoenix. But it was like, and actually, it's a world-renowned place that they skydive all around the world. They go there in Arizona. It's like in the outskirts of Phoenix. But that's where I did it, and it was amazing. And it was only like $150 to do it.
Really?
And then
That's
yeah,
super
and then
cheap.
the year later was $350. So I was like, oh man.
Okay, I was gonna say that's like insane cheap. $150.
Oh yeah. Well, it was like in 2002. That was in 2002, and then like 2003, 2004, I went to go do it again. It was like double, over double price. And I was like, you gotta be kidding me! I didn't even. So I was like, forget this.
Well, I grew up. My uncle was a crop duster, and he
Nice.
we had a landing strip on my grandparents' place, and he would come and land in the coastal fields and pick us up. And so I remember flying with my uncle throughout all my childhood. He passed away.
Oh,
He died when I was like maybe 10. But man, I flew with him from like 4 to 10, many times. And he took me and did all kinds of scary crap to scare the crap out of me, because that was kind of his thing. He was like, ha ha ha, And so I remember
yeah.
going up and flying, and of course, he's in a crop duster, so we didn't go super high or anything, but he went as high as he could. And then he would dive and do all kinds of crazy stuff to scare the shit out of us, because
Pretend to
that's what
pass out or the engine went out and you can't do it.
that's what he liked to do. He liked to scare us. And but
I want to say
he
something to
also
Vlad when
worked
you're
for
done.
the government, and he actually died on the government mission when he was crop dusting
Oh wow.
poppy fields and stuff,
Oh.
for
So,
the government.
Vlad, if you had been on an airplane when you were still at a young age where you hadn't been indoctrinated into the globe, your experiences would have set in as that's just simply how they are, and truth in experience. But when you get older and you have all this garbage and baggage in your mind, it's a much more difficult thing to do. Or it might actually be even easier because you haven't been thinking about it all the way along. But it's a totally different circumstance when you're 32 or 33 and you get in an airplane for the first time versus having flown in 50, 60 airplanes before you were 3.5. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah.
It kind of sets in you the reality of the situation. it's so ingrained before you even have any bias attached to it. It's a lot easier to break through the lies that are being handed to you if you have experiences that are pure and separate from it. And it doesn't sound like you ever had the opportunity to fly in a plane before you were well aware of this dichotomy of belief system or mappings. And
oh no, I'm 52. That was 20 years ago. I didn't run into the whole flat Earth stuff until like 7 years ago. But the thing
but
is,
you
I
still
remember
had 30 years of programming.
Well, yeah. But the thing is, I remember looking out. Cause I say it was it's still vivid right now. Because I have I know they say there's no such thing as a photographic memory. I feel there is, and I have a videographic memory. And so I remember it completely. And I remember because I said this is in the desert of Phoenix, okay? And it's God, I wish I remembered the damn town. Eloy, Arizona. Look it up, people. Eloy, 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 Arizona. It's like world renowned for these skydivers. There's just this vast area that they live going to. But I remember because it's hot. It's hot in the summertime in Phoenix. It doesn't matter where you're at in Phoenix. It's desert. It's hot. And Eloy, Arizona is in the desert. Okay, so I remember going up. And 2 miles in the air. That was a big thing. It gave you a shirt. Said I dropped from I skydived from 2 miles and da 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 da, and I survived. But the thing was, it was so fucking cold up there. I was like, what the hell was it? Until you got maybe. And remember, had the altimeter. They had a little gauge on your arm, and you get to pull it because you have to do tandem. The first like 10 jumps or so before you go solo. Because I understand why. Because I remember I first jumped out. It takes your breath away. I'm telling you, it takes your fucking breath away.
Were you wearing shorts?
No, I was. I think I had pants. I was never a shorts fan, so I always had pants. But I remember jumping out, and you feel like you're gonna pass out. I didn't pass out, but I could see like whoa, because they told you we had like an hour course before we even got to go up there. Okay, this is what's gonna happen. This may happen, may not to you. We just want this is what might happen. This is why you're tandem. Like you're attached to somebody else that knows what they're doing. So in case you pass out, they can pull the cord. Well, I got to pull the cord because I was fully aware of everything. But I dropped for 1.5 miles before I pulled the cord, because the guy was with me and said, "Hey, whenever you feel comfortable doing it, because we could be 100 feet from the ground and still pull the cord, and the parachute come down and we'll land safely." So I just went and I was like, "Okay, well, half sounds good," But I remember falling. It was so cold. All of a sudden, I pulled the cord, and then when the parachute came out, we were going, and all of a sudden it turned hot. So there's this barrier or that thing with all the with I guess the ether. I don't want to say atmosphere because that implies there's a sphere, but the ether, it's like really cold up there, for a while, and then all of a sudden then it's hot. Now, that confused me for years. I was like, wait a minute,
If
wait a minute, heat
you're moving
rises.
very quickly through hot air, the aberrations in the wind patterns around you will create low pressure pockets. And with the low pressure, you basically just made a componentless air conditioning system.
I know. It was fucking pretty cold, and all of a sudden it turned hot. I remember that. I'll never forget that. But I wish I would have known about the whole flat Earth thing then, because I remember looking out and it looked flat. I can't say like, oh yeah, it was flat, but I remember looking just straight out. It was just straight. Let's say that. Okay, let's say straight. It wasn't curved. It was straight every which direction because there's a way you can turn the parachute. You can control. We did these spans and stuff like that. It was some cool stuff, and you can actually raise up the way it turns out how you pull these cords that you have control of. And so I remember, doing all the turns and stuff like that, and I don't remember ever thinking, oh wow, we're on a curved thing, which I didn't have no clue back in 2002 about all that stuff. But I was like, wow, this is fucking awesome. And actually, I've been ever since the whole flat Earth thing, I've been wanting to go up there and do it again. But it's like, I think it's like, like $300 to do it, even here in Alabama, because I'm in Alabama now. But it's like $300 to do it. Actually, you got to go to Florida. There's a place in Florida, like Pensacola area, that they do skydiving. But yeah, it's an amazing experience. If anybody, I would suggest it. If it's awesome. It's a cool experience. I'm done.
I never went skydiving, but I got invited to go. I guess around 2015. I think I was doing Uber, and I took a very nice lady to a very nice place with her violin, and she invited me to go skydiving with her husband and her, and I was a chicken shit. I didn't go.
Hank, that's not chicken shit. That's just wise.
You know, that I used to think that too, and I don't even know what brought me to it, because I was by myself, but nobody challenged me to do it. I was like, I knew some people that were doing it, and I was like, I want to go. I'm like, I've never even been in a plane. I was kind of like thinking to myself, like, yeah, that'd be cool to be in a plane and then jump out. That was my idea behind it. So like, nobody talked me into it. It wasn't, this challenge thing or, oh, you're chicken shit. And I was like, that'd be cool to go in a plane. And that was my whole mission too, just so everybody knows, was to go in a plane and to jump out and never fly again. But as I said, I've flown a number of times afterwards. But that was my initial reason why I did that.
I think it's insane to trust any human being other than yourself to pack your parachute for you. If you want to take 1,000 hours of classes to know how to pack a parachute perfectly, and once you're super confident, then you use it, or test it on 100 other people before you pack your own. But just the idea of trusting somebody so inherently that they just may have been having a bad day, didn't get their coffee, or was distracted by something going on in their personal life. They tangled up my shit and I'm going to die because they weren't paying enough attention. You don't implicitly trust another human being with your life voluntarily for a quick, cheap thrill. That's insane.
I'll give you a good reason. For that. So I'm definitely not talking about all religions of the world, but there are some religions in the world that believe in human sacrifice. And how do you know they ain't practicing?
You're correct. In Iron, you mentioned that scares the fuck out of me now. I didn't even think about that at the time, because I'm thinking, well, I don't want to die, so I'm assuming this motherfucker don't want to die. So I thought we were on the same page. That's how I looked at it. So that's kind of scary. I'm here. It's 20 years later. So I'm fine. It's like that. But yeah, thinking back on it, like, holy shit. This man, and then Hank said the same thing. Like, who knows where these motherfuckers are coming from? And like, they made this their time to fucking go balls out, and they're gonna take at least one other motherfucker out. But yeah, it was a beautiful experience. I'll tell you right now. And I wish I knew about the flat Earth stuff back then. But it was a beautiful experience. And anybody is interested in it, I would suggest to go ahead and go for it. Yeah. If it works, awesome. If it don't, hey, what the? I don't know. Oh well, I don't know. I say I'm not condemning anybody, in a bad way, but you just you have a reputable place. I say this place in Eloy, and I say Eloy, Arizona, Eloy, Arizona. Look it up. These people come from all around the world to go there to skydive. So it's a reputable place. It's a reputable people that work there, and all the whole shebang. The pilots, everybody that's involved. It's not just some, fucking, little place that has a plane that is, it's putting along. It's totally professional. Because I know what's funny is I've seen stuff years later of skydivers, and it's actually out near Eloy, Arizona. And I was like, what the? I was like, that's why I skydived. I was like, wow, that's pretty cool. So, yeah, I guess you got to base it on that too. And I didn't know at the time. I just went because I was like, I wanted to go. I wanted to go on a plane and jump out and never land. That was my premise of going out there. But other than that, when I did go on planes, and I was aware of the flat Earth stuff, yeah, it was mind blowing too. Because they said there is no, even with the whole curved window thing. Everybody brings up. I don't remember ever. I mean, I had a little cell phone, and I didn't have the whole P900 and all that jive, so I couldn't go by that. But what I could see visually, it was flat to no end until you couldn't see no more. And I said we were literally 7 miles up, so you could see this flatness everywhere. Everywhere, and I remember walking across, asking people if I can see on their side, and stuff like that. And we're turning, because I went from Alabama to Texas. I think it was Dallas, Texas, and then we went to Denver, Colorado, and then to Medford, Oregon. So there's this path, you're not just going in a straight line. There's this, angles you got to go. So I got to go in a bunch of different angles, different positions, and so I even asked people. I say, hey, can I look at your side of the window? Like, yeah, sure. And they're like, no problem. I didn't tell them why, but they're like, they had no problem with that. So I got to see. I have some footage of it, but it's from a cell phone from 5 years ago. So it's not the P900 footage, And I actually have from Colorado. There's a part in Colorado. I have the chemtrail. I thought they were chemtrails. Everybody's saying they're contrails, but I don't have the actual plane because on my phone I couldn't get it close enough to the window to be able to see it because it was right where the wing is at, and you could see the trails coming behind it, but you couldn't see the plane. I was like, I swear these are coming from the tail, the ends of the wings. That's not the jet, the engines or the turbines. It's not coming from the turbines. It's coming from the tips of the wings. I'm like, oh, it's just, I'm like, well, the one I'm in's not doing that. Why isn't the one I'm in, the plane I'm in, causing these contrails, the condensation trails? So it was just so annoying because I didn't have the right equipment and stuff. But my eyes seen what I seen.
I took a picture once on top of the parking center at Children's Hospital in Dallas, and up there, I'm on like the 6th story up, standing on top of the garage, right, with nothing over my head, and I see this airplane. He's like flying around, and he made a tally mark. 1, 2, 3, 4, crossed it right there in front of me, and then I took a picture of it, and it was a tally mark facing Children's Hospital. Because I'd imagine if you'd have been like somewhere else from a different point of view, it wouldn't have looked like that, right? It would look like something else, but it was a perfect tally mark.
Oh, nice. Yeah, see this thing I seen. It was like literally like maybe I see how can you tell like a couple hundred feet away, and we followed it for miles, and I think it was a couple hundred miles, and then there was one that crossed our path, because we're going kind of like northwest an angle, and then there's another one like southwest angle. I have footage of both of that. I didn't do the whole experience, but I did it maybe like 4 or 5 minutes of the one we were following. But it just could not get the plane in view with my camera against the window and stuff.
Who's that?
Is somebody hot mic?
I think so.
All right, you're Vlad.
Yeah, I didn't want to interrupt. I said I'm not an interrupter. So if I hear somebody else, I'll stop.
I'm sorry, bud. I thought somebody's hot mic. Go ahead, bro.
But yeah, it was like maybe I'll post that. I'll get the little footage because I made a video about it, and then I have the actual raw footage because there was a couple spots where the phone I had with focus out of focus, so I edited all that out. Maybe I'll go and put it on a video on YouTube, and I'll put it up. But I don't have no way to put links. I try to put a link to one of my videos because I found I was watching. I said I don't really watch TV. At least I don't watch TV for other than seeing all the propaganda. And I was watching Seinfeld, and there's the part where he talks about he's questioning the moon landing, like when he was a kid. Seinfeld was a kid. And he's like, yeah, okay, we landed on the moon in 1969. Yeah, okay, right, Teach. It has like maybe like 15-second clip. I put a clip, the link to the video I put on my channel, but it disappeared. It's not even, and that was only in the lobby. I think I put it in the lobby part. but I can't even find it now. So I don't know if I got kicked off or whatever. I don't know if I had the privileges of doing it or whatever. But yeah, maybe I'll do that if somebody gives me privileges. I'll put a link. I'll post a video of the footage I have, or at least some of it. But yeah, it's so crazy because it's not very far away. I mean, it's like when we're following this contrail or chemtrail, whatever you call it. I just couldn't get the phone in the angle to be able to see the actual plane, even though I was seeing it. But the phone, I couldn't get it to where I needed it to. The in the picture, I couldn't get it close enough to the to be able to look out the window just right. It was just above the freaking wing of the plane I was in. I was like, oh man. Everybody said, oh, it's the contrail. I'm like, yeah, but the plane I'm in, you can see there's no contrail. You can see the jet engine or the turbine from the plane I'm in, and there's nothing coming out of it. And we're like at the same area. Like, what's the difference? Like what? Like a couple hundred feet away. It could have been a couple hundred feet away. I mean, literally, it was crazy how close this thing was, and we're just following right next to it, and there's all this shit spraying out behind it. And that was, like I said, that was in 2016. So I don't know. I just gave up on anybody's the whole, oh, it's contrails, condensation trails. It's just from the the turbines at the tip of the wings. I know I'm seeing the turbines. I call them the jet engines, and it wasn't coming from that part of that wing.
So one of the things I learned in early 2015 is you got to be precise with your speech. So Cathexis would argue with this guy Spaceman every day about contrails and chemtrails.
Yeah, I can't understand people who can't see that there's gigantic lines in the sky.
Well, the thing is that if you look at
are you talking about Spaceman that used to show his behind and get kicked off of stuff?
Yeah, he was a complete degenerate from Canada. Yeah.
Yeah, I remember him. That was one of the people I used to dispute, and actually, I hacked into one of his live streams. Maybe I'll post that. But I know that's back when we used to have hangouts, and I learned how to do that. And I was like, oh, I was like acting stupid. I'm like, oh, what happened? How did I get in here? Fuck this motherfucker, and da 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 da. Someone had this whole rant for like 5 minutes and just talking crap. But yeah, I was on Spaceman's channel that I did that. The guy Spaceman. When he said that, I was like, oh, it's the same guy. Yeah, he was disgusting. Disgusting.
He's the first guy I debated.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
First one.
Oh, man. Yeah, there was somebody that.
Just let me finish real fast. So Cathexis was like arguing, saying chemtrails, and he was like, "That's a conspiracy theory." I said, "Use the word cloud seeding," and said they actually had a normal conversation when they used the right word.
I didn't hear the last 4 words he said.
I said once he started using the correct language, and he said cloud seeding, then they actually could have the debate. But until then, they just argued that chemtrails was, a conspiracy theory. But once you say cloud seeding, they have to take it serious because that's on record. You got to use the right words, is what I'm saying.
Oh, okay, yeah. And there's actually some other stuff I'm involved with. He's been in a dispute with somebody who's talking about the same thing. The whole chemtrails. He's like, because he's from Scotland, and he's saying the same thing. Because you're like, back just before the whole flat Earth thing, and he's like saying, he's like, what's going on? Like they're flying these planes. He started recording it, and he realized it's the cloud seeding is, it's still bad, but it's not chemtrails of what they think it is. It's what they're doing something that's causing this stuff that's going on in the environment. And which he says he doesn't agree with it. He says it's not happening, but it's not chemtrails where they're putting stuff to kill people. They're just trying to do stuff that's going to cause it to percolate into the environment and cause all this stuff with it's usually crops. It's
of course, they have to have a cover story, for what they're doing. they'll have some good reason for doing it. You see?
Oh yeah, of course.
It's for your good, of course. Don't mind those.
So, did you know me back in 2015? Did you ever hang out in Free Chan or Flat Earth Debate?
Some of me?
Yeah, you.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. So I said, I remember, but I said, I actually didn't talk to you personally to about 2016, 2017, and you came on my channel a couple times. I still have all those things. I was going to dig them up and show you, but I don't have nothing to prove. Like you said, you don't remember me. I said, I'm not hurt. But I said, we had a couple conversations, the whole free
Yeah, I
chan
remember
thing.
that. I remember that.
Yeah,
I remember that now. Sorry,
it's
bro.
just, no problem at all. Don't be sorry. I said just like maybe one or two times we talked, and you came on my channel, and you're like, we talked, and you kind of goofed off and talked, just about the flat Earth stuff and everything going on at the time, and that's fine. I'm not gonna take it personal. I didn't remember me. If you do, that's cool. I said I know, but Helio should. Helio Skeptic should, because he came on a lot.
Vlad,
Okay, so that's where Helio was hanging out.
Yeah, go ahead.
You're old enough to remember looking at the sky as a child.
Yeah.
And never having seen a line that goes from one horizon to the other.
No. Yeah, there was a trail, but it followed with the plane, maybe what,
5-6
maybe
seconds
100
behind
feet.
it?
100 feet. If you're looking at it and you kind of get a
Don't go
gauge
in
at
feet, 'cause
distance,
then you have
100
scale
feet. Say 100 feet behind it, which would be like a few seconds, because it always disappeared behind the plane.
Or 2 or 3 seconds. Like 100 feet or 2 or 3 seconds behind the plane, right? And after that, it would disappear.
Exactly. This whole thing where it lingers for days or hours? No, I don't remember any of that shit at all.
That's not how we burn fuel anyway. Everybody knows internal
15
combustion
years old
engines.
right now, and you've never been in a world where that hasn't been happening. You can't comprehend the idea that that's not normal.
Oh yeah, it's just like totally like. I said, when I moved in Phoenix, it was in Phoenix. I have some actually footage of Phoenix, because I didn't know about the flat Earth stuff until March of 2015, and I was already in Oklahoma at the time. And but beforehand, I was in Phoenix, and I remember having footage of stuff. I was like, "What's going on here? Like, what's these weird lines that's going behind these planes?" I didn't even know what they were called back then. Like before that, like 2014, maybe like 2010, even. I have just like cheap. I was looking at them recently because I have all this footage from like back to like the late 90s, early 2000s. Because I've always been into technology since then. I went to graphic design school and stuff, and had computers, I had phones, I had cameras, so I was just recording stuff, and so I didn't realize at the time what it was. But I think I found some footage of my stuff. It's like so. What's it called? The quality is so bad. I guess I can show it. Anyway, you would know what era it was from. I didn't know what it was called then until I moved to Oklahoma, in 2015, and oh wow, I seen this stuff now. But I remember in Phoenix recording stuff. I'm like, what's going on with these planes? Like, why is that trail behind it is like lasting so long? It's
And
just
then
so weird.
dispersing into a whole screen across the sky hours later.
Yeah. It was spread out.
And followed by 45 more planes, like they're plowing a field, one row after another.
Yeah, it wasn't until after the whole flat Earth thing I started looking more into stuff. I said March of 2015. When I moved out to Alabama, it's in July 2016, and so it was like I really got into all stuff. And there was like major stuff out here. I have all kinds of footage of stuff out here in Alabama, and it's in Alabama and Mississippi, and Florida, because I was like doing concrete with my brother-in-law, my nephews, and so I was traveling a lot, and I have like all this crazy footage, and just like we're on jobs, I'm looking like, oh my god, look at this! There's like six planes in the air, spraying this shit. Like, what's going on? Like,
you can
what the
time
fuck's
them
going on,
12
people?
minutes apart. But I've been collecting rain samples after days where it's just spray after spray after spray. I've been collecting rain samples from the day after that happens for almost 2 years now. And as soon as I get the money together, I'm going to send them all into a private laboratory and ask them, what's in here?
Yeah. What you're trying to do, huh?
I heard
It's a
the
lot of budget
chemicals
in
that are
mason
in there.
jars, man.
I can't remember the chemicals that are in there, but I heard some testing say that some of the chemicals that are in there is what you need to create the stuff that cut the beams on 9/11. What's it called? Thorax? No, not thorax.
Thermite.
Thermite. Yeah, thank you. It's missing one chemical though. I don't know if that's true because I don't know the recipe for
The
thermite.
chemtrails are typically recorded to have barium or aluminum or some version of molecular.
Nano aluminum?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was part of the
most common one.
And what's crazy is that's the thing that all Alzheimer's patients have in common is the high amount of aluminum in their blood system. So that's kind of interesting
I
that
tell my
they're
family
doing
not to
that.
drink out of cans. Don't use cans. Aluminum is not natural, like ground up in the atmosphere and put all over the place. It comes from chunks in the ground, and we usually just leave it in the ground. But it's so cheap and lightweight that we're using it. But I don't think we should be using it at all. We should be drinking out of copper, silver, or gold, and never aluminum.
That's crazy. I wish I could say my I guess container I usually drink out of, and it's all copper. It's 100. It's not the copper lined or copper whatever. It's 100% copper. It's like one of those what do we call them? Your drinking things, but drinking vessels. It's 100% copper. That's funny you say that because there's a lot of steel that's got copper plating, and I'm like, that's not copper. That's stainless steel with copper. But anyways, the thing with cans, you got to understand, it's not just aluminum cans, which I thought. Remember, they've been pushing aluminum cooking with aluminum pots and pans for since what, the 30s and 40s.
Aluminum is not inherently bad or detrimental to your health. It's monatomic aluminum. It's free radical aluminum that will bond with the nearest thing that has an electron to spare.
We can remember when he heated up though, in pots and pans, that's where a lot of it's coming from, and that's why a lot of people, that were like back in the early 2000s, I think is when it really became a problem. They've been doing that stuff for years. I mean, for decades, their whole life, cooking with aluminum pots and pans.
Yeah, but
that really blew my mind.
You're gonna bring in pots and pans. You're gonna have to talk about Teflon and non-stick coatings.
Well, that's a whole other monster. That's a whole other monster. That's a whole other thing right there.
Poison your liver and kidneys.
Oh yeah.
Cast iron is the way to go.
Yeah, I have a few of those. I actually have a couple of videos where I bought for like $3. I bought some cast iron skillets and I put them in the ammonia. Fucking what's the other one? What's the other? Oh shit!
You peed on them?
No, ammonia. The other one. What's the other freaking? I gotta go out here and look because I'm actually doing some other rust stuff here.
There are better ways to clean your pots and pans than pissing on them, dude.
Vinegar. You take
so you're pissing vinegar.
Piss and vinegar.
No. You put your iron skillets in vinegar. At least, well, you can only get like the most I found is 5%. Usually it's 3%, but as high as vinegar content as you can. Percentage vinegar. You put your iron skillet in and let it set for a couple of weeks, and then you the rust just melts off of it. It's crazy how crazy it just comes right off, and then you just gotta rub it and maybe just a steel wool and get it off. But it's it works perfect, and I got some. I've been doing them. One I did, I got for $3, and it was actually with a $60 iron skillet that I did that with. No, I paid $3. No, I paid $3 for the skillet, but it's actually a $60 skillet. I didn't pay $60 for it. I paid $3 for it.
Oh, good shit. That's plugging. Does anybody know where pissing vinegar comes from?
I guess old-fashioned saying "he's full of piss and vinegar" means you're like real rowdy, excitable, a handful.
To my knowledge, and that makes sense in this context, but to my knowledge, it comes from sailors in the Navy in World War II and after, where they would have to get VD checks, venereal disease.
After they went ashore, screwed all the whores.
And or drug tests. So what they would do, and both of them happened on shore, on leave, but what they would do is they would inject vinegar through their urethra backwards into their bladder so that when they pissed and gave a sample, it wouldn't have any of the stuff they were testing for, but it would hurt like fucking hell.
How did they get it up there?
And only people who knew they were going to fail and get court-martialed or kicked out or disciplined would go through the pissing vinegar pain to spare
There's
them
a much easier way.
trouble.
I just want to let everybody know that's an exit only, homie. Don't do that. So if you want to pass a drug test, drink a lot of water and dilute your urine to where it's under the detection level.
Yes.
Now this may not work on everything, but
that was
I
the
would
DIY
recommend,
1955 solution.
Yeah, that was the be a man solution.
That was the equivalent of a heated bag that you keep at your waist and a fake penis that somebody watches you give a sample from. That
Pull
you
out that
got
big
from,
rubber dick.
Hey, I have another. I have another cure to that. How about not having sex with a filthy whore?
Yeah,
and you
how
won't
about
have to
that?
worry about getting all the STDs. Because you know what? I remember watching it. I remember watching this documentary about World War II and prostitution, and this is like not only in Japan and Germany. There was South America, the Caribbeans. There's all these places that we were Americans were stationed. They had prostitutes, from all those countries just
a
going
woman
in
in every port.
Well,
yeah.
I mean, the
These men
prostitutes
would
would
go
see the
in.
sailors coming, and they would just flock.
Well,
American
not only that,
GIs.
not only that, the military were set up these prostitution houses that these men would go and have sex with these women. The same woman and these multiple men having sex with them. I was like, oh my god! Like my stomach was turning. Just like back in the late '90s, I remember watching these documentaries. I'm like, oh my god! I was like, what the fuck? I was like, this is really happening. They have video
Dude,
of these
the term
lines of men going into a house, the brothels in Japan, and it was like maybe like 20 women, and there's like thousands of men. I was like, oh my god! Like this is just disgusting.
They've
How
been
the
on a
fuck
boat
do
for
these guys?
6 months. They only need
Who
5
cares? A hand, like a hand. What do they call it? A hand. The whole hand gesture. The hand gesture is way better than 1,000 guys before you. It's like fuck that.
Yeah, they're filthy whores.
I'm gonna go to fucking the field somewhere and use my hand for some expression. And if some guys been for 1,000 guys been before me, fuck that.
The term hot seat comes from the same vein.
Ugh.
If you were on a Navy ship, there was a latrine that was common to everybody, and there were tons of seats side by side.
Big
and
filthy
all
toilet.
9 out of 10 were black, but then 1 was red. And if you had been flagged by the ship doctor as having venereal disease caught from one of these dirty whores at port, then you couldn't sit on any of the other seats for fear of it transmitting to the other healthy sailors. So you had to sit on the red one. And people didn't want to sit on the red seat, the hot seat.
Stigma.
Because then they were going to catch whatever everybody else who was sitting on that had also. So they did what they could to avoid being in the hot seat.
I know. You ever think of maybe not screwing a bunch of filthy whores? Did that ever cross your mind?
What's that?
A soldier's Yeah, I'm full of venereal disease. Did you ever think of maybe not screwing all those filthy whores?
Well, you get
exactly.
the
That's what
disease.
I'm thinking.
You're not going to not screw the whores just because you got the disease.
Oh, I know you're in the war and everything. You might die any day. So,
and she's probably already got it anyway. She's probably where I got it from. Who
That's
am I
what I'm
really
saying. I have two options, left and right. Now,
But the whole point of avoiding the hot seat, you do anything to stay out of the hot seat because
Guys, I
you
don't
knew
know if
you
you
were going to
realize
get
this.
something. Even if you only had one thing, you were going to get 5 now.
you just
I
get
think we
oral.
go back to flat Earth. Let's go back to flat Earth. This is making my stomach turn.
This is historical and medical.
I know. No, but it's terrible.
It's not for fit, polite company.
Yeah, the queasy. I guess I'm pretty queasy because I'm like literally getting nauseous. I said I watched the documentaries. It's not just like hearsay. I remember watching. I seen this documentary back in like 98, 99 era, and there's like a trail of sailors that are like waiting to go into a brothel in Japan, and there's thousands of men, and there's like they said there's like 20 or 30 prostitutes in this house. The house it would repute. There's 20 or 30 women, but there's thousands of men going through there. I'm like, oh, gross.
It is
I think
gross.
I would jump out of the line where the bushes are at. I have like left and right going on for me. I think I'd rather go that route than have, because they knew. They knew about the whole disease thing, and they still did it because they had to all be treated. That was the whole point of the documentary. It's all the STDs that was involved in World War II, all that whole craziness that was going on. That's what the documentary was about. It was like, oh my gosh, I didn't know that shit went on. Like, wow,
there's a
what
picture
the
of the
fuck?
hot seat.
Yeah.
I just
I don't remember the
posted a
hot seat
7-minute
thing, but
video on it.
yeah. See, you see that? I see what I've seen. It's like, oh, gross. I'm okay
Yeah,
with
it's gross
lefty
to
and
just have to
righty.
sit next to that close to somebody else taking the shit.
Look at those!
Like,
Look at those
where's
toilets. You just
the
poop
soul?
in this metal thing and it just sits there.
Yeah, I said once again, I'd be shitting and pissing in the bushes somewhere. I wouldn't be sitting on no fucking seat. Even if I
That's
was
when
on
it's
a
on a
ship,
boat.
even if I was on a ship, I'd be sticking my ass out the fucking the
No, you
what they call the
wouldn't.
bow.
Go
The
right.
bow.
You go right in the brig. You shit where they
No,
tell you to shit.
I'd be shitting out the bow or the what do they call it? The fuck, whatever the name of those, the ends of the front of the ship or the back of the ship.
You're like,
you mean the fronty
I'm
and the
king of the
back?
world.
Yeah, I'm on top of the world, Ma. Look at me shitting.
Like in Titanic, right?
Yeah.
Hanging your butt off the edge.
Oh man.
He's like, Private, what are you doing? Well, just taking a shit, sir.
Yeah, I'm keeping safe. I don't want none of those freaking STDs, man, that are going around.
Well, you wouldn't go to those filthy whores.
I know. I mean, think about that. Really think about that, everybody. Everybody's listening right now, and everybody in the live stream thing right now. Would you seriously think about this? Would you stand in line to have sex with a woman, or an option of 20 women, or say 50 women, or
I would
100
probably
women?
pass myself. Yeah.
Yeah, 100 women. If there's like 1,000, if there's like 500 guys before you, would you stay still? Would you still seriously stay in line?
I have to have a girl who likes me a little bit.
Yeah.
What do you need that for?
You would have a little bit of whining and dining before you do the
Sure,
69
I
and
like you, brother. Just have to love you.
Man, we're spoiled with this modern times, I guess, huh? No, I'm not trying to play the whole liberal bullshit, but I mean, come on. I don't see no any time in history where I would think, well, shit, I'm okay with plowing in some like, well, no, what is
What
Hank
are you
said the other
saying
day?
exactly?
No, what Hank said the other day. Oh gosh, what he said? He talking about the whole concept of Hank. You were talking about. You know what I'm talking about. You were talking about the other day about how some other guy was rail. No, you were talking about some reference to how some other guy was letting some other guy go in his wife, and then he's like okay with that. But it's the
Will
same thing,
Smith?
but 500 times over.
Yeah, let's talk about that. So these relative, moralists, right?
Yeah.
Some people might call them something else, but they're the ones that where there's like it's objective. No, they say it's subjective. Everybody has their own truth. Everybody has their own morals. Like, it's okay to kill because of evolution or whatever. Like, those people got like a serious issue. And so do the men and women who you were speaking about just a few minutes ago. I think maybe they have the same issue. They don't realize what value is. Like what is meaningful, what is sacred. Like, we know, right, not to shit where you drink or where you eat, right? Because we
Yeah.
know like
Yep.
the rivers are like sacred.
Let's all agree on that. Let's all agree on that.
No, these people are godless nihilists. I mean, they're not thinking about what's honorable and what's has integrity and things like that. It's about the last thing on their mind.
What is valuable? What is that which is like valuable, meaningful? What it's not just gold and silver, right? It's like human life has value, right? It's like that's wrong with a lot
Not
of
so
these
much
people. Like,
anymore.
This is my type of conversation.
I don't know. I think it does. Like,
Well, I
it's
do, but
value.
I mean, in general, there's a depopulation program going on.
Is that bad?
Yeah, it's bad, bro.
Why?
Oh,
For sake of argument.
why is it bad for governments to want to depopulate the humans?
All right. A quick question before we get into it. When was the last time you said almost everybody out there is fucking retarded?
Well, yeah, but I mean, evil governments don't have the right to murder everybody.
Right, I'm not justifying it. I'm just saying you've had a similar impulse recently, haven't you? You haven't refuted it.
Well, of course, people are probably, deserve to die.
Your question is who decides who deserves it and who doesn't.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Nobody has that right, though.
But we still have a problem, don't we?
Yeah, we have a problem.
That's it.
So,
All right, I want Hank to expound on what he was getting ready to say.
The whole thing about people that don't have any meaning, right? They can't find meaning in life, no value. They think that like they're not important. Life doesn't matter.
that's
Should I
what they've
just get
been taught
myself out of
from.
here? Right. So
It goes with the globe and evolution. They were taught you're meaningless. You're a speck in the universe. There's no God. He doesn't care about you. Forget about him.
But why did those people try to fuck shit up more than everybody else? They have the least respect for what other people have accomplished and have built. They want to tear everything down, do nothing themselves because they don't believe anything matters. If nothing matters, then why do they spend so much effort to tear down things that other people believe matter?
Because they have to bring their rise up out of the ashes, their new world order.
They don't have a plan. There is no new world order. They
They're
just want
gonna
to tear it
bring.
all
They're
down.
gonna bring it back better. You haven't heard?
Well, aside all that, we understand all that, and we know where all that stands, where it's all about destruction. But I want to hear Hank's. I think Hank and me are on the same page with what he's about to say. So it's nobody interrupt him, okay? I'm not trying to interrupt anybody or call anybody out. I want to hear what Hank has to say because I feel me and him will have a lot to say about this topic at hand. And that's why I brought it up. So
All
go
right,
ahead.
so I've been thinking about these people for a while because they're the ones that we can't reach, right? They're the ones that absolutely won't open their mind. You can't prove anything at all, right? Nothing can be proven. Nothing is true, right? It's these people that kind of have this like really weird mindset. It's a bit like taking the scientific method and going, okay, how do we know this for sure? Right? Let's not be, orthodox, right? Let's be open-minded. But then it's kind of the things to where they get so wrapped up in their education and they become so open-minded that their fucking brains fall out. And it's like they're literally showing like signs of like psychosis and all sorts of other problems. These people that relative truthers is what I call them. Like there's no truth. It's all relative, right? You can't prove anything to be true. You can't certify something. You can't verify. You can't authenticate anything to be true, right? It's all like unauthenticatable or whatever that word would be. I don't know if it's a real word. But
Well, I don't believe that. Some things are pretty obvious. We could prove
that's what these people believe. Like you can't prove anything. You can't trust anything. There's no such thing as a fact, right? So
Yeah,
we
that's
have to make
because
sure that
everybody's lied to them
we
on
get
every
to these.
media.
Yeah, I'm just saying we
Listen,
have to like get to.
I,
Hold on, almost done. Almost
no,
done.
no, you're
We have
saying
to like
it.
get.
Hank, I'm on your side, Hank. Real quick, just real quick. You're saying it in
Okay.
a rhetorical way. You don't need to answer to what you're saying when you're asking a question. I just want to let Captain Dan specifically. Let Hank talk because I seriously want to hear what he has to say. Okay, so let's not interrupt him and let's let him follow through with what he has to say. And if you have any questions afterwards, I mean, I'm not trying to control anything like that. I want to hear what Hank has to say. So let's let him talk. When he asks a question, it's actually in a rhetorical a way he's saying it. So it's not, we don't have to answer it right away. Let him talk, and then we'll follow up after he's done. When he says, I am done, he's done, and we can question that afterwards and not have any input. Because I seriously want to hear what he has to say. Thank
Hey,
you.
look, man, just no offense here either. I mean, it's good moderation, but you're not a moderator. Just keep that in mind in the future.
I know. That's why I'm saying. I'm just letting you know. I want to hear what he has to say because I've been listening for a week and a half. Like I haven't been in this whole flat Earth thing for like 2.5, 3 years. But I remember Hank. I remember Helioskeptic. I remember a few other people. And the conversation right now. I relate to it, and I
All
want to
you
hear
had to
what he
say
has
was,
to
"I know
say.
you're right." Should have just said, "Yeah, I
I
know
know,
you're
but he
right."
keeps. But
Pick your
Captain
battles.
Dan keeps
Pick your battles,
interrupting
bro.
you.
It's all right. Okay, so I'm gonna attempt to say it. So these people, we have to like show them that their life has value, their thoughts, everything is meaningful, right? They have to find like some sort of value in the world because, like, you're talking about the filthy, ladies or whatever. Well, they don't realize their potential value because their country is being ravaged by war, and they're doing whatever they can to feed their grandmothers. And it's kind of one of those things where we shouldn't be judgmental. Like we don't know what's going on, right? And it's crazy to look back at history and think things like that. But if someone would have taught those young women their real value, because their real value was much more than $5, love you long time or whatever, that's way sold short. And I think a lot of our females don't realize how they sell themselves short because they're so high in like agreeableness and openness, and they're just like, yeah, sure, I'll take it. It's kind of like the young girls that want the bad guys, right? It's like obvious, right? They have that problem. But yeah, it's men too. Like men have it too, because so men come in here and they don't realize like how fucking valuable it is to be a young man who can like read, write, and think and pass on like ideas. If you can like read, write, and use a little bit of logic, the trivium, then you're so fucking powerful as a man to like take your ideas and write them down on a piece of paper and share them with other people, and you might die, but the idea goes on, right? So it's like you're fucking valuable. Like you're made in the image of God. Maybe not the physical attributes, but that spark, between your hemispheres, like that. Like, I don't know. In my opinion, like maybe that's the image. Um, yeah. So you're fucking powerful, and people don't realize it. They come in here and think that they're mold on bread. Well, guess what mold on wood is? Fucking magic mushrooms, man. that's that's what mold on wood is. So like it's all valuable. Mike out? I don't know. Am I still on?
I liked what you said. I said I just wanted to hear you out. This the whole idea of what we're talking about, stuff like that. And then yeah, I'm right along with that. That's where the whole feminism thing, and the degrading the men. And I don't want to get in a whole anti hating women or also like that, but it's we all need to understand where we belong and where we complement each other, and that's men and women. And I think that's where we've strayed from. And that has to do with what we were just talking about, because there is no reason for these men to be out there having sex with random women. I say 30, or even if it's 100 women, and there's 5,000 men. That's still a 5-to-1 ratio. It's like, oh my, that's just disgusting. Disgusting for me as a man to think like,
Vlad, can I add something?
Yeah, go ahead.
Women set the bar for what it takes to have sex with them. If they lower that bar, it's not the man's fault. You know what I mean? If you have to have a job, you
Yeah,
have
if
to
their daddy
clean
didn't tell
shaven.
them.
They can have whatever standards they want. But if they don't have any standards, you can't blame that on the man, because he's going to do whatever it takes. And if it takes nothing, that's not his fault.
The man is this
What
animal that
about the
cannot
father?
control himself. Yeah.
Well,
What
no,
about the
not
father?
necessarily.
He'll work as hard as he needs to get what he wants, and no harder.
Yeah, but the issue at hand was war. If you want to bring that up, it was a take care of war, and that should have been secondary. The sexual desire should have been secondary. And if you want to get to the whole point of desires, it's like men should be are actually above women and should be letting them know where they stand in all this, and being an individual thing, and not spreading all this craziness around. That's why
Who said they're
I
above
feel.
them? Who said men
It's
are above
biblical.
women? Are you
Biblical.
saying
It
that?
goes. No, I didn't say that. It's
So
biblical,
who
where
did?
it's God, it's the Creator, man, woman, and children, and then the animals.
Well, that's the order of authority. That's not the
Yes.
value.
Well,
Children are
I
more
know.
valuable than grandparents because they're the future. Value and order of authority are two separate things, my friend.
I know, but you're thinking about, but you're talking about the sexual thing. We were talking about the whole sexual thing and how crazy it was back, and during war times, which I'm sure is still going on with all the stuff that's going on, and that happened in Afghanistan, Iraq, and then when now it's going on and over in Ukraine. I call it Ukraine.
All right, now
It's going on, still going on.
you're into
It's
five
still,
separate points trying to make one point. I think
yeah.
you need to
The
reduce
sexual,
it back to one or two.
okay. Depravity. Okay, let's go back to depravity. Depravity of where men should be able to control their sexual urges when there's other things that are more important than they going in. It was Hank said it the other day, which I thought was wow. I didn't even think about that. Which I've heard it before, but I don't have that mindset. But it's true. It's just going, up in some other woman that's not your wife or girlfriend, and this. I said 500 women, 500 men have been into this woman before you. So why would you do that and be distracted by that? That was the whole conversation.
That's three new
I
points
was
on its
involved
own.
in. And so yeah, we don't. I don't feel we should be putting women in that position for one, and then men to be able to stand up and say, hey, you know what? Let's not do that to women, and we think better of ourselves and them at the same time. And I said, I have two hands. I don't need to be going and doing all that stuff to some random woman that's out over in another part of the world.
How many
That's
women
what
got pregnant in no man's land in World War One? Zero.
we know. We don't know. We don't know. No, we don't know that. We don't know
In
that.
no man's land, between the lines of either side.
We don't know that. We don't know that because they didn't.
Yeah,
I
we
don't
do.
think
We
they
can
kept
say
track
for
of that. I don't think they
100%
kept track of that.
certainty that nobody ever got raped or impregnated between
Well,
the
no,
front
rape,
lines.
yes, because they were voluntarily doing that because they
No,
got they
in
got
no
something.
man's land. That's a
But
very
pregnant, we don't
specific
know.
stretch of land. Are you not following?
There were no men there, so they called it
the
no man's
trenches
land.
of the Allies and the trenches of the Axis, and a few 100 yards to half a mile, depending on the position, between the two. Anybody in between there is getting shot at by both sides. And there's nobody hanging out playing cards, prostituting, or raping, or going out for a stroll.
Good, there was
There
one
was
place on
0
earth that
people
no
that
one got
walked
raped.
between the front lines in World War One.
I never mentioned anything about rape. Although that was all voluntary.
Rape.
The point was there was no reason for that. It was just for me as crazy to think that there's this long line of men
I
going
know
in
you said that
and
like 5
sorting them out.
times already.
I know, because it blows my fucking mind. It
I know
blows my
we
mind.
get it. It's gross. There's a lot of guys, few girls. You know what ensues.
There are more women than men on Earth.
Yeah.
So why was there only 100 women and 5,000 men?
Sounds a little like an exaggeration there. 5,000.
What are you?
But that's what they were saying. That's what they're. There was brothels in Japan, specifically Japan, and in South America too, that they were catering to the American military men, and yeah, it was thousands and thousands of military men and only a few hundred women.
Thousands and thousands. Just unloading the aircraft.
You mean the nurses? The
What's that?
nurses from the ships that wanted to get off the boat too?
This is prostitutes, and it was native to the areas that they were in, not the
So
nurses.
you're saying everybody
the
was
nurses
gay?
were American women.
No.
What are you saying?
You're saying there's tons of whores.
There was prostitute. The American military supported prostitution, or actually men having sex with multiple.
It's called R&R.
With
yeah, you go on Liberty.
Yeah, but the point was all this.
You're at liberty to do whatever you want.
And get all these STDs and all this shit. You know, like I said, you were saying earlier that there was, not you specifically, but there was, they got in trouble for it. They got STDs and they would get penalized for that. And they would get
Not penalized. They just had to sit on the dirty toilet seat, and they had to get a Q-tip stuck down their urethra 6 inches to take a swab to make sure that they're not longer chlamydia.
Let me tell you guys, that ain't no picnic.
I would wear rubber. Wouldn't chance that. Yeah.
They didn't have them at the time, at least not readily available.
No one ever thought of putting a balloon over your dick.
By Vietnam, yeah, but Korea and before, nah.
They were just raw dogging it. Come home to their wife, all full of diseases.
For 1,000 years prior.
It's like part of being a soldier. You rape and pillage.
Yeah, you bang her, she gets pregnant, you get on a boat, and you say, deal with it!
Yeah. See you later, never. Good luck with that
I'll
baby.
be back, never!
How is that right?
I know it's all bad. Nobody's saying it's right.
We're talking about facts, not
I guess I have morals. I would never last in a war. I would not. I would be out in the bushes stroking it by myself, and I would not be.
So do you think you need
all
to
that
adjust
shit.
historical fact based upon your moralistic preferences? We need to deny the reality of our history because you wouldn't do it that way?
Yeah, I think it's disgusting. That was the whole point of me bringing it up.
That should not change.
I thought it was disgusting when I see these documentaries that about these guys in these long lines.
Don't say it again. Not again.
Every time.
So you want to censor reality for the sake of your morals and your that's gross feelings?
I got a question, guys. I want you to think about this. What about the leftist moral authoritarian?
It's all about feelings nowadays, guys. It's all about feelings.
Do you hear what I'm saying?
I don't think he was saying erase history. He was just saying his preference would not be to get in line. That's all.
Should we teach that Genghis Khan didn't rape and pillage? He actually was a community organizer who got people to join his cause because he was such a good orator? Or can we continue to tell the truth that he slaughtered a quarter of the fucking Asian continent and
Yeah,
is
nobody cares if you
blood
badmouth
relative
Genghis
to a
Khan.
quarter of all of them living today.
Whatever.
Should we ignore the facts because they're icky or uncomfortable?
Yeah, they're not going to tell all the kids every little gross thing about anybody.
I'm not talking about kids. I'm talking about adults. We're adults. Should we ignore the icky, or should we
No.
acknowledge
I
the
think that's
truth?
disgusting too. I guess that's disgusting too.
Well,
That
that's
when
irrelevant
people have
to
made
what did and did not happen.
That's why the Bible's got bad stuff in it, because bad stuff existed and they're just talking about it.
Yeah, and so maybe it should inspire you not to be icky if you find it icky, but you shouldn't hide the story of the icky thing that happened. You don't
I didn't
have
say
the
nothing about
right to
hiding it.
censor history.
I didn't say nothing about hiding it. I'm just pointing
No.
the fact that it did happen, and I thought it was
Just
disgusting. It's like,
unacknowledged.
ugh, like really? Like,
Let's just not
people
acknowledge
did this
it.
shit.
And then how long till it's
People
a
did this
chapter
shit.
that's removed? How long with your approach until they are running new prints of the Bible and they say, yeah, let's just leave that icky part out?
I never said that. I never once
I'm
said that. Leave
asking
it out.
you how long until that would be the
I
case.
don't see him talking
If you're
about
willing
erasing
to do
history.
this now.
I just said I thought it was disgusting. I never.
That's all.
I'm not one for censorship at all.
Right.
I think everything should be known, so you know where everybody stands. Actually,
Of
They've already
course.
done
no
that.
matter where everybody stands,
Don't
like
you
the
know about
whole
the witch hunt?
NASA thing, the whole satanic thing, the biblical thing, where everybody stands. I think everybody should know where everybody stands, so you can make a decision on who you want to interact with. Well, I'm just saying, I thought it was disgusting when I found out about the whole World War II thing and prostitution and how they were supported that, and it was like, wow, what the fuck. I felt I would never be involved in that. I never said it was.
The U.S.
For me,
government
I would never
supports
do that.
many dark and ugly things that you're not aware of.
There's
Oh,
not
yeah,
a
of
single
course. I'm
truth
sure.
that I fear not known by everybody.
What?
About 100 years ago, somebody said something along the lines of, there's not a single truth that I'm afraid of being known by everybody the world over.
A single truth.
The truth is less destructive than a lie, basically.
Well,
yeah,
it's
So
foundational.
basically, he's not afraid of truth being known by the whole world. Right?
Well,
Is that what he
that's
meant?
what a cult. That's what a cult means. It's secret knowledge that they don't want everybody to have. You see,
Right, and that's the evil. The truth is in the daylight. The evil is in the shadows.
Yeah, that's right. That's why they like the owl, because he sees in the dark.
Yep. They love their symbolism.
Oh yeah, they do. So many creepy secret societies up to creepy crap. Just infiltrating Jesuits and Freemasons.
Snakes are more active at night in most climates as well.
At night, yeah, it's right. A lot of nocturnal feeders come out, the little mice and whatever.
That's what their tongue's for. They're sensing smells and radiation from warm-blooded creatures.
Yeah, they sense, oh, there's a warm blob over here.
It's warm to the right fork, not the left fork. Turn to the right. And
What
when
an
it
amazing
senses it in
world.
both forks of the tongue, then it knows it's straight ahead.
It's like every animal has just the features that work perfectly where they're at, you know.
And that's why they don't spread to other climates and other areas, is because they're adapted perfectly to where they're supposed to be. And if they try to leave, they die.
Yeah. I'm afraid all the, so many natural ecosystems have been, they got to be polluted by now.
But that brings up invasive species, right? By being polluted with other things. Invasive species come from a place where
they would never on their own be able to leave, but they're
somebody
highly
brought them there.
prosperous where they're from. So if you put it in your pocket and fly in an airplane and then release it into the wild someplace else where it could never possibly get on its own, it's going to take over the whole environment because it happens to be advantageous in a way that it was supposed to be crippled in its own environment. It's just going to flourish like crazy in this one you put it in. But without your intervention, it would have never been able to get there in the first place.
Yeah, but you were just saying if you take it out of its normal area, put it in a different area, there might not be the same things he needs over there.
But it also might be way better for it in a way that it was not balanced against. So an Asian carp, it is a freshwater fish. It can't swim through the ocean and around the Horn of South America and then back up and around into the Gulf of Mexico and up the Mississippi and then take over. But some asshole can fly one in a little tank with some oxygenation in an airplane and get it from freshwater to freshwater and just let it go. And next thing you know, 5 years later, there's 1 million of them and they're eating everything and all the native fish are dead. It's totally possible with human intervention, especially aided by technology.
That's why we have wildlife and game and wildlife agencies and whatnot.
And Iron, let me add to that what you just said. I'm in Mobile, Alabama, and there's it's actually Wilmer, Alabama. It's called Big Creek Lake, and they're having a problem with some fish and other vegetation. He said, at least that's what they say, because you're not allowed to fish there anymore, because they're trying to keep it under control. Because there was something that was introduced here in that lake like 4 years ago, and they're trying to kill it off because it's not natural to that lake, or at least when it initially made it.
It's probably a predatory
it
species
is.
that eats the young of other fish, so they never come to maturity, but 2 out of 100.
Yes.
Somebody probably had an aquarium and they dumped them in there or something,
Yeah, they're literally having a problem right here in actually Wilmer, Alabama. Because I used to go. That's actually my first fish I ever caught was a 9-pound catfish I caught over there like 4 years ago, and I was going back and back, and then all of a sudden they blocked it off where you can't even fish there, and then you can eat dollars. So they even put it all over the news and everything. They said you cannot go near there. They're trying to this species of fish or something that's in there that they're trying to get a control of. Is killing all the natural stuff that they had there. And so I agree with what you said. That does happen. I'm experiencing it right now.
Doesn't that mean you should be able to catch those catfish and those bottom feeders that are killing off the natural flora and fauna?
Oh no, the catfish is the catfish is supposed to be natural. It's something else, some other species that was put in there more recently that they're saying that's killing off other stuff that the catfish are feeding on. And
you know what duckweed is, right?
They had a whole article. They had a whole article on how they're having all over news for the past 2 years. They've had
Have
on
you
there.
heard of duckweed?
What is it?
Duckweed. It's like seaweed, but freshwater version.
Okay. No, I have not. I'll look into it. But
Go down
go
below
ahead.
6 or 8 feet, and it like starts touching you, and it creeps you out, and so you swim back up.
Okay.
Basically, it's a safe habitat for the small fry or the baby fish. So when you have bottom feeders that are chowing through that stuff, then there's no safe place for the fry of the previous generation to grow up into mature fish. So that's habitat destruction. And they don't even have to eat the fish. They can just eat the plants that they're supposed to hide in. Like Finding Nemo, they have the anemone for the clownfish. You know what I mean? Without the anemone, the clownfish would be just running for their lives 24/7.
Yeah, that's funny. I have a niece named Anemone.
No,
I'm
address
sorry.
the point.
Oh, I just want to bring this up real quick. My niece named her daughter Anemone, and she has a son named Kraken or Kraken.
Anemone.
Anemone, yeah, that named after that. What you're just talking about.
Like a sea anemone.
Yeah.
Well, she was going to be a marine biologist, but she ended up being she's a science teacher now.
But now she's
And
a crackhead.
Yeah, I know. I'm pretty disappointed in her. But when you said anemone, I just wanted. I was like, well, it's brought. I have a grandniece named Anemone, and a grandnephew named Kraken or Kraken. They call him Kraken.
Well, my Xbox Live name is Kraken.
Release the Kraken.
But anyways, yeah, I understand what you're saying, and that's what's going on here. So I'm right with you with all that because I said I'm from Phoenix. I was out in the desert. There's a couple lakes I never went to, but being here in the Gulf, I love the fucking Gulf. I love it, and I've been to lakes. I've been to the salt water. I've been to fresh water, and I started fishing, and all I'm being told I can't fish now because of all this shit that's going on, and that's exactly what you just said. It's this
Slaves
invasion
don't
of
get to go
stuff.
fish.
What's that?
Yeah, I said the slaves don't get to go fishing without permission from Big Daddy. You got a license for fishing? You got a permit to fish?
Yo, I love you guys.
No, I don't have a license for nothing. Well, actually, I have a license to drive now. That was after 13 years of not having one. What's that?
You recommend a YouTube channel that is very prescient to this intersection of two different conversations right now. It's
Two different conversations.
The Armed Fisherman.
Okay.
By Solo Yacker. The Armed Fisherman. In Florida, if you are on your way to or from or engaging in hunting, camping, or fishing, you're allowed to carry firearms open in public. Rifles, pistols, whatever you want. And
nice.
There's
Bazooka.
nothing illegal about it because a gator might jump out at you and you have to shoot it in the head.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you know.
Oh, yeah.
It's state law. That's okay.
It's uninfringed.
Did you know that the laws in Florida are really, really different because you can't go underground? It's the only place that they don't have control because they don't have underground bases like they do across the rest of the U.S. because it's all swampland. They can't even have basements in houses.
Right. Disneyland has an underground quote-unquote level, but it's actually on ground level. They just created a false ground level for a huge area. Everything's
right. That's
one
part
story
of the,
up.
and that's why they can't take the guns away, bro, because they don't have control.
Well, I agree with you, but the point I was trying to make is that it's a good YouTube channel. You should check it out.
What's it called again?
It's The Armed Fisherman.
The Armed Fisherman. The Armed
And he
Fisherman. I'm
just
saying it 3
carries that
times so I never forget.
pistol wherever he
Armed
goes
Fisherman.
outdoors.
Okay,
People are
fuck that. I'm
calling
gonna look it up right now.
911 on him and say, "There's this guy with a gun." And
I know everybody calls
There's
911 on
there's
you.
little swamp areas here. There's little parks. Actually, there's a park that's by the one of the colleges here, the Alabama colleges, and they say beware of alligators.
Yeah, if you're going to fish next to
it's not even by the marshes. It's not even by the marshes.
They
It's
cover their
inland.
ass. They just have to cover their ass. Hey, we put up a sign.
It said beware of alligators. I haven't seen any yet, but it said beware of alligators.
Yeah. Were you aware? No, you got bit in the face.
Yeah. Yeah, I haven't seen any yet, but yeah, that's what they're saying.
What they do is they're underwater and they just sneak right up on you and then they shoot out of the water in your face.
I saw a video of a woman who was doing paddle boarding in some lagoon in Florida, and there was probably a 13-foot alligator that was having a lot of attention put on her. He kept coming up to her, and she had to poke it in his face.
He was just decide whether just to eat her or not, you know.
Yeah, he was working out whether or not he actually wanted to go through the effort of it. And I was like, "Woman, what are you doing there?" But the gator was saying, "Woman, what are you doing here?"
Uh-huh.
I probably have some babies over here in this cove, and you're too close. Get
You know,
the
the
fuck out of here.
gator was probably like a little bit afraid of her. Also,
I'm
like,
doing my best not to
sizing
eat you.
her up, you know.
Get the fuck out of here and stop poking me with that fucking paddle, or I'm gonna have to say, you know what? You've pushed my patience too far.
Yeah, it's
You're
seeing
in
flood over
his,
here.
you're in her little cove in billions of acres of estuary.
It's that they don't ask for much, but they do have to have their little area.
You gotta leave them something.
Yeah, I saw this
respect their
documentary
area.
where the dude was taming crocodiles and stuff, and you can't try to be aggressive, like be the top dog. It doesn't work like that. They don't have memory and shit. Like they'll just snap. They just see red and snap. That's it. There is no like they're not going to remember you tomorrow.
Oh, I find that hard to believe. You're the guy who brings them
You change your
half a
clothes
chicken,
for sure.
half a chicken every night. They'd be like wagging their tail to see you.
No, not that animal. I'm saying the reptile.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. You don't think an alligator would have a personality?
Yeah, no, I don't.
Yeah.
I don't think. After seeing the documentary, the way that dude explained it, it makes sense. Like you can't tame a wild animal like
I
that.
kind of agree with you
It's
on the
just a
alligator.
predator. It is a
Yeah.
predator. Like that's it.
I would say you
Borderline.
can't do it with every single one, but if you're lucky enough to get a 1 in 100 really friendly one,
A
a
cute
distinct
little
personality, and it would probably have to be abused by other alligators, and you rescued it from the other alligators, and it says, "Oh, well, you're the safe thing that I come to."
You're my surrogate
You know what I
parent.
mean? Well, you would have to rescue it from a bad situation, and then maybe it would be loyal to you forever. But
There was an
short
old
of that,
lady.
you're
She
absolutely
found
right.
a young snake, and she took up the snake and said, "I will feed you. I will take care of you."
It's more like if you find a mountain lion and a bear fighting, and you joined in and you helped kill the bear. The mountain lion's not going to kill you. It's going to be like, "What do you
He'd
want
owe
from
you
me?
one.
I'm Chewbacca. You're Han Solo. I owe you a life debt."
Yeah. Then
No,
later,
I
like
think
you'd
it
be in
will.
an
I think it
avalanche
will
and
attack you,
he
dude.
would come and save you.
I
Okay,
think
so
it will attack the shit out of you, big time.
the iron fisherman is the guy that has a bunch of interactions with law enforcement and probably game and fish. Is that him?
No game and wildlife interactions. They never come out. It's always
Okay,
the
but
police who think that they have the
okay.
authority to compel him to behave as if they are fish and wildlife, even though they don't
Okay.
have state authority
No
to conduct
jurisdiction.
that investigation.
Okay, I was assuming some of these were those. So is this all law enforcement or the police? Not true. Actually, not true law enforcement, but the police. The fuckbag police motherfuckers. Okay. Yeah,
It's not
I just
against police.
subscribe to him.
It's an educational channel.
Yeah, I was just
Yeah.
about to
May
say
freak
I
that.
out.
subscribe to him right now. He
People
does
may freak out, but he
66,400.
doesn't do anything. He just educates and has all the statutes and ordinances memorized, and he never
Nothing to get
gets
excited
arrested.
about. You just calmly tell them what's up.
Like, listen, this is the law.
Yeah. Of course.
Understand that
Well,
that's
yeah.
what you
But see,
think
I've
it
never.
is. But look it up. It's this.
I have
I
so
want to be
much
able to
respect
fish.
for the
I want to be able
amendment,
to fish
guys.
without a license. So far, I have. But yeah, if I would run into some, a police officer that wants to try to fuck with me, I'll be able to know what to say. So I'm gonna watch a bunch of his videos and see what's going on with this.
Yeah,
Especially
you
since
should.
I'm here in
Sometimes it's a
Mississippi,
SWAT
Florida,
team.
Alabama
Sometimes
area.
it's one guy.
Yeah.
And there's every version in between. It depends on how the law enforcement in your local area chooses to react to your presence and what you're doing. You might get 10 different versions of results, but he will show you all 10 and how to survive them.
So far, they don't mess with anybody because I've been over that Big Creek Lake. I was telling you, there's a spot where everybody turns off to that they actually blocked now. But I've been there, and police and the sheriffs and all kinds of stuff just drive by. They don't stop and say, "Hey, where's your license at?" But
They
apparently,
would if they had no other option when they realize that you're not breaking the law by open carrying an AR-15.
Well, yeah, it is just people fishing. But since this whole
You can
new
be
thing that they're
fishing
trying
and
to
have an
stop what
assault
is going
rifle
on.
strapped across your back and a Glock on your hip, and if you didn't have the
they'll
rifle
stop.
and the pistol, they would not call the cops on you. But when you
fish
do
get
have
tight,
it, they
man?
call the cops on you, and the cops don't even know what the laws are. So they try to arrest him, and they always fail because he
Well, I'm
knows.
for Phoenix. At Phoenix is open carry. You don't have to have a license or be registered or anything. You know, you buy obviously they wherever you have a gun. You know,
Oh,
and
he's
so
from Florida.
I carried a 44 round with me for years in the mid late 90s, and how my side a 40 Smith & Wesson 44, and I used to have cops stop me and ask me, hey, can I see that? They said they wish they could carry that gun, so they were like they thought it was cool as shit. I don't know about now. This is 20 some years later, and maybe a
Does that
little
hold
different. But back then. They thought that was cool as shit that I was this guy that just walked around and you know wherever they see me that they thought it was cool. So like, man, I wish we had a fucking
Thinks he's like
44.
John
We had
Wayne.
these pissy ass 9mm we got to carry around.
Wow.
Is it
Impressing the
not
cops with your
5-cylinder
firearm.
or 6-cylinder?
What's
That's
that?
freedom.
Your 44, is it 5 cylinders or 6?
6.
How many
It was 6.
rounds?
I said 6. I used to actually carry about 6 speed loaders, so I had actually 42 rounds with me at all times.
Oh my God.
No, but what?
Yeah.
What is it chambered in? Is it a 5-round moon clip or a 6-round?
6 round. Yeah, 6. And I had I reloaded all my own stuff, and I can't remember the grains I used to use. I was fucking 27 years ago. But yeah, I used to do all my own reloads and everything, and but yeah, I had fucking cops like they wouldn't like question me. You're like wanting to know. They like was envious of me and say, "Man, I wish we could fucking carry these things around. We got these little pissy ass 9mm. Like, what the fuck are we supposed to do with these damn things?" So
He
yeah, I thought
just
that was cool.
leaves the house every day prepared to kill like 48 people.
Well, it was actually that's 42, 46, 36 times 36
When
and
did
42. That's
cops
42.
start having hollow points?
Better
That's
stay away from school grounds with that.
Oh, yeah, well, I never went out of schools. It was like if I went to like because they didn't have to be around like stores and stuff like that. And if I went into a store, they were basically like a security guard at night. And so they would see me and they'd ask me about it because I said it was open carry. No, and I'm a full proponent of open carry. I'm totally against concealed carry because I
Yeah.
think open carry saves a lot. Well, we prevent a lot more crimes or deaths, I should say. It prevent a lot more deaths. If somebody knows you're carrying a gun, and if a criminal sees you're carrying a gun, they're not going to try to fuck with you. So it
more
would prevent you from killing them fuckers.
More
So yes.
importantly, ordinary interactions with police when you are open carrying,
Yes.
they never freak out and punch you
Yeah.
full of 14 holes. You know what I mean?
Yeah, of course.
If
That's
you're
what I'm saying.
by law, you have to hide it. Then they're like, "Oh, he was hiding it. Shoot him."
Yep.
You
Yeah, as
should
I
be
said.
allowed to be like, "You see what it is? I'm not touching it. Here's my license or my driver's license or my concealed carry. I have a concealed carry, but I'm not concealing it. Calm down. It's here.
What I
Don't
said,
freak out. Don't shoot me."
I said
They
Arizona's
kill
open
people all
carry
the
as.
time.
And as far as I know, Arizona's still open carry. But like I said, back in the late 90s, when I used to carry a gun, I said they were envious of me. And I said if they see me, they're like, "What the fuck are you doing with this?" Like, man, I wish we had those. I wish we could carry those. They're like 2 or 3 cops.
Times have
That
changed, man.
it was so cool, and I was like, man, because they knew I wasn't up to no good. I had a fucking gun on my side. I wasn't trying to run into a store with a mask on and it hidden, and everybody fucking hands up. I'm like, I'd walk in, and because I was living in a bad part of Phoenix at the time. There was all kinds of shit going on, back then. So it was for protection, and they understood that. So I had no problems with the police. I said my whole mindset's been fuck the police because I don't think they other than that they just I don't know.
You pray
I'll
for a
say it.
good one when you get pulled over.
Now, they're necessary for criminals, but for me they weren't necessary. Because when I didn't, the times I didn't have a gun, and they thought that was cool because that was like the kind of like the icebreaker, I would say, because other times I didn't have it before and after, they would always fuck with me, and I'm like, like I'm not doing nothing. What the fuck am I doing wrong? So that was always fucking me. So I always had a bad thing about police. Police, law enforcement, or actually deputies, which would be law enforcement or the sheriff. There's a separation, or police departments. There's a whole separation of how they take care of things. So yeah, if you understand all that, yeah, it's just leave me the fuck alone. I'm not committing crimes. That's how I feel. And once I had a gun on my side, they didn't fuck with me. They were jealous. Actually, it was pretty crazy. Now, and I unfortunately I sold that year, a number of years ago, and I wish I wouldn't have. I don't regret it because I needed the money. Because I got, I've talked about this before. I got it for like $250. A place I worked at a pawn shop back in the day, and I ended up selling for almost $1,200. So I needed the money at the time, and so it helped at the time, but I wish I wouldn't have got rid of it because it's been I can't imagine trying to get a gun right now.
I think we
It's
get the picture.
Yeah. But anyhow, yeah, I'm subscribed to him now, the Armed Fisherman. I'm going to watch some of his videos because I'm in the area, so I need to know this stuff. And I'm not in Phoenix no more. Like, wait, how does Dorothy said I'm not in Kansas anymore? Well, I'm not in Phoenix anymore because Phoenix was completely different than the rest of the country.
They kicked him out of town. He's got arrest warrants over there.
Yeah, you could walk anywhere. With a gun. I used to walk everywhere with a gun on my side. I don't think you can do it now. But yeah, back then,
America's not a free country anymore. What changed?
Not in a lot of states and a lot of cities.
A dozen of states have had open carry laws passed in the last 8 months.
Oh, good. I'm happy to hear that. I'm so happy.
Over 50%.
I'm open carry. I am open carry
over 50% open carry, no license, no application, no nothing.
Yeah. See, I've gotten a lot of disputes with people over the years. I feel the whole concept of an armed society is a polite society. Because if everybody's armed, there will be no crime because everybody's got guns. That's what a lot of people don't understand. Like, as all the places they have problems with guns is where you're not supposed to have them. So the people that are abiding by the law, they don't have the guns because they can't, because the law says they can't. But then all the criminals do. So there, if you understand that concept, armed society is a polite society. You're good to go. And I'm all for that. 1 billion %.
Yeah, well, it's just everything's going in the opposite direction of that.
I know, but no, he just said, what did you just say, Iron? That there's how many states now that have open carry and no license and stuff, or no registration? Actually, it's no registration.
Back over 50%. I think it's more like 30 states, which would be
good.
30 states.
Man, there was
in the last month, there's been at least 6 that have enacted it, and another one.
See, Arizona and like maybe 3 others back in the 90s was the only ones that had open carry. That you can, had no registration. I would say they knew you had it because you bought it, but you didn't have to register it. You didn't have to license it.
It was like 22 states 4 years ago, and now it's at like 30, 31 states.
Oh, when Trump was still in?
That makes me happy. That makes me happy.
To be going in the opposite direction.
Yeah, this whole gun sales. This whole gun, but people buying guns and stuff. I don't give a fuck who it is that buys a gun. Well, I guess obviously you have to be legit to a point. That's letting criminals are going to have guns no matter what. But law-abiding citizens buying guns, this whole gun craze that's been going on. I'm all for that. Just because I said it will stop crime. Because think about this.
You can't stop crime.
I'm saying you can stop the criminal though. You can stop the criminal, and it's gonna slow that down in a point of if everybody has a gun and they start somebody commits a crime towards you and you have a gun, you can stop them.
So it turns it to a point of where the law-abiding citizen has an upper hand versus a criminal. That's the point I'm making. Because obviously criminals are always going to have guns. They're always going to have guns. There's
God
no way
created
around that.
man. Sam Colt made them equal. Think about it.
Yeah, I actually hit the wrong button. I didn't mean to jump out, but yeah, Sam Colt made him equal. Yes, you're right. I like that.
You could be a 4'8" young adult woman who's 104 pounds, and somebody who's 6'5" and 300 pounds could be like, "I'm gonna end your life," and she could be like, "Nah, pew pew."
Yeah, fuck you are.
We're equal.
There you go. That's the point. I'm the angle I'm coming at. If everybody has a gun, the crime will reduce because the law-abiding citizens can protect themselves better than they're unarmed. But okay, listen to another thing. It's better to have a gun and never use it than need a gun and never have it. How about that?
It's a weird phraseology, but I get what you're saying.
I know. Kind of wish I had a gun.
Just get a drill press and a bunch of really specified tools, and you can buy 80% of a gun offline and make your own.
Oh yeah,
sounds like too much work.
No, it's really only
all you need is a good thick. You need a good thick pipe or tubing at the right
nice gun.
the right dimensions.
I see these
a barrel.
I understand how primers work. When you understand how
You don't need an FFL license to buy a barrel.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. A good thick piece of pipe and understand how primers work, then you'll be good to go.
No, I'm disagreeing with you.
Yeah, no, well, yeah, you need to know how to understand.
I want a 6-shooter like the Lone Ranger.
That's fine. Then go ahead and get one. Get one. Yeah, I'm all for it. Get one.
You need a metal milling apparatus.
I'm not going to make a gun. I don't know nothing about making a gun.
Well, if you order an 80% complete one offline, you can do 20% of the manufacturing to it. And
I'm too lazy for that.
You've got a ghost gun.
Oh, you're saying just to get around the registration, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, because they can't sell you completed parts. There's little bits and adjustments and bore out this deep at this diameter, and okay, good. Now it works.
Interesting.
All you need is a thick. Understand how thick you need a piece of pipe or a barrel, and
You're gonna blow yourself up if you use pipe.
Huh? No, you won't.
You're gonna blow yourself up.
I'll blow myself up like Tim McVeigh.
And as I said, you need to understand how a thick enough piece of pipe or barrel, if you want. I don't want to say barrel, but pipe.
No,
well, you're not going to find a pipe that has a narrow enough diameter of its aperture for you to have any caliber under 180.
180. Yeah, shotgun's what they recommend for home
that's
protection.
Why I say that's why you need to understand how primers work.
How are you going to rifle it?
You don't need to for shotguns.
No. I'm talking about fucking bolt action and things like that. There's something to be able to stick a bullet.
You can have a rifled barrel on a bolt action.
No, you don't have to go that far. All you need is a piece of pipe thick enough
to be able.
Has there
ever been a bolt action rifle without a rifled barrel?
Has
there been a bolt action musket?
Get a piece of pipe. And you stick a bullet in it. Okay, if it's a shotgun shell, a fucking 30-06 or a fucking 7 mag, whatever, 357, a 22. But you need to understand how the primer works, so it doesn't have the fucking your fucking back explosion come fucking hurt you. If you can contain that primer, you're good to go.
You're talking to us like we don't know what the fuck we're talking about.
Okay, well, yeah.
He's trying to tell you how to make an underground gun out of a pipe.
Don't you know?
I'm glad you know. That's cool. That makes me happy. I got a smile on my face. So.
Yeah, I
I'm just
wouldn't be able to take what you
okay. It's
said
me and
and
you.
get a
Me and you
functional
talking.
apparatus out of it
Yeah, you
under any
could.
circumstances.
Just you guys
Look,
just get a cheap shotgun, for home protection.
Can we get back to flat Earth?
yeah.
The Earth is still
How about
flat,
these
ladies and
how about
gentlemen.
these rail guns? How about these rail guns? These rail guns that are going around the curves. I'm trying to say
No,
joke. I'm trying to say
I just got
rail gun. I
goosebumps
remember
hearing that
this whole
term.
thing. I know, but that's funny because I remember the whole they were saying rail guns curve. I was like, how the
Rail
fuck is that?
guns.
How is that happening?
What are we even talking about?
Curvature, this flat
Oh,
curvature, this flat curvature is stuff they're talking about in railgun, and how a railgun only goes straight. It can't curve because as soon as it has any deviation from the curve, it's going to blow through. It's going to go through and it's keep on going straight.
I don't even know what you're talking about. A rail gun.
Huh?
I don't know what that is.
It's well, I don't know.
Rail
That's the
guns
thing too.
will diverge, just not over the same distances as lasers or cannons or
Lasers.
bullets. Okay, it doesn't mean they're somehow infinitely gonna go on a linear trajectory. And if you try to suggest that that's the case, then you're a liar.
Don't even try to suggest that.
Well, they can
How
only go as far
dare
as they
you?
can go. They're only going to go as far as they can go, and that's and that's going to be in a straight
As
distance.
far as our testable distances are concerned, it will not deviate one bit. But that doesn't mean that it will never deviate.
Well, of
It will
course.
never
I mean, it's like
decelerate. It will
it's like
never adjust its direction in any way at all. You're not wrong, but you're not right. You're confusing the two, and that's what bothers me. Is
no.
that you're setting
That's why I
somebody
was
else
saying
up
it in
to
a joking
disprove us
way.
later?
Look, that's why I was saying it in a joking way. I mean, it's like same as a bullet. I mean, they're saying that they're going to consider the Coriolis effect to be like going curved sideways, but it's always going to fall. It has to fall at some point, of course. That was the whole point of me bringing up the railgun thing, because it's like it goes pretty fucking straight for a long time. Well, at least what they say it does, but actually it doesn't, because it's on a straight path. They force it on a straight path until they decide it wants to go where they want it to stop. Because all the video I've seen, it doesn't go very far actually. Those railguns.
I don't know what
This
you
is
just said.
exactly what I was worried about.
Yeah, well, it's a joke. It was
I
fun.
know.
It was
I
just a
asked
joke.
like about
I'm
5
not being
minutes ago.
serious.
What in the fuck is a rail gun?
Okay, it's where they force something on this rail that's straight. Okay, it's straight. It's not
No,
curved.
no,
And,
no, no, no. It's a magnetic accelerometer where you
yeah.
take a slug or something that's ferric that can be manipulated by magnetic fields, and then it traverses a track with hundreds of accelerometers that are basically somewhere between a transformer and an electromagnet.
Well, this is
And
over
it's
my
timed
head.
perfectly to launch it as fast as fucking possible, and it can break Mach 6, Mach 7, but it will go measurably straight within the parameters of our ability to measure. But that doesn't mean it's going perfectly straight, even more any different than a laser beam being shown across a lake. And well, it might be off by a half a degree. Well, yeah, we just don't have the ability to measure that specifically. He's equating the new technology of this faster cannon to a thing that you cannot measure any possible deviation from. Well, that's just more due to our ability to measure it specifically. And if it's going at 9,000 miles an hour, how are we going to have an opportunity to measure if it's dipping by 1/1000th of a degree every second?
I know. Probably not that crucial to know.
Yeah, it's kind of preposterous to even think that it would be possible to know.
Yeah, I like how these guys say that snipers need to figure in the Coriolis effect before they take a shot. I can just see these soldiers out there with the calculators, doing the Euclidean geometry, trying to figure out where to point the gun.
Yeah. That was the whole point about that. It was supposed to be a joke. I wasn't taking that serious. I mean, I've seen all the footage of railguns, and it's hilarious.
Yeah. The old Coriolis effect gets brought up all the time. That's a proof of the baller. Don't you know that? It proves it.
Well, yeah,
Case
and it was.
closed.
But I did
closed.
a video about how a helicopter sat in one spot. It was bad. This is back in like in the
Yeah.
80s. And then they emphasized that they didn't do any kind of calculations other than sitting in one spot. You know, and they never had to adjust their position for like I think it was like 96 hours or something. No, it
96 hours. Yeah, they've been up there sitting 3 weeks now.
Yeah, no, that's only like 4 or 5
You're
days.
saying they took off from their spot, had
No,
X on
they were
it.
hovering. They were hovering. No, they're hovering
I'm not
one
done
spot.
yet.
And you're saying this helicopter had enough fuel for 96 hours? Sustained hovering?
Let me look.
Are you kidding me? How many days is that?
They had to come down to get gas.
Like almost 5 days,
40 hours, only 2 days.
They stayed up there a long
96
time.
hours is almost 5 days. It's like 4 days and 2 hours.
Yeah, that's pretty redundant there.
The point is, they didn't have to do any calculations, and they have to do any maneuvering. But the Coriolis, but you have to adjust the they have to account for shooting a bullet going at that 1,200 feet per second. They have to adjust.
Sure they do.
Somebody shot a bullet so that helicopter stayed in the sky for 2 extra days?
God. Now, those are two separate examples he's trying to make. Right? You're saying that the ground under the helicopter should have turned and moved.
Yeah. Let me see what it was. It may be fucking less. I don't know. I just remember it was like crazy, ridiculous. And that's why I was curious, like, well, how a helicopter could stay in one spot. Now all I had to do is just hover. I mean, shouldn't the Earth move below it?
Yeah, you just wait for your country that you need to go to come around on that globe and then land. Oh my God, the globe. What a time to be alive.
Okay.
Okay, what?
Yeah, see, now it's saying 2 or 3 hours.
Okay, that's long enough.
I need to look. But I need to look at what the world record is, because that's what it was—a world record of a helicopter hovering.
Yeah, the guy who got the world record, the engine quit and he smashed to the ground. But you got the world record.
Oh, 50 hours. 50 hours and 50 seconds. And it was a night. Yeah. When I say 40, when I say 50, it was only
about 90 something, I think.
Oh, okay. 50 hours. Okay, 50 hours. Still, 50 hours is 2 days, and
yeah, it's quite a long time. It's a long ass time.
Yeah. That was in what year was it? It was like in the 90s or early 90s. Like it was the late 90s.
Back when Clinton was getting blowjobs with Monica Lewinsky.
Yeah, so 50 hours it hovered in one spot. So you don't think and it even says that they didn't have to do any calculations or anything to be able to stay there. They just hovered, and they didn't have to readjust for the Earth's movement or anything like that.
No.
That was the reason. That's the reason I did the video. It's like, wait a minute, how is that even possible? They can hover in one spot, because wouldn't the Earth, move away from them, and even like 50 hours later, with that, actually they'd be it would have passed them twice. The Earth would have passed them. 24 hours is one day, right?
Right. So that's one full turn.
It would have been 2 turns.
Yeah, he's 2 turns.
It would have been 2 turns. It would have passed him twice. That was the whole point of the video.
So ridiculous.
But they're going to adjust the fucking with the gun. Fucking, adjust for the Coriolis effect for 1,200 feet per second.
Yeah, I know.
Come on.
Ask Chris Kyle if he had a calculator on him up there.
Okay, so
Yeah.
it's 50 hours, not 96 hours. Still. 50 hours is a long time to be sitting at a fucking hovering.
I know. Can you imagine the pilot? He's like bored out of his brain.
I know. I'm trying to see what year. Oh, 1980, December 16th, 1989 is when it happened.
Huh.
So it's 1989 they did this.
Under the watch of
Yeah.
George H.W. Bush.
So, yeah. Okay, I'm stand corrected. It wasn't 96, it was 50. But still, that's two revolutions. That's two revolutions of the Earth, right? 24 hours, 48.
Yeah.
Yeah, but their logic will never agree with yours. You know, they'll just wave it
Yeah.
away.
How
and
did
say,
how
well,
did
you're
they
not thinking
explain
very
that away?
relatively, are you?
How did they explain that away?
Even says in here that there was no adjusting. It just hovered. That was the whole point of my video I did years ago.
Is this MK Ultra mind control, trauma-based mind control?
What's going on?
Somebody got my joke.
Yeah, I'm laughing at your joke, man. It's so hilarious. My bad.
Let's just all take a deep breath.
Yeah, man. Ooh.
Anybody else got something to say?
I'll shut up now.
Bueller?
Oh, shit. Uh-oh.
Now I will take this chance to filibuster.
Wait, no, don't do that. There's a bunch of new guys in here now.
Cool.
So why don't you tell them what we're all about?
Well, we talk to people about the reality of what and where we're living. And we kind of challenge the current science. We have problems with it. Doesn't check out. We looked and looked and looked and studied, and none of it checks out. So there's a lot of bright people on here that can explain a lot of things and make it sensible, and just so that one may awaken from the programming that they've been given all their life. Everybody's hanging up. I bet that tells me something. Nobody wants to talk about flat Earth with me. Nobody has questions?
Dude, I could talk all day about flat Earth. I just have a question real quick. Does anybody have a PlayStation 3 by any chance?
I've never been into gaming. I thought it was a waste of time.
Does anybody play what?
Nobody plays PlayStation 3 still? I don't have a PlayStation 3 with Minecraft?
I don't have Minecraft on it. No,
Oh,
I still
bro,
have
come
my
on, bro. I
PS3.
rebuilt Kino der Toten. You know Nazi zombies?
I don't believe in Nazis.
Call of Duty zombies?
Oh, zombies, yeah.
Fuck's sakes.
I don't believe in zombies.
No, I rebuilt the map. It's an exact replica in Minecraft on PlayStation 3. It's like really, really, really vanilla. I wanted to know if anybody wanted to join.
Oh, on PlayStation 3? You play it on a PlayStation 5?
Dude, no, bro. That's what I'm saying. It's impossible to find people to play on PlayStation 3. I have to go onto the random lobbies and add people as friends. So I'm playing with these random people. They probably never seen Call of Duty Zombies in their life.
I mean, I could play on my computer, but like my computer is like 2011. It's hella old.
Nah, dude. I'm on PlayStation 3.
Yeah, it's a 2011 Acer laptop.
Oh, you need to upgrade pretty soon.
Yeah, I should, but I like Acer. I mean, the computer runs pretty decent.
Really?
Yeah.
The reason I'm not upgrading is because I like it vanilla, bro. Like they added too much. Like when there's like llamas and shit, like dude, I quit, bro. I quit Minecraft. After PlayStation 3, dude, I quit.
Nah, man, the llamas are actually very fluffy, man. I touched them before. They're kind of cute.
Dude, I don't even want to fucking hear it, bro. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, man.
All right, so back to this flat Earth stuff. What's the newest developments in the whole flat Earth? Anything like spectacular that's new that's mind blowing?
It's nothing new under the sun, they say.
It's all settled, man.
I wouldn't go quite that far.
You have a mountain of evidence, and no one else has got shit.
Nice. It's just flat as a motherfucker, and all that curvature is all in your eyes.
Yeah, that's all I was gonna say is that the black swan is all we need, and then it's done. You just either care or you don't. Like we don't need really any new development. It's just done. And
except for the same people are still left in power running that same scam.
Exactly. That's what I mean. So it's done as far as like we've proven it, so to say.
They're just gonna double down on the lies and say you're a nutball.
Yeah, that's all. You either just care or you don't. You either realize or you don't.
Yeah, just on a personal level, if you know or not, is important.
Yeah, that's pretty much where I stand with it all. And I said I was all into it back in March of 2015, but I got about the 2017 era. It just all the drama and all the especially all the doxing. I wasn't really into the doxing stuff. That was on their side, the Glober side more than anything else. But it's all the chaos. I was like, man, I know where I'm stand. I know where I stand. Literally, I know where I stand. I stepped away from it, but I just kind of jumped back into about maybe a week and a half, 2 weeks ago, and that's why I'm on here. And it's going to, I was curious of what was new developments. That's kind of like oh, cool, right on. This is everybody's gonna understand this, but yeah, it's more of a personal thing than anything else. Still,
I got you, bro.
I'm okay. I'm okay with that. I'm okay. That's where I stand. It's more of like I know where I stand. If you want to be spinning on a ball, fine, whatever. I know I'm on a flat, stationary fucking earth to fucking go ahead and spin all day long.
Floors. Have you heard the ocean floors?
What's that?
The ocean floors is a big thing going around.
Wait,
they're calling them basins. Oceanic basins.
Okay, you were. It was my headphones are it was vibrating out and it didn't sound right. I wasn't hear what you were saying. Okay.
Oceanic basins. They're I don't know what percentage of the world. It's a lot, but it's all flat. Extremely flat.
What are we talking about? Join the VC.
We found more flat Earth. It's on the bottom of the sea.
Oh, word.
That's right.
But like they say, as above is so below, right?
They do say that.
If it's flat above, it's got to be flat below, and it all balances in between.
It does all balance. It's all put in perfect balance.
Well, see, I'm here now in Mobile, Alabama, and if anybody looks up Mobile Bay, it's from if you look up Fort Morgan. If you look north of Fort Morgan, there's Mobile downtown, and it's 31 miles. And I have a video, which I only have my camera phone. I didn't have the P900 and on this crazy stuff, but you can see plain as day that all of downtown Mobile from 31 miles away. I mean, it was shocking to me.
What you're seeing is a mirage.
No, this was not a mirage. This was even with my little shitty. I just see it in my eyes, but my phone I can only capture so much because this is a camera phone. I think I had a cheaper one that I have now because that was like in 2015. Oh no, I'm sorry, 2017 when I took that footage, and I'm gonna go back over there, but I gotta, go on a clear day because it has to be on a clear day, because if it's any foggy, it's so hazy. You just, you can see so much.
Yeah.
You can see it, but it's just they want to say, they want to say, oh, it's this, and this. It's like, well, no, I want to get a clear freaking day and really show what it looks like. But for me,
You can
I
make a
know,
YouTube
I'm
video.
shocked.
Yeah.
What's that?
So you could videotape it and then just post it on YouTube.
Well, yeah, that's what I did. I did do that. I still have the footage. It says I did that, and everybody disputed, like, well, no, it's not what you're really seeing. There's this, and this. I'm like, no, I know what I've seen, and I shouldn't see what I see, motherfuckers.
Hey, just tell
I
them.
shouldn't be seeing it.
Just tell them we can see too far. It's over. There's
I
it's not.
got another one. Recently, there's been a Space Force guy coming in here, and he's been talking about geostationary satellites, and
Stationary.
so they're in the orbit in a way where it's not moving at all. So it's a satellite that's in orbit at 0 miles an hour. Think about that.
It sounds like kind of like not in orbit.
No, yeah, it's called landlocked, where it's stuck in. It goes with the Earth's rotation and it follows the Earth. It's like so it avoids the whole 17,000 miles an hour bullshit that they.
It's a satellite that's not moving.
Oh, yeah, not moving at all. Wait, not moving at all. It's not like following with the Earth, and because they used to call it landlocked, where it goes away from deviates from the ones that are going 17,000 miles an hour, which is like totally insane. But there's ones that go follow the Earth. They call it landlocking. It's like it follows a certain spot with the Earth as it's turning. It's like really.
Well, that
really?
doesn't exist. You see, that's the problem. It doesn't even exist.
I know, I know that. Because I was
only in the minds of the people they fooled. There it exists.
Mm-hmm. And
Exactly.
Think about this.
His mind is blown away. He's like, "Isn't it cool? It's not even moving, but it's in orbit."
Yeah, I mean, what's the difference? Moving, not moving? What are they doing up there with that thing?
Exactly. And think about this, that little, what they call it. It's like a tin can or a garbage can, or actually it's like a school bus size. They say it's a school bus size, but it's got these flimsy ass wings that are
the ISS
solar panel, like the solar, yeah, even the ISS, but there's about these satellites. So they don't, they show them, but they're not vibrating. So they're in a spot where they don't vibrate at all. So there's 17,000 miles an hour. 17,000 miles an hour is fucking fast. Think about that. That's fucking fast. No vibration at all. It's just smooth.
What the fuck do you need something going that fast? What the fuck is this?
But so it can loop around the Earth, go it's 1,014 times. It's 14 times it goes around the Earth in one day.
Oh yeah, I don't believe any of this garbage.
That's how they have all of our communications.
Dude, I believe that there's a dome up there and nobody's going anywhere. And everything has to be fake. Everything is fake.
He's spitting for real.
I'm trying to remember some other stuff that I thought was hilarious back in the day. But the satellites has really got me. And then the fuel to the Earth, the fuel to the moon and back.
It's a big problem.
Because there was no solar panels on that son of a bitch. So there had to be fuel at some point.
Solar panels. You know how much energy you need? So much force?
Especially going to vacuum of space. There's no push, right? Or
guess what? Guess what? Rockets can't function in a vacuum.
I know. Well, remember, I remember seeing the videos of flies. Flies can't even fly in a vacuum.
Yo, the best way to explain it is it doesn't have anything to push off of, so it pushes off itself, and that's called a grenade, bro. It's a fucking, it would explode.
There you go.
I mean, you know how they have rockets with the fire shooting out the back end?
Yeah,
that fire, the burning, the ignition will stop if there's no air. Just stop.
Well, yeah, that's another thing. Fuel can't ignite without oxygen, and in a vacuum of space, there's no oxygen. So how does that even work, too?
Yeah, that's the same thing I'm saying right now.
Yeah, well, I'm reiterating what you're saying, and that's what people. I actually had a friend of mine I was talking about earlier. That I since 5th grade, he was like trying to tell me all this stuff. I'm like, wait a minute, the fuel. How's the fuel burning, bud?
You,
Okay,
you,
go
What
ahead.
I believe.
do
What
you
I
want
believe.
to hear their answer?
Yeah. What's their dumb answer?
Their answer is that they use an oxygen-rich fuel additive.
Oh yes.
That was it.
Oh, an
But yeah,
additive.
but you're still in a vacuum. You're still in a vacuum, so the
Yeah, it
oxygen
doesn't.
burns off.
That doesn't even address the issue.
There's nothing to project itself off because that's what we're realizing that with our environment or ether,
Yeah.
it's projecting off the ether.
Yes.
And if there's no ether, then you can't project. It doesn't matter how much fucking oxygen you have and a containment, which would be the rocket. It won't go forward.
That's 2 reasons why rocket wouldn't work in vacuum.
Yeah. Oh man.
There's nothing to push off of, and the fire wouldn't ignite. I mean,
remember, there's no up or down in a vacuum or space, so I guess they wouldn't fall. They just float up. They'd float too, right? They just
they'd
float.
float.
They
You
just
get high
float
enough.
too.
You
But
float
high,
towards
high.
the great. What is it? The great attractor. Right.
Yeah. Oh my god. See, now my other issue too with the whole moon thing was I know a little bit about photography and how all that stuff works, and you can't. I'm pretty sure any kind of light, but I'm pretty sure I never dealt with radiation per se, but I'm pretty sure radiation, no matter how much you had something contained, it's going to mess up the film of whatever you took before you took it and after you took it. So it pretty much it would be destroyed. You know, any kind of film, and that's a photographic film or video film, which is what they supposedly took.
See,
you know,
that one fact. If everybody realized that was the fact, they would immediately know that. Hey, you guys just showed me a bunch of fake pictures. Those would have got wrecked. End of story.
There you go.
But anybody who says something like that is just considered a nut. Everybody loves astronauts in space. You don't say a bad thing about them.
And then have the phone call from Nixon to the
that's
to
my
the
favorite. That's my favorite.
Not only, but technically it was 379,000, but 243,000, whatever. It doesn't matter. Over 200,000 miles. So they're going to go all the way there.
247, 248.
Okay, through radiation belt and then back.
Sure.
There and back. And then the thing too is when they had the because I was looking into this, the whole taking off of the camera that was left behind when they took off the first time.
Yeah.
Okay,
They
said that
left the camera behind, filming them taking back off from the moon. The camera was left on the surface.
They said that done remotely. They moved that camera remotely. So that means they had to have precise precision to be able to follow that thing up as it went up, as it took off from, what was it, 243,000 miles? Right?
247.
247,000 miles one way and then back to be able to send that signal back and forth that fast to be able to follow it perfectly. Perfectly followed up.
Hey, sorry to interrupt. Someone just asked me why, like, the Earth's core being flat and all. How would you explain that?
Core.
The Earth's core. Yeah, the Earth's
In
core.
the globe model, they'll show you like they know all the different levels of the core of the Earth, and in the middle it's molten metal, and And meanwhile, man has drilled the deepest a drill ever went was 8 miles, and so they don't really know what's exactly inside the Earth. But of course, they always act like they know everything.
Class, have you ever heard of incoherent magnetism?
No, what is it?
Okay, you might want to look up something called the Curie point.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, because the Curie point is provable. There's demonstrations of it over and over again. In fact, here I'll see if I can beat somebody else to posting the GIF. Here it is. So here's a demonstration of the Curie point.
Yeah.
When things that are magnetized reach a certain temperature, known as the Curie point, they enter into a state of incoherent magnetism. So instead of there being some type of polarization or directionality to the magnetic field is completely disrupted and is incoherent, as in the magnetism and is in all directions, which prevents any type of polarity. So if we did have an iron or molten metal core, it would invalidate the magnetic field that we experience. So Earth cannot have a molten core the way that they say that it is or works, because we know scientifically about the Curie point.
Well, I'm sure one of those globe people would straighten you right out. You know?
No, they
no.
really
They have
no
to have an answer for every single thing that comes
they
our way.
Yeah, they don't for this one though.
They'll pull something out of their ass, believe me.
Yeah, well, let me know when they do.
After all the ad hominems about how stupid your question is and everything.
Anyway, did you understand that, class?
Yeah.
All right. You can look up Curie point. You can look at the incoherent magnetism.
Incoherent magnetism, and because of that effect being known, it invalidates the idea that there's molten core of whatever metal in the center core of the Earth. I guess I didn't get the connection quite solid in my mind.
Here you go. Here's the graphical representation of the curve of the Curie point in regards to temperature. And as temperature goes up, the incoherence increases. So you start with, if you expand that, you start with coherent magnetism, whereas there's a directionality. And as it increases, it becomes more and more incoherent until you reach or exceed the Curie point, where directionality is incoherent.
Oh, yeah, I've never heard of such a thing.
It's all on the topic of ferromagnetism, and it's known as a Curie point, and it's an important fact to know because it can be demonstrated. And
Everything
it invalidates a
everything
molten
has
core.
a sort of electromagnetic energy inside of it.
Well, this is all in regards to the claim that the Earth has a magnetic core, because they literally call it magnetic and core. Well, it can't be a molten substance that invalidates magnetism.
That's right.
Yeah, basically anything that's hot and molten, it's not magnetic. And I said my grandfather was a scrapper, basically scrap metal. And I remember having magnets, and if they got hot or he did stuff to them, they weren't magnetic anymore. So I understood that at a young age, not realizing, the whole magnetic, molten lava. I know that never made sense to me, but now it makes sense. They're like, well, yeah. How can the center of the Earth be molten lava but be magnetic at the same time? It's impossible, which is what he's saying. That's the scientific terminology. But yeah, basically molten materials cannot be magnetic. It has to be solid. It has to be magnetized by a positive and negative polarity.
Well, what if it's magical and we have no idea? It's in the very core of the Earth and no man has ever seen it.
But how do we know? How do we know it's there? How would it be? How would we know it's there when we've only got 8 miles?
you have to take the expert's word. It's a matter of trust.
That was like
I don't think the core itself is magnetic. I think it just generates its own magnetic field according to what
it generates the magnetism down there.
It literally cannot.
Yeah, it can.
So again, the Curie point for iron is 770 Celsius. They claim that even in the upper mantle, it's at 2000, and that it only increases up to 6000 degrees Celsius. So every aspect beyond the crust is way, according to their story, is far in excess of the Curie point. So any concurrent claim that there is a polarity or directionality to magnetism is invalidated by the claim that the upper mantle, lower mantle, outer core, and inner core exceed the Curie point. It's all
wait. So
nonsense.
why do they lie
This is a
about it
little
then?
too
Like
advanced for my
why do
for
they
my.
lie about it? Like why don't they just like tell the truth about it? Like is there like
They
some
don't
secret
like to
like
say,
code
"Hey, we
going
have
on?
It's
no
all about
idea."
control. It's all about control, manipulate, and dominate. That's all it's all about. And money, which it results in money and power. That's why they lie.
They're doing
And you're
magical
a monkey.
They're doing magical spells on us, basically.
Don't question anything, you monkey.
They have the knowledge of where we are, and you don't, so that gives them a pretty good upper hand.
Yeah, it's like we
Yeah.
got $1 trillion, and guess what? You don't. So you're gonna have to be, or we're gonna have to go ahead and let you go. You're like, you don't own me. Oh no, wait, no, actually we do.
Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Why would they?
Uh-huh.
Why would they lie?
Yeah, they're not evil liars or anything.
And he dipped already.
What? No, I never understood that question of why would they lie. That's like I don't know. It's just mind blowing. It's like,
Like,
oh
no,
yeah,
bro, you ask
they're lying.
yourself, why would you lie? And then you just answered the question yourself. Like, why would you lie about something? And then there you go. Like, that's why.
Yeah, pretty
Yeah.
much.
Well, you understand. But I'm saying I wouldn't say that because I know why they're lying. But I'm saying everybody else is
Right.
coming in. That's like, why would they lie?
Yeah, these
That's like,
people that put their full
oh,
faith and
power.
trust in everything that they're told.
I know why they're lying. It's about power, control, and manipulation, and to be able to, just that whole upper hand. Like, somebody, I didn't see because I'm like trying to scroll through and see who's talking, and somebody said they have the upper hand. It's all that. That's what it is. The upper
Of course
hand
they do.
on everybody.
Of course they do. They got their hands on the levers. They can shut down whatever the fuck they want to shut down when they want to shut it down.
Yeah.
They got they got weather weapons and all kinds of weird technology to fuck with us. It's
And like someone's incredulity about what some strangers would lie about changes anything about what the fact of the earth is.
Why would some stranger?
Exactly, bro. That's another thing that freaks me the fuck out is because it's like whether or not they're lying, dude, like it's still flat, dude. Like, ask me a question, right? It doesn't matter because it's still fucking water level is a fact. That's it. Like you can't ask any questions. That's it.
If you ever take a history class, it's going to be filled with nothing but what this family did, what this dynasty did, what this empire did. Nothing has changed. These people are still there, and they changed the game, and they're hidden behind the scenes. It's that simple.
Yeah. There seems to be a ruling class that came from antiquity. The pharaohs of Egypt became the Caesars of Rome, and then became the British royal British family, and then it came American presidents. That's why they call them blue bloods. Their blood is better than yours. They're royalty. See, it's king's. What is it? The king's right to rule, or whatever.
The Queen of England has blood ties to the Prophet Muhammad.
Huh. She's like an old cracker that wouldn't have a drop of, Semitic blood in her. I've heard that she shapeshifted into a lizard a time or two. By some pretty credible sounding whistleblowers.
I'm unable to pass judgment on that subject at this time.
Of course, it's way on the esoteric edge of all this clown show. This clown show we call
I'm not
reality.
gonna skip up on that topic, dude. The problem is you're a hybrid reptilian and you don't even know it.
Could be. I have to agree. There's a possibility that we've gotten the serpent seed along the way somehow.
Would you take that to a biblical stance?
Well, that's the reference of the serpent seed line. I believe that actually the devil seduced Eve to the point where he got her pregnant, and she gave birth to the first murderer, Cain.
Do you actually believe that?
I've heard that post to me, and it makes sense. But
That the
who knows?
serpent seduced Eve, and
Yeah.
that's where the
Yeah.
seed of
That's what
Cain
the
came.
that's what the
to-
Egyptian version of Genesis actually does say. That Cain
Yeah,
has
see,
the
now,
offspring of
Story
serpent.
originates from the mystery school religion.
The devil had sex with Eve
Yeah, that's
after they had Abel, and then gave birth to Cain, and Cain murdered Abel.
That story originates in the mystery school religions, which also are the creators of the globe story. So if you want to go down the road of believing in the mystery school religions teachings, you're playing games with the same ones who brought you the story of the globe and all other mystery school religion stories.
Yeah, we were just talking about the book of
I would
Genesis.
have to totally agree with that, because I don't believe the whole story of that. I think that literally Adam and Eve had Cain and Abel, and yes, evil was introduced into this time frame
This
where
is the wrong voice channel for this whole conversation anyway, though, guys.
yeah, it really is. It really is.
know.
You're right. I'm sorry.
For a Glober to show up, but still, like, remember that this is always live streamed, and always need to try and keep things on topic.
All right, shut her down.
Shut her down. This is not a good topic for. Hey, gospel. I appreciate you of always trying to keep things on topic here. I'm sorry.
That's some good moderating there.
So one of the ways that you can do that, even though it can get boring to talk about the flat Earth once you already know that it's flat, you can always hone in each other's arguments and help each other not say stupid things, like unfalsifiable or other unverifiable claims, for instance. Make sure that your arguments and statements are sticking to the most basic, provable, demonstratable, realities and that sort of thing.
And if you want to talk about things such as we were just talking about, you can always go down to the religious room.
Right. But I mean, all of that religion,
Just to keep
creation
things safe.
stories,
No,
they have
if
a
you want
large
to talk about
connection to
creation
the.
stories, you really need to go down to the religious
No,
room
no,
and
no.
not
I don't
here.
want to talk about it anymore. But I'm just saying it is related to the flat Earth. It's a big part of it.
Hey, I stepped away for a second because I'm here in Mobile and it's supposed to be a huge hurricane. And my girlfriend was saying that there was a tornado had touched down here close by.
Tornado.
And she's all she's freaking out and she's in a closet.
Oh boy.
I'm like, there's if the windows were shaking, I'd be concerned because I lived in Oklahoma and there was a hurricane or a tornado hit in 2012 and it tore a lot of the city up. And I was a half a mile from there and it was windy, but I didn't know a fucking tornado went through until the next day.
It just missed you, huh?
Yeah, in Oklahoma, yeah. But here, it's a little windy, but it's not even near close to what I would think.
I'm
It's
in
not
Oklahoma
even raining.
too.
What part? I was in Oklahoma City.
That's where I'm at.
Oh wow.
I'm in upper central Texas, so yeah, I'm very familiar with the old tornado alley.
Oh
Yeah.
my god. I do
But yeah,
not want
there's
to
supposed
get
to be
hit with
something
one of
here.
those.
But yeah, she's all freaking out. That's why I stopped. I
Well,
was
tell her
talking
she
a
doesn't have
minute
to
ago and I
freak out.
stopped.
Tell her she
I
doesn't have
told her
to
that.
freak out until she sees something coming. Then go run in the closet.
Yeah, I said when the windows start shaking, then we'll be concerned. But it's just a little bit of wind outside. No rain. It's a little overcast. It's not even
Tell
no
her to
overcast.
stop being
Barely any
such a
overcast.
big old snowflake.
Yeah, I know, and she's usually not like that.
But we do in where I'm at, we do have tornado activity come just like out of the blue. Boom.
Oh gosh.
Tornado. So
No, I'm in Mobile, Alabama right now.
where your girl's at,
Yeah.
if she's in Oklahoma City, yeah,
No,
we're
I'm in Mobile.
we're in
We're
like
in Mobile.
super tornadoes can come up out of the blue. They just happen. It's crazy.
What I was saying was I lived in Oklahoma City when they had a tornado come by and it tore up a lot of the city
Oh,
back in
jeez.
2012, and it was half a mile from where I was at, and I didn't even know it hit until the next day. So it ain't that big a deal. It's windows shaking, and you feel like the roof tiles are coming off the roof. A little bit of gusts of wind ain't qualifying as a concern for me. But wait, I just heard something rumbling. Whoa.
See, now you've
Uh-oh.
angered Mother Nature.
Dude,
I better go
I've
check.
lived in Upper Central Texas for all of my life, and when the wind starts shaking the windows, you better duck for cover because
That was really funny when you said that. Like, I could really tell you were from Texas all your life because you were like, I've been from Texas all my life. Like, real Texan.
yeah.
We ain't seen a twister like that since 1937.
I remember like I want to say it was like 2000 and 2000 maybe 3. We were at my mom and dad's house and having Easter and all the kids getting all their shit ready to go to Easter, and we had like 5 or 10 twisters that you could see running across the pasture in our backyard.
Oh my god.
And the
10 of
kids
them
were,
at once?
and they were still hunting Easter eggs.
They're like, I don't care. I'm gonna find me an Easter egg.
These kids, they didn't care. They didn't care.
Like da, 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 like a Dorothy and the
It's just like
Wizard of Oz.
life. It's just life. It's life, and it's that's just life where you live in these parts. It's like yeah, they're over there. Those tornadoes, they're not affecting us. Let's still keep doing what we're doing.
Yeah, as long as it doesn't hit my house, I don't care.
But yeah.
No, I don't think anybody's that selfish. I mean, you're gonna care if you're gonna be thanking God it didn't hit you. That's okay.
Yeah, there's some approaching. There's some thunder in the background.
Uh-huh.
Hey,
I'll keep everybody posted.
What'd y'all think about that red Chevy truck tornado version? Did anybody see that where they were like a rock? Oh,
Was
like
it
a rock.
a TV commercial?
No, it was literally in Elaine, Texas. There was this red Chevy truck that went through a tornado. It got totally turned on its side and rolled around, and then it stood back up and drove away.
Oh.
And then somebody put it to Chevy's the Chevy slogan, like a rock.
Right. It
But
didn't
this
care.
guy
The
literally,
tornado throws it across the desert. It just lands on its feet. Come on, that's
just
all you
went
got.
away, just drove back away after being twisted upon by this tornado, and it just drove away. Some
Good times.
storm chaser
Yeah.
caught that. Have y'all not seen it? It was
No,
pretty remarkable.
I don't have a TV. for
I
many
don't. It
years.
wasn't on TV. It was on YouTube.
I haven't seen it. No, I'll keep my eye peeled.
Well, you'll
Like
have
a
to look
rock
that
Chevy
one up because
commercial.
it's pretty cool. Because they were like, "That's the best Chevy commercial." Chevy needs to brand that as a commercial for their best truck.
Well, the executives down at Chevy said yes.
Yeah,
Let's make
yeah.
this bitch go viral.
And I bet soon they will make that go viral to make it. This is like a rock.
Who doesn't love that song? Good old Bob Seger.
Hey, and I'm personally not a Chevy person. I'm a Ford person, but but that was the best Chevy commercial ever.
The greatest of all time, the goat.
The goat. It was a goat commercial. Totally.
I don't like that phrase. It's like reminds me of the Baphomet. Yeah.
Yeah, the Baphomet. Hey, you're probably not familiar with this channel, but I've got to bring this up. Do you know Matt from the Quantum?
Yeah.
Quantum of Consciousness.
Yes, I've heard Matt. Yeah.
Okay, he was talking about how when man,
I know
I
you
can't.
have to think back. He says so much stuff.
Yeah, he does. It's not Tom Brady, but Terry Bradshaw. Terry Bradshaw back in 1983 broke his arm and went into the hospital. And instead of going into the hospital under his name, he went into the hospital as
You cut out.
he went into the hospital because he hurt his arm.
Yeah.
And instead of calling himself as
Right, his real name, right?
his real name, because he didn't want people to be coming to the hospital,
Right. That's what celebrities do. They use a fake name.
So he used the name.
You cut out again.
I'm sorry.
Think she cut out because she
What
don't
in the
remember
world?
the name.
Oh.
He called. Who's the
Oh goodness.
instead
Tom
of
Petty.
Tom
Brady?
Tom Brady. He
So he's a
used his
coach.
he used his name. He used an alias Tom Brady.
What a stupid thing to do.
Tom Brady was only 6 years old when he went into the hospital.
What? I thought that guy was super old, Tom Brady.
So Terry Bradshaw broke his arm as
Have we been drinking tonight?
Terry Bradshaw went into the hospital.
Oh goodness.
In 1983.
Yeah.
Terry Bradshaw.
Tom Brady.
Tom Brady was only 6 years old because he was born in 1977. Okay.
I thought that guy would be older than me, but I don't know sports.
So Tom Brady was only 6 years old when Terry Bradshaw went to the hospital.
Well, it's a kind of just a generic sounding name, Tom Brady. Could be a coincidence.
Why would he choose that specific name?
Oh, goodness.
As an alias.
We'll never know.
Yeah, who knows?
How weird is that? It's very weird, okay? Come on.
Oh, there's a lot weirder
It's
stuff
probably
in
his
the world.
nephew or a family member.
Hey, same
That's what I'm
topic.
guessing.
Just about like 5 minutes ago, I heard you guys talking about tornadoes. There was a tornado came through my town last night.
Oh no, last night.
Yeah.
Did you rip it up very bad or what?
It wasn't good. It was.
Why are you telling me about this? What the hell?
Yeah, it was Springdale, Arkansas. Well, I live in Fayetteville, which is it's just south of Springdale.
Why didn't you even mention this to me?
It wasn't like one of those big F5, wipe out the whole community's tornado. But we had
just a little.
There was a. I mean, I don't know. Sure, if you watch the mainstream news, but I don't think most people watch any of that shit.
I don't think
Yeah.
they even cover that.
Well, dude,
Yeah, that's
I had no
crazy, bro.
idea.
Yeah,
I'm
we
sorry,
had we had
man.
we had you know, there was a certain part of the neighborhood in Springdale got pretty tore up, man. There was a lot of trash everywhere. Um it hit a school, several houses and shit.
The kids are going, yes.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, it's just like I think they shut down school all day in the whole
Did you hear that?
area.
Could you hear that? No, did you hear that? Hurt that thunder and stuff.
No.
Oh shit! I had.
Well,
I
and
was.
what's
I'm like
crazy
wet right
is
now.
I was up at 4 a.m. Yes, well, I guess this morning I was up at 4 a.m. and I got a tornado warning on my phone. They don't usually give you a tornado warning unless there's a tornado in the area, right? And I was
Yeah.
just like, and I'm like, I don't have a storm shelter, so I'm just gonna hope that shit don't hit me.
You say, dear Lord Jesus, don't let that tornado hit me.
You know, just like, you know what?
Please, Jesus.
Just don't hit
I'll go to
me.
church next week.
But then, you know, I went to work this morning, and then I started hearing about where it did hit, and there was several parts of Springdale, Arkansas, which is it's
Can't tell me about that.
in the vicinity of Fayetteville and Bentonville, Arkansas. It's a little bit east of Fayetteville, northeast of Fayetteville. Yeah,
Oh, so
they got pretty
many,
kind of tore up. You know, there's places that got kind of tore up by a tornado.
so
Did you
many
hear that?
prayers needed for that area in your area.
Well, I mean, I used to live in central Arkansas. We got tornadoes all the time, bro. When I was a little kid, I lived in a tornado. Like there was this, we almost got almost every year there were tornadoes.
Every year, goodness.
Yeah, bro. I mean, it was like, why would you live here?
That's
That's where I live, man.
I think it's
Every year, tornadoes are normal.
yeah, it's just like it was like around the Little Rock area. There was a certain part of where I lived. I think it has to do with like the weather systems and how they push against the Wasatchs and the Ozarks. So you'll get the storms just move across central Arkansas that way and across the plains of southern Arkansas. It's that's kind of tornado alley, you know, there because the elevation,
the houses are all dirt cheap. And get a big giant house for like.
Nah, man. There's a lot of rich people in those areas, but it doesn't have to do with any money. It's just like once you get, I mean, I think that Shanna was talking about this earlier. It's just like, hey, man, you just kind of get to live with it. I mean, just like people in Florida, it's just like, hey, it's hurricane.
I know.
You know, it's just like
every place
it has nothing to do with money. It's just like, hey, I want to live here. It's good most of the time but when it's not good, it's not good.
Yeah, you live there because it's a cheaper place to live, and yeah, you get slammed with all this crazy crap like that, like tornadoes and like that's why people live in Louisville, like Louisiana, because yeah, they get slammed with hurricanes, but the cost of living there is way cheaper.
That's true. I mean, compared to California and Florida and New York and shit. Yeah, I mean, it's a lot cheaper to live here. So I mean,
California is crazy expensive.
Yeah.
Like the fires we just did, and
you mean the fires that burn the houses but not the trees? Are you talking about those fires?
Is it me?
Hey, Helio,
Is it me or is a coincidence that is it me or is a coincidence that most of these natural disasters phenomena like hurricanes, tornadoes, fires is mostly most of it happens in America or near America.
And most of it happens in rural areas, which is very strange.
Well, Paradise, California, and Northern California neighborhoods, that That was high dollar real estate.
Yeah, that wasn't rural area. That was high dollar real estate.
I think I
Absolutely.
just said that. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm just concurring with you, brother.
Oh, you're concurring. I gotcha.
Yeah, I mean,
But
and all the trees were fine, but the houses were completely disintegrated.
Yeah, the
but
cars are
what I
melted.
was talking about is that what just happened in Texas this past couple weeks
Right, we went over that
was
for a
not
couple hours the
in
other day.
this was not in anything like that. This was in total rural areas, and I shared some footage and stuff. I don't know
Right,
if
right.
y'all
Yeah, I remember this stuff.
and man, these people, the news says that only 50 structures were destroyed. There was 80 structures destroyed in one little rural town alone. 80,
Mm.
at least 80. And when I drove through the communities all around the area. I'm telling you, there was at least 150 structures, at least.
What? The news
No
would
way.
news about the numbers?
Is this was that during that tornado where you were talking about the truck earlier? Because my friend shared that video with me with the truck, like got spun around, like rolled across the road, then flipped
Spin
back
you right
up, and then he
around.
took off. I
No,
saw that
I'm
video today.
not. That was in a lane up by uh Austin. That was like just a few days later. But what I'm talking about is the fires that were in Texas. The
Oh,
fires that were in Texas destroyed at least 150 homes.
And the news downplayed it and said 50 homes.
Yeah.
See, that's because it's a dirty operation and they're just downplaying it.
Yeah. I mean, because I'm telling you, I live right there. I live there. Like I was watching the planes come get water out of
Oh gosh, yeah.
our nearest aquifer.
Reservoir? Yeah.
Yeah, it's called Lake Leon, and they were landing in there nonstop, going in and out, going putting out those
Dumping a
fires.
load of water on the fire, then you go get another one.
And they didn't stop for 4 days. Those planes didn't stop for 4 days. And I'm telling you, when they actually got it kind of in control, I went out and drove around throughout that area.
Yeah, that's what you're saying. You saw the DEW weapon, the effects of directed energy weapons with melted cars.
Well, I didn't call it that. I never said that. I
No,
never said
I
that.
did. I did. You confirmed that the cars were melted, and I knew exactly what happened there.
But the houses, we're talking like brick houses.
Yeah,
Brick houses,
just
10,
gone.
10 houses,
disintegrated.
just disintegrate, and the cars all around 'em and the trees were still there. But
Yeah.
Yeah, that
like I
sounds similar
told
to what happened in California.
it was just like paradise, okay?
I mean,
And
they're allowing people to come and just do this shit intentionally to us. We're under attack, man.
but how is it that they're how is it that this would be a planned attack and yet they're still sending in people to put out these fires? We had
Well,
people coming from all
they're
over.
just
We
taxing
had,
this town and the resources, and just they do a little test and watch how the people just run and react. They're
but
testing out their weapons.
let me tell you, the winds those days was blowing 60 miles an hour at their tops. Okay, like we're talking
Very windy.
insane winds, and when you have fast winds, I understand that, some shrubbery might not get burned because the wind's blowing it past it because it's green. Green doesn't burn as fast as dead wood. So all these houses were mostly built with timber building. They might have had tin roofs and tin siding, but the embers blew up underneath there with such force that you know what I'm talking about? So I can't
It's
actually say it was
this
I
is why they
can't
get
say
away
these
with.
were due
I
weaponry
know.
because of that, but I can't actually say it was that, to
Okay.
be honest with you. I'm not
Yeah,
gonna say that.
I mean, even seasoned firefighters are looking at this and seeing it's wrong, but they're not going to even say nothing. They're just gonna, yeah, whatever.
Well, I'm only saying what I'm saying because the wind was so rampant. It was insane. The wind was insane. But where
Yeah.
did that wind come from?
They might
You know,
have the technology to cause that windstorm, and they said, let's see what happens when we have a windstorm and a fire at the same time.
exactly. So I'm not gonna say DW. I'm just gonna say this might have been a manufactured thing, but
Because you
I have
said
no
that the
proof
fires
of
just
it.
started here,
That
just out of the
it was
blue.
weird. It was weird. Like we had like 5 fires started all at once, and they just boom kicked off, and like the whole count we had in 2 days. In 2 days, over 75 square miles were burned to the ground.
I tell you. Well, at least your house didn't get burned, so thank God for that.
Yeah, I'm very grateful. I watched it from my back porch, and I constantly was watching, worrying that it would
Yeah, I'd
be.
be watching it the whole time too. I mean,
These planes were flying over my. They literally, I'm right by the lake where they were picking up the water. All the helicopters, and we
mhm.
had these pontoon planes that were picking up stuff. These 3 pontoons, they kept flying over my house constantly for 4 days. And man, but I can't say that these things were or were not engineered,
Right.
because I do understand there is this whole can we talk about the
No, probably
global
not.
can we talk about the global trying
No.
to take people out of rural areas?
Oh yeah, they have the Agenda 21 and Agenda 30. They have maps, projection maps, how they want it to be. It's like you look at it, it almost nowhere humans can go. You'll see their color is, little pockets over here. Most of the whole thing is red. It's
Right.
really,
And
really
because
wild.
what I'm telling you is where I live is a huge, huge farming area where people have cattle and all kinds of other crops. It's not just cattle, it's crops, but mostly cattle. And this is, in my opinion, a what you just said. This is just a none of these people are going to be able to recover from this. This is devastating. Those people are not going to be able to recover. And this is, yeah, it's a very small part of the country, but this has been happening in many parts of the country, all over the place. And, and I do believe that this is something that is a impact upon driving people into a more getting people out of rural areas and driving them into the cities. I don't know. Anybody here? Anybody here?
Maybe people just do it themselves. They just do it to themselves. They move into the cities because it's easier.
Well, it definitely is easier when your crops get burnt down to the ground and you're just like,
Yes,
well, I
yeah.
ain't got nothing else to do.
Yeah.
You know, this is very devastating, and this is going to be huge on the market for you and everybody else that is buying products, because this is going to really be hard on everybody's pocketbooks, is what I'm saying. Huge. This is going to be huge. I don't like to say that. I don't even want to say that. But this is going to be huge, and everybody better, if you've got the monetary gains right now, you better expand your pantry. 100%. You better expand your pantry and buy some like canned goods and stuff, that even stuff you don't even like to eat.
You got a lot of stuff stored up?
No, I don't have a lot of stuff stored up, but I'm working on it.
Oh, better start now.
And I'm not one of those people. I'm not gonna like go to the grocery store and, you know, I buy all of this or that. Every time I go to the store and I shop for the past year, even if I'm not out of this or that, I buy a couple of
Extra.
this or that. Yeah, because I've been watching how it's going, and I understand, but I don't want to wipe out the shelves or this or that, so
No.
I'm one of those smart buyers. I'm not a creepy weirdo that likes to stockpile crap.
There's nothing weird about that.
But every single time I go grocery shopping, I have a few things on my list that I buy every time.
Gotcha.
And that is pasta, rice,
beans,
toilet paper,
and bullets.
Well, I don't buy bullets, but that's because I don't have a gun. But if I did, I'd buy bullets.
And
I
that's
I have a bow and arrow. I have a bow and arrow.
Oh,
But
Tonto,
hey,
Tonto
we're
stopped Batman
we're good
Kimasabi.
with my bow and arrow. We killed like 8 rattlesnakes with that bow and arrow, so it's okay. Anyway, yeah, if you have a gun, buy ammo. You need to stock up on stuff, people.
Ammo's
Okay.
so expensive though. Can't afford it. It's like $1 a bullet.
Well,
it's worth it when the
it's
zombies show
worth
up.
it.
Oh,
It's worth
man.
it if you need it, man. I'm telling you. And this is why I say you don't need to buy it all the time, but once a week when you go to the store, just buy these things. And
Have some
even
extra batteries around.
Batteries, yes. Think about these things, people. What do you actually need? What you actually need, and actually be thoughtful when you go to the store. And I'm not talking about hoard buying. I'm just talking about, like, literally, if you I go to the store like 3 times a week, and every time I go, I buy specific things every single time.
You're like clockwork. It's 3:00 on Tuesday. I buy rice-a-roni.
Am I crazy?
No,
You
no.
do
I
your
stock up
thing.
on olive oil. I like pretty good quality olive oil and avocado oil and all of my favorite spices like turmeric and basil and a bunch of other stuff. Because I
Start
figure
selling
if
his
there's nothing
spices.
else, you know, you can drink
I'm
oil.
actually I like to buy like garlic. I'm like a super freak of garlic. I love garlic. So every time I go to the store, every single time I go to the store,
Oh
I
wow.
buy a thing of garlic.
She's got cases of it in her garage.
Yeah, I'm a super freak of garlic.
Super freak. She's super
Super freak.
freaky.
And salt. Salt. I love buying salt. And
I mean,
not your regular iodized salt. You know, you gotta buy
Morton's
salt. Real salt.
with the little girl with the umbrella. She's dumping salt out
No, that's iodized salt. You gotta buy real salt, man.
from the
Himalayan
sea.
salt, the pink stuff.
No, you don't have to buy the Himalayan salt.
What
I'm
kind
just
of salt
talking
is there?
about the like rock salt and there's a lot of different kinds of salts.
I just use sweet and low.
I mean, iodized salt's good, and so is the little umbrella, and so is the Himalayan salt. That's all good, but you know,
I like me some aspartame.
and swing by your your Tractor Supply or whatever. Pick up you some
ivermectin.
I was not gonna say that. I was gonna say pick up you some diatomaceous earth.
I'm sorry, what?
Some diatomaceous earth.
I still don't hear what you say. Diatomaceous earth.
I have a big bag of that. It's like a 40-pound bag.
What is that?
Diatomaceous earth, red clay diatomaceous earth.
Yeah, it has little diatoms, the little like organisms.
What do you do with it?
They're made of silica.
You can use it for all kinds of stuff, man.
It's supposed to be
like what?
You can use it on your plants to
That's
kill
what I was
bugs.
thinking. You're saying it's like potting soil or something.
You can use it to kill bugs on your plants. You
drink
can
it.
actually take it for killing parasites in your
Oh, you
body.
eat it like a medicine too.
Yeah,
It kills bugs. Bugs are
diatomaceous
afraid of
earth
it.
is a wonderful thing to pick up.
It's like here I am this old, and that's the first I've ever heard of this stuff.
Well, you should go get you some red clay lake diatomaceous earth. It's good stuff.
I just probably would
Please,
buy
you
it,
just
then I
come
would
to minute.
never want to eat it.
And also, you know, you can get like a huge bag of oh man, I can't think of freaking shit. Why can't I think of what it's called?
Marijuana.
Well, you can probably get some of that too, but that's the
Sí,
last.
señor. Have de mota.
It's like magnesium.
Yeah, I don't buy stuff like that. I'm not ailing too much yet.
I'm not talking about for you. I'm talking about for your garden.
Oh, for my garden. If I had a garden.
You better
just got a
start
small
you better
apartment.
start your garden, bro. Even if you got it in your windowsills. I got me a huge bag of Epsom salt. Epsom salt, man. You can go to, you know how you buy a little bitty bag of Epsom salt at like your dollar store or whatever for a lot of money? You can go to your local feed store and buy a huge bag of Epsom salt for like nothing. Epsom salt. Your plants will be happy if you buy them some Epsom salt.
What's the difference between the two?
There's no difference.
Oh, okay.
The only difference is the price because the stores sell it like something you put in your bath and the feed store sells it like something to put on your crops. So it's a lot cheaper. You can even use the same Epsom salt for your crops in your bath to make you relax.
Huh, okay. That's some old school stuff.
Yeah, it's a little old
Shana,
school.
ever heard of borax?
Oh yeah,
No.
I used to actually drink borax. Made me a mixture of borax that I would drink every night.
Much.
What are you talking about?
Yeah, I've heard of that
That's new
too.
stuff.
Yeah,
What is it?
the name is funny, but I've recently discovered it. I haven't.
Tell me about it.
Yeah, I think Shayna knows more, and I was
I
interested.
like your accent though.
Thanks,
Yeah,
man.
yeah, they like your accent better mine. You better tell them because they like it in your accent.
No, I don't know that much about it. Just a friend told me, and I knew Shanna must know because I heard a little of what she said. So
Borax is basically
Boron?
boron, and it's actually less toxic to your body than salt. And most people think, oh, borax is like it's like this poison you
I
can't put it
haven't
in your
heard of that.
body.
I
But
heard that it's
literally,
easy to overdose on it from like 3 websites, but that's
no,
probably not a
it's
good,
not.
good source.
No, it's not though, because I mean, how much salt can you put in your body? Come on.
At some point, it'd be too much.
Exactly. Well, you can overdose on salt, and it makes your brain kind of float. So, but the same is with borax. But borax is actually less toxic to your body than salt.
Well, what do? Put it on your food?
I actually
Glass of water.
would boil water and let it come to a kind of medium boil where and I put the borax in it, and then I would let it come to a still where it wouldn't
And
so
it's
hot
hot, kind of warm.
oh, like a tea, you know.
Yeah.
And I would drink it because you have to just like salt, you know, if salt is not solidified into the liquid, your body can't take it in as well. So the borax is the same way. And so what I would do is boil the water and let the borax seep in it and let it solidify, and then I would drink it.
Yeah, I remember my dad used to get this stuff, Pepto-Bismol. It's got these. You open up the package. It's got 2 discs. You pop them in the tap water, and it starts fizzing up real heavy, you know. And you drink that down, and it like calms your gut. Helps
Oh,
you with your
this is very
indigestion.
different. This is very, very different. What's in Pepto Bismol? Do you know what's in Pepto Bismol?
What's in there? Heck no.
I do know what's in borax. It's borax. It's boronic acid.
Pepto-Bismol's probably got borax in it, I would guess.
It's possible. I don't know.
I heard that borax or whatever it is really good for your joints.
It's
And like
also
arthritis, they say it's good for that.
it's good for your it's supposed to be really good for arthritis. It's also good for um purging your body of heavy metals.
Heavy metal, dude.
Heavy metal, dude. It's supposed to
I
help your
thought
body
borax was
purge.
used to kill. I thought borax was used to kill roaches.
It
Yeah, it
is. It is used to kill roaches, but it's also used to kill cancer, and a lot
don't
of
trust.
other things.
How did we get talking on borax?
I don't know who brought up borax.
did.
Some
You
no,
did.
no, no, no. I
My
didn't.
bad. Sorry.
Some guy with a weird accent brought borax up.
Oh yeah.
Let's talk about the joys of castor oil. You go first.
Ooh, Castrol. You know you can cure your cataracts in your eyes with Castrol.
No way. That's crazy.
Your eyes
Every
are all oiled up.
if you have cataracts, you can put Castrol in your eye every night, 2 drops. Go to sleep, and you will cure your cataracts.
I'll keep that in mind if I ever need it.
Man, listen. Our Father Creator gave us everything we need on this earth to make us better.
I believe that.
Mankind has given us all kinds of cures to keep us ailment.
It's an evil system.
It is an evil system. I haven't been to the doctor in 20 years. I haven't even been to go see a physician for an ailment in 20 years.
Yeah, the last place I want to go is to the medical.
I'm 43 years old and I haven't been to the doctor in 20 years cuz I know that I can cure myself, and I try to with I try to cure myself of every ailment I have with what I know that the Father has put here for me. And I know that if I do go to the doctor, they're going to tell me there's 200 things wrong with me that they want
That's what I was just about to say. I don't want to go there. They'll tell me I've got something wrong with me.
Exactly. And then you're going to have that in your head, and that's the whole mind over matter is a really big thing. If you think something's terrible wrong with you, you're going to make that wrong with you. And
Yeah.
so I don't believe in going to the doctor at all.
Yeah. Only for a bad emergency, And
Yeah, like if I break my leg or something, yeah, I might go to the doctor. Or I might not. I might just say, it's broken, I'll fix it. I really don't know. I'm pretty bad about not going to the doctor.
How about the dentist?
I haven't been to a dentist in
20 years.
I probably haven't been to the dentist. Well, yeah, probably 20 years because I did have a really bad abscess and I just had my tooth pulled. And when I had this is what's insane. I had my tooth pulled and the guy gave me 2 refills of hydrocodone for 30 pills. So he gave me 60 pills of hydrocodone.
Times.
And I'm like, I took like 2 and I was like, these aren't working. They did nothing for me. The only thing they did for me was made me constipated.
What?
And
you didn't feel nothing, huh?
No hydrocodone does nothing for me.
Oh, I don't even know what that is exactly, but it sounded
Well,
like pain
apparently
medication.
now it's like one of the black market pills everybody wants hydrocodone,
Like
but it
all the
did
kids on the
nothing
street
for
want
me.
them.
Yeah, and it did nothing for me. Nothing. So I had like
Just sell them all.
I had 120 hydrocodones just sitting in my shelf. But then my husband got a real bad toothache, and I had those for him, and he took them, and it helped him get past his toothache. But yeah, hydrocodone does nothing for me. I can't believe my dentist gave me 120 hydrocodones.
I know he wants you to be an addict.
He's retired now. Damn it! Or
I know you think he would
some
just give
money.
you like a month's worth, like 30 pills.
I know, right? You think, but no. But
He's like, I know you're gonna take double the dose, so here's 60.
But we're talking like 15 years ago,
Yeah.
But seriously, yeah, I don't go to the dentist. I don't go to the doctor. I only brush my teeth with I only brush my teeth with water. Occasionally, I use like a mouthwash. But I try. I'm a very natural person. Like
Oh,
I don't
mouthwash.
use any man-made stuff.
Do you have like
I'm
a
a weird.
special
I'm a
mouthwash that you make?
weirdo. What?
I've heard of like lemon juice mouthwashes.
Yeah, but that's still acidic, very acidic, and
Yeah,
it's hard on your enamel.
you gotta like rinse your teeth out afterwards, but it's supposed to it dissolves all the plaque
I wanted to
that
say
it
something
can.
about the medication thing real quick, and then I think we need to stop talking about it. But the toothpaste is better than what I'm about to say. But I wanted to mention to everybody listening, because this is very important. A doctor saying, you know what, I'll just give you twice the script because I know you're going to take twice the pills. That's the number one problem with opioid addiction today. Thank you.
Yeah, I was now. See, I wasn't awake back in
It's
the
the
day
doctors.
when.
The doctors are the ones making these addicts. So we need to figure that one out. But anyway, go ahead.
Hey, I wasn't awake back in the day when my doctor prescribed me that two prescription refill. Two prescription refill.
Exactly. You don't need a 2 prescription. Well, was it a hip surgery? Open heart surgery? What'd you have?
I had a I had a uh what's your back tooth called?
Molars? I have no idea. I think they're molars.
No, the other one.
The wisdom teeth.
I had a wisdom tooth removed, and he
Yeah.
gave me a 2 prescription.
Yeah,
2
you don't need that.
prescriptions.
You should
No.
get half of a prescription at a regular dose, or even like a dog's dose, and then you should go to Tylenol and Advil after that. I'm not kidding. These doctors, they
I know.
give you
I'm
so much
laughing
meds
because
because
it's
they get so much money
hilarious.
for it. It's terrible. But anyway,
I'm laughing because it's hilarious that he gave me so much. He gave me
yeah.
he gave me 2 prescriptions for 60 pills.
There was a time I was trying to get sober, and I had an injury, and a doctor tried to prescribe me opiates, and I was like, no. And he's like, I'm sorry, but these are what you should take. And I said, I don't care.
And
You can eat that
literally,
prescription, dude.
I
I'm going to
don't know
get
if you're
Advil.
I don't know if you heard me, but I took like 2 of those hydrocodones and they did nothing to help my pain. And so
Right.
I didn't take no more. So I had all of those pills on reserve for when, I might need them,
Sure.
I kept them.
And
I
it's not
kept
bad to
them.
have a high quality painkiller or 2 or 5 pills when you really, really need them. But yeah, how many pills is that? 100 pills, 120 pills that he gave you?
120. Yeah. Yeah.
Right. Who needs 120 oxys? It's ridiculous.
Exactly. But I was actually grateful to have them at the time because
Right. Of course. They work.
I kept them over the course of 10 years and we used them over the course of 10 years. My husband
See,
had
that's responsible use
It
of
is.
them.
Yep. That's the only responsible use of an overprescription.
Yeah.
The only other responsible use is taking it back to the pharmacy and reporting the physician. Which, by the way, takes a lot to get a physician fired.
Hey, I would never want to take that physician out because I'm glad he gave me that over prescription because I had it to use throughout 10 years of my life.
Right. And you are the 0.01% of people who can be trusted to do that.
Yep.
I'm a super weirdo because I don't even like taking Tylenol or ibuprofen. I don't like taking painkillers or anything because I like to endure my pain because it lets me know my body's hurting and it means, hey, I need to do something different. It lets me know I need to change my diet. Something's going wrong. Something this, that.
Listen to your body. Exactly.
And so I'm not I've never been, well, I shouldn't say I've never been because back, I would say 10 years ago, I was over 200 pounds and I'm a little girl. I'm a small girl. I'm like 5'7", I'm not a big girl, but I was over 200 pounds and I'm at 135 now. But back
Oh,
in the day,
congratulations. That's hard.
thank you, thank you. But when I was over 200 pounds, I was taking like 8 ibuprofen a day because my knees were hurting so bad and shit. And I got to a point I was like, be taking all this medicine, so I started working out, and I literally ate tuna fish canned in spring water, tuna fish. This is what I ate for a year. I'm not kidding you. I ate tuna
A
fish
lot of salads or no?
No, just tuna fish
Just tuna fish.
for a year.
Didn't you ever want to have some salad or something?
Well, I throw some mustard and like maybe some spinach in there every now and I did eat some
Chicken out of
other,
the sea.
but I ate that for a year and I got down to 135 in a
It
year.
was all that meth.
And I stopped taking ibuprofen because I was like, I don't need to be this. I knew these pills were hard on my body. And I knew the weight was hard on my body. So I got down to 135 so that I wouldn't have to take no more pills.
Did that take a lot of determination?
Oh, yeah. It took a lot of determination. Trust me. Nobody wants to eat tuna fish for a year.
I mean, just to stick with this thing you made up in your head, a lot of people would just go, you know what? Forget it. I got to eat some normal food,
I'm sure that I broke sometimes in that time frame. I can't say that I didn't. I don't
Like
know.
on Thanksgiving. Yeah, tuna fish and some turkey on Thanksgiving.
But generally over the course of a year, yeah, that's excuse me. That's generally what I ate for about a year.
Did you go to the gym too?
No, I didn't go to the gym. I had weights at home. I had those ankle weights. And I had actual free weights that I'd sit there with my son while he was doing his homeschool, and I'd be like, I lay on the
The
floor.
little barbells.
Do it. Yeah, I mean, I was totally working out and doing all my crazy stuff.
Put on your Jane Fonda outfit.
No.
One and two and one and two.
No, I was not putting on no Jane Fonda outfit.
The leotards.
Yeah, you wish.
Little 80s headband,
No, my husband wishes. But no, I didn't do none of that. I just in my regular stuff, doing my stuff.
Right.
And a lot of people, they're like, I just can't get there. Well, listen, you can't get there because you don't actually want to. Because if you want to, you can.
Yeah, they want to be thin, but they don't want to do all that work to, to get there.
It's not easy. It's not easy.
You have to be fully
I'm here to
motivated.
tell everybody, if you want to lose weight, it's not easy. There's all these scams that want to tell you, yeah, you can do this, it's this and this. It's easy. It's not easy. It's not easy at all. You got to be committed. You got to say, hey, I'm here. I'm going to do this. This is what I want to do.
You have to deny your flesh every day.
You do. You have
the
to.
flesh is screaming for all that stuff you used to eat.
Absolutely. You have to deny your flesh 100%. And it's not.
The flesh wants to run your body, but your spirit's like, no, we're not going to do that.
It's not easy. It's not easy at all.
Yeah.
I will attest to that 100%. Listen, I was probably at 220 pounds. 220
That's a
pounds.
big drop. That's a big drop.
And I'm 135 now.
That's incredible.
Because I said
that's
I'm
almost 100 pounds,
tired.
isn't it?
I said I was tired. I'm tired of being this person. I'm tired of being fat. I'm tired of feeling like shit.
Yeah.
And now I feel great. At at 40, at 40, I'm 43 years old. And at 43 years old, I feel better than I did at 33 years old.
Well, thank goodness for that.
Hey, Shannon. Can you hear me?
I hear you.
What's up? Can we see if Sad Cocoa Monster wants to talk and get back on subject here? I'm not trying to interrupt, but does anybody want to unmute Sad Cocoa Monster and go up to Chicken?
Cocoa Monster? I love that name.
Hey,
It's just
you don't have to interrupt me, man. You talk whatever you want to talk, brother.
I'm just trying to get it back on the topic here.
I don't see his name on the list here.
I agree. We're very off topic of flat Earth. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
Don't need to apologize. Let's just get on topic. Sad Cocoa Monster. Can somebody unmute them or they need hello?
I'm just happy to tell y'all I'm happy to be not fat anymore.
Cool. Let's see if Sad Cocoa Monster wants to talk. You unmuted then, but you started talking. Go ahead, Sad Cocoa Monster. Do you want to say hi?
Hello. Hi.
Welcome.
Hi, everyone.
Welcome to the server. What brings you by tonight?
My friend just sent this server to the group chat, so I just wanted to listen.
Are you curious?
Well, welcome here, Coco Monster. What do you got to say about what we have to say here?
I don't know. I wasn't really paying attention at the moment. I'm sorry.
She's not even paying attention.
You weren't paying attention, but
We were rambling on about pretty much nothing for a long time.
But you are familiar that you are in a flat Earth chat, right?
Yeah, my sent it to the group chat, and it was like,
She's here to troll.
No,
No, I'm just kidding.
I just wanted to listen, you guys.
Yeah.
Oh,
I'm
what
not
do you
saying that I'm agree. Huh?
What do you think about flat Earth?
Do I have to identify, or
No?
can I just?
No, you don't have to identify. I'm just curious what you think about it.
She said she just wants to listen.
What do I think about it? I mean, I don't believe in it. I don't believe the flat Earth theorem, but I don't want to start a fight or anything. I'm just here because I want to listen.
Well, hey, girl, you're not gonna start a fight. You're not gonna start a fight.
Yeah, we're
You're
not
not gonna
fight with you.
start a fight at all. I promise you that. We are very open to hear whatever you have to say and think about what you think.
Well, thank you. You're super nice. Thank you so much. I appreciate that.
So, what kind of background do you have of anything you've been? Do you have friends that talk about flat Earth?
Not really. I just came here just to hear the conversation because I was curious about what you guys would talk about, and it was about working out. So it was actually a fun topic. I enjoyed it. I was really paying attention, so I don't have. But it was a fun topic, and she was really passionate about it. So yeah.
Would you be willing to take 3 questions and you can quit talking if you want to after the 3 questions? This is just a civil discussion. We're here to share information.
This is the legal disclaimer. No, I'm just kidding.
I'm just here to listen. I don't. Yeah.
Well, I'm just curious if you want to know what you know about the globe real quick. Would you mind?
Sorry,
She
couldn't
doesn't
catch.
want to be put on the spot right now.
Well, do you know, just the one question, okay? You know
Okay.
when any time in history someone measured the curvature of the Earth?
Sorry, I couldn't catch that. What?
Do you know of any time in history
I
when
have no
someone measured?
clue. I'm sorry. I'm super uneducated about this
That's a great
stuff.
answer. That's actually a good answer. I don't know is one of the best answers you can have for that question.
I think the caveman accomplished that feat.
Maybe somebody else knows it. Like,
No, the
Well,
answer is
the
no.
problem
Nobody's
is
ever measured the
there's
ball.
been some. I've been here for 7 years waiting for an answer to that question. Nobody measured it, as far as we know. Not a direct measurement of the curvature.
I mean,
You
how
know,
would you even do that?
I mean,
you
no
want to talk to
matter the shape we are on Earth, so like, I don't know. We're on the Earth, so like.
We can at least agree on that. We all share the same place.
Yeah, so I mean, I didn't see what Earth looks like. But
Well, for
it
example,
just
do you
doesn't.
think
I don't know. It just doesn't make sense to me because every other planet is a circular shape, and then why would like Earth be flat? I'm not trying to start a beef.
Yeah, that's logical, but
yeah.
it's just that those ball planets they showed you, they're made on a computer in the art department.
Okay, sure.
And then when you really see what they look like, they don't even look solid. They just they look like the stars are undulating lights. Like doesn't even look like a solid thing.
Yeah,
But we
sure.
love our ball planets. They're so gorgeous.
So let's get to second question. Second question.
Oh, to me or
Yeah, you.
no? No.
Yeah,
This is a third
to
degree.
you.
Giving you a third degree.
I just gave a presentation today, guys. Please don't do this to me. Oh my god. Okay.
this is just 3 simple
It's
questions?
okay, girl. Don't worry. This is not judgmental. This is just a way for you to have some kind of understanding, okay, with these questions.
Well, if we just talk about flat Earth, she'll just hear some stuff, and then she'll get some ideas, and questions should arise.
Well,
Yeah,
what we do with these 3 questions, we establish the 3 main claims of the globe model. It's that it's a ball, and that it's in motion, and it's in the vacuum of space. You understand that?
Yeah.
Okay. So when I'm talking about curvature, don't you think you could take like a laser or something, and go out to like a 10-mile stretch and see if there's any curvature? But we've had thousands of people do that, and we can't find the curvature anywhere. So do you want to do the second question? Do you know any time in history that somebody measured the motion of the Earth?
I am telling you guys, I'm not educated. I just wanted to.
I don't know.
I believe that was Aristotle.
I don't know is a good answer. I'm telling you. Don't worry about it. If you don't know,
Okay,
don't know.
guys, I just wanted to see if this was like a troll server or not.
No, we're serious about this.
Okay.
I apologize. What is your name, sister? I'm sorry.
It's Doja.
Doja. Hey, listen, Doja. Please don't take these
Cookie
questions
Monster.
to your heart because these are literally just questions to like try
I
to
get
get
it.
you to
She's
like
cool, man. Come on, you don't have to grill her.
break down and try to
I
like
don't want this to come off as grilling or
have
anything.
some
I'm not
kind of
trying to grill
understand. I know you're not. That's why I'm telling her we're not grilling you, okay? Don't take it.
Yeah. No, it's just that I
Now,
gave a
for the third question,
presentation like
answer me this question: yes or
20
no?
minutes ago on Zoom, and then this is kind of weird. Like, no, you guys are not weird. Like,
Oh, I
talking
see.
in
I see how it
generally is
is.
weird. No. Talking in generally is weird.
Make you weirdos.
No.
I'm just playing with you.
And I'm really bad. I already forgot your name again.
It's Doja, like Doja.
Cat. That's hard to remember. Doja.
Yeah.
See, that's too
Do you
hard for me to
listen to
remember.
Doja Cat or not? Do you know her?
No, I'm not familiar with that.
Yeah.
That's probably why it's hard for me to remember Doja.
Yeah.
But I like it, Doja. That's a pretty name.
Yeah, that
Thank
is
you.
cool.
Thank you.
My name's Shanna, by the way.
Oh yeah, I saw it on your user. That's a really pretty name, Shanna.
Oh, Susanna,
Thank
don't you
you.
cry for me.
Doja Shanna, Doja Shanna. I don't remember it.
Oh,
But
boys.
we have a couple more questions.
Sure.
Oh my god.
Oh my.
They don't take a hit very well. Doja.
I just want you to relax. It's it,
Guys,
we're not grilling you or nothing. Okay.
No. It's fine. It's
I'm covering the. We all got taught we live on this ball that's spinning in the vacuum of space. So that's the three main claims of the globe. So when it comes to the vacuum of space, you know, we have air pressure here on Earth. We're all breathing, right? So how does our air pressure system exist next to the vacuum of space without a container? Do you know?
I feel so dumb. I am so sorry. I don't know.
Yes,
Hey, I think I have actually talked to many people in this live stream that don't understand what the vacuum of space is. And I would encourage you, Doja, to go watch a video about the vacuum of space, because if you don't know what a vacuum of space is, it's very hard to understand this argument.
Can I
But
just say what it is real
basically,
quick?
yeah,
Go ahead,
please
Captain.
tell her. But it's
Okay,
even when somebody tells you what it is, unless you watch what it is, it's very hard to understand.
That's pretty easy, really. Here's the in their globe model. Okay, in the globe model, we have an atmosphere all around our planet, the air we breathe, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and then as you go up, this is their claim. You enter different stratas of height, and eventually, if you go far enough, you enter the area they call a vacuum of space, where it's weightless and you just start floating around.
Mm-hmm.
And so they're saying that this vacuum of space is right up against our atmosphere, which is silly because a vacuum would suck our atmosphere right off the planet. So it's just that NASA science that doesn't check
Like
out.
corrections at the end. I'm sorry, but no sucking. The gas would expand to the available volume. Now go ahead.
So that's all it is.
Oh,
it's a magical where you finally get to outer space now, and it's weightless.
Mm-hmm. Well, the thing, yeah. Well, the thing is, I'm a mathematician, and I don't like. Even though if you were a professor, if I didn't search it up myself, I wouldn't fully believe you. Not like even if you were my teacher, if I didn't study that thing myself, I cannot say that you're right or wrong. So
it's just pretty standard. They just have, the stratosphere, the thermosphere, and
Yeah.
maybe like one more, and then they say space.
Yeah. I completely get you.
These are their
It's
claims.
that
I don't believe any of this stuff.
And real quick, I'd like to say that, that like you said, you don't want to have to believe us. We're just trying to share information. Feel
Yeah.
free to verify everything.
Yeah. I'm just
She
saying
knows
that
how to use Google.
Yeah. I'm just saying that I can't make a comment about it, and I don't.
That's cool. That's cool.
Yeah.
Sum it up. If somebody wants to give her the role for the 3 points participant, you did a very good job saying I didn't know all 3 questions. So I just want you to think about what gets established. That right now, if you think you live on a spinning ball in the vacuum of space, that's just a belief, and that's what you believe, but you can't prove it, can you? Okay, fair enough. Y'all go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So, is the questions done, or?
I think the quiz is over.
Okay, thank you so much.
We established. Remember the globe in the corner of your classroom? You said you lived on it. That's just a belief right now. You can't. Nobody has verified the facts of the globe. Is what we're trying to say to you.
Okay.
And we can show you some evidence if somebody wants to do black swan or something.
Okay.
I'll shut up now.
Your name here is Scad Comaster.
Huh?
Scad Comaster?
Oh, Sad
Sad
Cocoa.
Cocoa Monster.
Yeah, Sad Cocoa Monster.
Oh,
But
sad
you
Cocoa Monster.
but you like to be called what?
Sad Cocoa Monster. It's my game tag on many games. That's why it's
But
like
but
that.
what do you like to be called?
I forgot her name already.
I'm
Doja.
bad. I'm
Doja,
really
like
bad.
How do you spell
Doja, like
Doja?
Doja Cat.
Doja.
Is that a fake name too?
Doja.
Huh?
Is that a
let
fake
me.
name too?
Yeah,
I
I don't really feel like giving my name on a
Oh,
live
gotcha.
stream. Yeah, but it's really similar to that. Yeah.
I'm going to. Y'all are going to hate me for this, but I want to ask her.
Oh,
are
for
you
God's
are
sake.
you a Bible believer at all?
How how do I say this? Oh my God.
She's undecided, apparently.
I am really undecided.
There you go. That's
I go
fine.
to church, but I grew up mostly in a Muslim country. But I go to a Christian school in America and I go to church, but it does not make me Christian or
Right.
Muslim. So right now I'm really undecided. The only thing I believe is in God or Allah, whatever you want to call it.
There
Yeah,
you go.
whatever you guys want to call it. And I don't really I don't want to say believe in religion. It's just that I feel like I have my own relationship with God.
I
know what
understand.
you're saying.
I
Yeah.
I know what you're saying.
I'm not a religious person either.
Oh, thank God. I'm sorry.
I'm not. I'm not a religious person. And so I only ask you that because a lot
Yeah,
of
why'd
people.
you ask her that?
You know.
It's okay. You don't have to explain yourself.
As a comedian, you're supposed to fill the room, and I'm filling the room. And I wanted to ask her that reason because I felt something inside of her, and I
You just
wanted
felt
to.
like you'd like to know if she's a Christian or not.
No. I wasn't wanting to ask her if she was a Christian. I didn't say that. Okay.
Well, I guess you said believe in God.
I
don't want
asked
to
her if
assume.
she was a biblical thinking person.
Oh, okay.
Oh no. I look at the physics and the math behind stuff, and
Do you believe in the Torah?
I don't even know what that is. I'm sorry.
That's the Jewish book.
No, it's not a Jewish book. It's the Old Testament.
Can we get off religion?
Yeah,
we're not here to talk about religion.
I only wanted to
reel
ask
it
her this
in.
because when I first came to my understanding of flat Earth, it did have biblical aspects, you guys.
Of course.
That's fine.
Yeah, but you
take
don't
that
grill
to the
somebody on their
biblical realm.
personal beliefs in 2 seconds after you meet them.
No,
We're
but
not on the
that's
live
why I
stream.
asked
Talk
her
about
this.
religion, so. Okay, you asked her one question, she answered. Is that okay? Now, do you have
Thank
any
you
other
for those
questions?
answers.
Say, come on.
But I had a follow up.
Oh boy.
I'm trying to get the subject off religion. Whatever person does with their own spirituality is totally up to them. We don't need to discuss it here. You know?
Yeah.
You agree, Shannon?
Plus, this poor girl just came here and we're all over her case.
She said she wants to listen, and wait, she answered 3 questions. If she wants to listen for a while, that's fine.
Yeah.
Right?
All right. So I'll take a deep breath.
I'm trying to get us on topic. I'm sorry. And we're not here to discuss stuff we can't prove. You know? Maybe she wants to see, but she left now. She didn't get to see Black Swan or anything. Yeah.
Oh my God. You guys, just question after question.
It's okay to ask her one question, and I'm just want to direct the conversation back. I'm sorry if I'm being an asshole. Y'all go
Not
ahead.
you, but I mean, what's her name? She kept hammering her with questions.
We got a new person here, VC verified, named Ostrich. You want to talk? Ostrich.
I talked the other night. I don't really have any topics or anything.
Okay. What's your stance on the subject right now?
Oh my God. Hey,
Well,
It's what?
I don't know. I mean, I'm not
That's a
really
good
sure what
answer.
to
I
think
mean,
about it.
how long you been looking at the subject?
That's a good question. Thinking of back a really long time, I'm not sure if I ever really considered if the Earth was flat or not. I don't know if I was actually smart enough to question it as a kid.
Okay.
But
you've had your
pretty much-
suspicions it might not be a ball.
maybe, yeah, maybe. But the first time I really heard anything about it was here in this server,
How long
quite a
ago
few
was
years
that?
ago, like 3 years ago.
I see you haven't really thought about it much over the past 3 years, or you on every now and then.
Well, I'm on the side of I can't, prove anything, so I'm not gonna say what shape it is if I can't prove.
Well, do you think there's an objective reality that you and I can demonstrate to each other?
Yeah, I do think that. Yes.
Well, you can prove stuff. We can prove that there is no curvature. Whether you want to
Yeah.
accept that is it's up to you, but we can show you. We can sit here and show you thousands of videos. There's a lot of them are being hidden on YouTube right now, but we got a lot of resources down in the bottom of the server if you ever want to go do some research down there.
I don't
We can
think I've
show you
looked there before.
laser observations.
Look
Have you
down.
seen the black swan? Have you seen the black swan observation?
I don't think I've seen that. No.
Did somebody put it up in the live stream? Quantum Erasing's here. Maybe he wants to do it. Did somebody put the black
Search
swan
it.
up there?
Dude, it wasn't in
Are
here
you look?
less than 3 seconds.
Oh, my bad, man. I just happened to be going to the black swan, but I'll do it. Unless
Yeah,
you want to do it.
I'm just gonna sit back and listen, man. Shit.
You had perfect. It was serendipity, Quantum. You popped in right when I said black swan.
Man,
It's okay.
it wasn't even 3 seconds. It was less than 2 seconds.
I got it. I'll walk him through it. I won't do it as good as you do, but I'll do it.
Yeah, you will.
Okay.
It's too easy. Go ahead.
I think I found a video. Oh, the
No
Black Swan
pressure.
oil rig. Okay, now I understand. I might have seen it before, but I should watch it again.
Oh, you've seen this? You
Yeah, I
understand
might
what
have.
he's
Yeah, I
showing
think
you?
somebody sent that to me a number of years ago, probably 1 or 2.
Well, don't let any of your friends tell you anything about the oil rigs. We don't care if there's monkeys dancing on the oil rigs on unicorns. They had nothing to do with the argument.
It's just perspective,
It's about
right?
the horizon. The horizon is 10 times further than it's supposed to be on the globe model of 3959. Do you understand that?
That makes sense. Yeah.
Okay. I don't need to walk you through the whole thing, and you seem like you get it.
Yeah, and there's no way like light or anything's curving around the gravity. That's all out of the question.
No,
So
it's all bull.
there's really no way to
Even if
explain
you
something like that besides that it's just flat.
like, if you give them some kind of magical law
I've heard
percentage,
people
nothing
try and
like 10
explain
times.
that it's because of like the refraction of water vapor above the sea, but that doesn't make any sense either.
No, they always try to say refraction, and refraction has been killed dead by Quantum
Yeah, no.
Eraser many times and many other people. I mean, if you just check out Quantum's channel, he'll show refraction dead water.
The argument was set up for them to state refraction, by the way. As soon as you say refraction, welcome to Flat Earth.
Really?
Because the argument is based on the geometric horizon. So as soon as you say refraction when you're looking at the stupid oil rigs, which isn't the argument, So I set it up to where that refraction. As soon as they say that, they've given up their globe.
Yep.
Because they need a geometric horizon. Simple as that.
Interesting.
Yep.
Because I've been in here when quite a few people have been asked the same question about the black swan, and that's what they always say. They always work their way towards the refraction argument.
Refraction. Not only that, they don't even know what it is. So their arguments, most of the ballers' arguments, are based on a term or a phrase, and it stops there. There's nothing more. So it's even more of a belly laugher because they don't know what refraction is. None of them do. They can't define it.
What you're seeing here is a mirage. Remember that guy?
Yeah. There's no mirages in this picture. They don't know what a mirage is.
That's funny.
95% of them don't know what a fucking mirage is.
I probably don't know what a mirage is either. I'm going to be honest
in their
with you.
own paradigm. So we're talking two different paradigms. What I'm saying is they don't know
it. It's a confusing thing to cloud up the issue.
Yeah.
They're using like catchphrases just to try and sound like they have a solid argument. Yeah.
Yeah,
it's like your eyes think you're seeing the Chicago skyline, but that would be too far on our globe Earth. So of course it's some sort of an illusion.
You know. Okay, now that I think about it, I went to Chicago a long time ago, and I was little, and I remember looking across. Well, I was around the area of the Great Lakes. We were on a trip. I looked across one of the Great Lakes, and it was supposed to be like 20-something miles across. And I was just baffled at that. I was able to see little objects out on the water with a telescope. I don't know if that like proved anything, but that was one of the times that had me thinking about why isn't the Earth curving?
Yeah, I mean 20 miles there should be a bunch of hump of water there.
Yeah, I was able to see little stuff, like little boats and everything.
Mm-hmm. Chewing. Or turn my mic off.
That.
What is this video here? It says, you were never free. You thought you had freedoms they told you about?
What confuses me is there any way of actually figuring out what we're on, where we really are, or anything like that?
You asked two questions, a where and a what question. Which one do you want?
Where? No. Okay, wait. Yeah, where? I'd say where.
Where are we?
Yeah, in relation. Well, I guess that would be in relation to what we're on. Well, where are we? Whatever we're on, where are we on that object?
Oh, we're on Earth.
Man.
How about how are we?
Doing pretty good.
His first question was, isn't there some way we can, what did you say?
Figure out what we're on or where we are.
Oh yeah, like what is the test to actually figure out what we're on? So yeah. First of all, you can rule out that it's a ball because you can figure out, well, it's not curved, so that's not it. The water level's flat, so maybe it could be possibly more of a flat design.
Okay, something I'm interested in is that when they dug that super deep hole in Russia, it got really hot at the bottom. It got super, super hot.
Yeah.
Right? So they talked about is they had to make like a heat resistant microphone when they lowered the mic down, right?
Oh, they put a mic down there and played the creepiest tape.
Yeah.
If you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, it's like the hell tape or whatever.
It's like it sounds like people screaming in a hell situation, just kind of faint, but it's just there. You're like, what the? This has got to be fake.
But why does it get hot? Is it just because of density or?
I don't know if a drill is spinning, going through rock. That's going to create a lot of heat.
I guess.
Yeah, I don't understand why it would be super hot, but I don't know anything about I don't know about it. All I know is they dug a hole 8 miles as far as they could go, and that's been the world record.
Nope.
Just 8 miles straight down. Deeper and deeper and deeper and deeper. And yet they barely scratched the surface of their ball Earth.
You got to factor in the entropy, gas pressure. You have to have a container, which means this place is contained. And this is the only place that you can even walk on. Everything else has been falsified just based on that.
Guess what? This place is all there is. There is no outer space. The way I see it, the model I'm thinking, you said it's contained. It's like Bill Nye taught us. The Earth is a closed system. I really want you to get this. The Earth is a closed system. You cannot leave the Earth.
I guess, yeah, that makes sense.
Well, it sounds shocking when you first hear it. You know, like, what are you talking about? The sky goes on forever in every direction. That's what you've always thought your whole life. I did too. I didn't see what would stop it. But, you know, the Bible tells us there's the firmament dome, a solid thing. And you got Admiral Byrd shooting nukes at something, trying to, you know, it's called Operation Fishbowl. They're shooting high-powered explosives straight up at the ice wall. And the way I see it, I have a feeling that the stars that we see at night, the constellations, they're like embedded in this dome, and it seems like it's turning slowly, you know, going around. But the stars, they're locked into these positions because they're in the dome. And the last few times I got into a place where the night sky was amazing in the middle of the desert in Arizona back several years. And as I was looking at it, it almost, I could just kind of just see that there was a dome, the way the stars are, you know, just seemed like you could practically see the dome. It's hard to explain. Not all flat Earth theorists agree that there would be a dome.
Some people think we're inside of a giant box.
Pretty much all of antiquity came up with pretty much that type of cosmology. Sun and the moon are inside the dome. They run on a track. Not a physical track. But science tells you that the stars are trillions of light years away. But you can see it with your eye. It's trillions of light years away, but does anybody know how far they say Polaris is from the Earth? Anyone?
30,000 miles.
It was some like ridiculous, absurd. You know, I didn't even want to say, but it was in the trillions or something. Trillions of miles. I'll have to ask Siri. I like this gif of the airplane shooting out gravity. Somebody's breathing through both his nostrils now. The distance to Polaris is trillion. Wait, 323. 10 trillion. Sure, it's not 322. Skull number. Everybody's getting sleepy. What a bunch of lightweights. All right, everybody. I'm going to bounce out of here. Talk to you later. Thank you.
truth seekers. Welcome to another edition of Anarchast, your home for anarchy on the internet and around the world via satellite radio on the Liberty Radio Network and on over 140 radio stations in the U.S. We have a great guest coming on today. It's going to be an incredibly interesting episode. We've been talking about so many things lately, spiritual stuff. We've also been talking about economics. We've been talking about love, all kinds of stuff. We've been getting into all sorts of different areas. And one area we really haven't gotten into lately are conspiracy theories. And there's a lot to talk about that. And we actually, it's going to be an incredibly interesting episode. Let's just put it that way. We have who I consider to be the world's leading person trying to bring forth this theory on the flat Earth theory. And now, don't turn off your computer yet. Don't just laugh and go, these guys are crazy. Give us a minute or two here to talk about what we're talking about, because I've looked into this and it has some very valid points. And I'm not saying I believe in it at all, because I just found out about it about a month or two ago. But when you hear some of these points, you're going to go, whoa, this is very interesting. And so we're going to get into all of that. He's coming in from Bangkok in Thailand, in my old neighborhood where I used to live in that area. He's been there for about 10 years. His name is Eric Dubé. He's written numerous books, including The Flat Earth Conspiracy, The Atlantean Conspiracy, Spiritual Science, and Asbestos Head. He's very prolific. He's also very well-spoken and very well-written, which I found very interesting. He doesn't really come off as one of these wild, crazy sort of people at all when he's talking about these wild, crazy ideas. To some people, he comes off very professional, and you're going to see that. So stick around and at least see what he has to say, because I think you're going to find it very interesting, as I did. So let's get right into it, Eric. I got to ask you first thing. We got to check your credentials, make sure you're a good person, at least morally sound and person. How did you become an anarchist?
There you go. Yeah, just trying to find what is the viable system of government. What is the only morally viable system of government? As you start ticking down the list, it's like a process of elimination, and you find yourself an anarchist or a voluntarist, because it really is the only moral option. If you hold morality above dogma of any other sort, then you're going to come to the point where you realize that all the other forms of government, they include taxation, coercion, a monopoly of force, violence. And the word government itself just means govern, to control, like mental, the mind. So it's like mind control. And in reality, it doesn't even exist. It's an idea. There is no such thing as government. There's just people who believe in this idea of government and then use this fallacious power they've given themselves over everyone else. And everyone believes it. And so that's how we're kind of corralled by this belief system called government that doesn't even exist in the first place. So I'm into things that exist, and so that's why I'm into anarchy.
Yeah, government is conspiracy theory.
Yeah.
I really want to just jump right into this because I found it fascinating. Let me give you a little bit of the background about what happened here. So many people know that I've been researching many things over the years, not as heavily as you. I haven't written any books on it or anything, but I've been just looking into a lot of things. And I think the first one that just blew my mind was 9/11. And how anyone can look at what happened there and think that what the government said happened is true just goes to show the amount of mind control they have over people, because it's just physically impossible what they said happened. I'd like to see someone try to knock down 3 skyscrapers with 2 planes at free fall speeds in a laboratory experiment. Just build a model. Show me how that works. And then you go on and on. So 9/11, I'm 100%. There's not even a whisker of doubt that what the government said about it is not the truth. Once you see the evidence, you can't just think anything else unless you're completely brainwashed or totally deluded. And so I started looking into other things. I was like, well, if 9/11 wasn't what they said it was, what else isn't? And it's pretty much everything else. So I started looking into everything, and it's like every single thing was fake or some sort of a hoax or some sort of a setup. Even the Vietnam War, the Gulf of Tonkin, that's one's public, but no one talks about it, where the U.S. Army or Navy sank their own ship just to get into the Vietnam War, and that's actually been put out by them, and no one really notices. No one seems to care. As George Carlin said, they're all fairly not connected, so not paying attention. I guess the next one that really started to blow my mind was the moon landing. I'm not 100% sure it was fake, so I want to just be honest here. Like with 9/11, I will stand by it 100%. 100%, I have no doubt in my mind that that was not what they said it was. Moon landing, I'm about 98% now. I've been going up 1% per year for the last couple of years, the more I look into it. And so then I had a person send me some stuff on the flat Earth theory. And I was like probably what the people watching right now are doing, going like, oh, come on. Like, they can't, like, that's too crazy. I know this other stuff sounded crazy at the time, but that's too crazy. The place where we live has been a total lie. So I ignored him, actually. And this is sort of like a friend. I didn't ignore him, but I just said, yeah, I watched a bit. I don't know. That's too much. But he kept sending it. And then I started noticing all over the internet people talking more and more about it. So I'd watch another video or read another thing and look at this evidence. And finally, after a certain period of time, I was like, is there something to this? Because what's going on here? And then I came across you, and that's where this all started with me and you, is that I saw what you were doing. I watched a couple of your videos, your interviews, and you were the most well-spoken on it and the most rational. You've written a whole book on it, and you've got so much evidence on it. So I was like, well, and I found out you were an anarchist. I'm like, oh, well, that's interesting. He's actually a morally sound and a peaceful person, which is very rare. And that's a markup in my book any day. So maybe I should talk to this guy and see what's going on. So that's where we're at. I'm going to let you talk for as long as you want on this, and I know you're going to probably be giving us some images and stuff as you talk, if you'd like. I'd first just like to preface before you talk here that Aristotle said that it's the mark of an educated mind to be able to entertain a thought without accepting it, and that's all I'm saying here. I'm not saying that I have accepted the flat Earth theory. I'm just saying I'm entertaining it. I've seen they've got a lot of good information on why this could be true. And so I'm just going to let you go with that. So Eric, take the floor a little bit here and tell us, if you want, tell us a little bit about maybe how you found out about this theory or got into this theory, and then give us your best shot at explaining to someone who's never heard this before why this theory has potential or could be true.
Sure. When they first started explaining it to me in school, I do distinctly remember raising my hand and not understanding how the spinning ball Earth would keep people and the oceans from falling off the bottom, right? And they tried to explain gravity and, okay, I'm shaking my head and writing down the answers. And, over time you see the NASA images and you just go along to get along. But it was always a nagging doubt in my mind, so I brought that into my 20s when I got into conspiracies with 9/11 as well. That was the first kind of breakthrough, unplugging me from the Matrix kind of event that got me into the whole conspiracy scene in the first place. So I definitely learned how to suspend judgment while you look at evidence like you were talking about, and you got to do that for this flat Earth thing, because you think you've got so much evidence and proof and that the Earth is a spinning ball. You've seen it from NASA, you've heard some proofs that your teachers have given you, you've seen the globe on the desk for years, but in fact the horizon, for instance, is always completely flat. And you don't feel any motion. So if you were just born today and looked out, you wouldn't assume that you're standing on a spinning ball. You'd assume that you were on a flat, motionless plane. So to assume that we are on a spinning ball is actually contrary to our common sense and our everyday experience. And there's also experiments that have been done to test whether we're on a spinning ball or not. For instance, amateur balloons have been sent up past 20 miles, amateur rockets as well, and the horizon rises all the way up with the camera up to 20 miles up, and it's flat all the way around. Now, in NASA images, they claim to be hundreds and hundreds of miles up, and then you start to see curvature. But if you notice, these images are often clearly CGI, computer graphic images, sometimes not so clearly. Sometimes the earlier ones were actually done through a round window, So they've used many different tricks throughout the years, but NASA is essentially Hollywood, and all the images that you think you've seen of a spinning ball Earth are faked. And all the amateur balloon and rocket footage that we've sent up there shows a flat horizon that rises all the way up. And that's impossible on a ball. No matter how big a ball is, as you rise up, you would have to look down to be able to see the horizon. The horizon would not rise up with you. That's a characteristic of an extended flat plane. And it's when you're in an airplane, you can see out both windows and you can see the horizon at eye level at 35,000 feet and higher, out both windows. But think about it. If you're on a ball, over a ball, no matter how big that ball is, you shouldn't be able to see the horizon out your plane window. Now, some people think that they see the curvature of the ball out their plane window, but in fact they're just seeing the curvature of the glass because the windows are all slightly curved to fit with the fuselage. And when you look at the horizon through a window like that, it does give a slight effect. And GoPros and traditional cameras, wide-angle fisheye lenses, they also give this kind of effect. So a lot of footage you'll see of the horizon, it'll warp, and sometimes it'll be convex, sometimes it'll be concave, but as the camera stops moving and stops tilting, it will always pan out to completely flat and on level with the camera. Again, this is just impossible on a ball. It doesn't matter how big the ball is. The ball could be 10 times larger. They tell us it's 25,000 miles in circumference. Even if it was 25 million miles in circumference, if you're above it, you're above it. You would have to look down to the horizon. But you just never will on the Earth, the actual Earth. So the horizon proof is one obvious one, a go-to. Another one is just the natural physics of water. It's the natural physics of water to find and remain at level. If water is dammed up and then released, it will flow out in all directions until it becomes level again. But on a spinning ball Earth, we would have to have oceans that were hundreds of miles of curved water. And this is impossible. I mean, they can't show you any example of this happening, but they claim this is what's happening on the Earth. And then they claim that there's a force called gravity that holds these oceans in just so, that it's strong enough to hold the oceans in, but weak enough to allow, bugs to take off and smoke to rise out a chimney. So the magical force of gravity, which was created by knighted Freemason Sir Isaac Newton, is basically their go-to answer that explains away anything they have a problem with. Gravity is what they say caused the Big Bang somehow. Gravity is what formed the planets and the sun. Gravity is what causes the planets to orbit around the sun and moons to orbit around planets. Gravity is what causes the water to stick to the planets. Gravity is what causes the tides from the moon. You name it, gravity does it, as far as they're concerned. But in the flat Earth model, gravity is just density or buoyancy. In other words, an object in a medium, depending on their relative densities, will float or sink based on the friction between the two. So whether it's a gas, liquid, or solid, heavy, dense things sink and light things float. There really is an up and down in nature. They try to tell us that everything's a ball, and so up and down is an illusion. People in Australia are hanging upside down, and they don't know it. So that's another philosophical impossibility they kind of get us to believe by thinking that gravity sucks everything into the center of the ball and holds us under the ball. Meanwhile, gravity causes planets to orbit around us. So like I said, when they want to, gravity causes some things to stick to and we could become central, and sometimes it causes them to orbit things. Sometimes it causes big bangs, apparently. Gravity's a big catch-all term for whatever they want it to be.
Am I right on that I heard that gravity really has never been proven? Like, what did they say gravity is? Like, do they even have like some sort of model, or is it just a word?
Yeah, they've got plenty of calculations, and you can look at Wikipedia, and they've got pages of complex mathematics that I have no idea what it means, and supposedly it all has to do with gravity. But but again, in actuality, everything can be explained through density and buoyancy without assuming that there's this magical pulling force that pulls things towards the center. They call it a mutual attraction of masses, and that a mass, by virtue of its mass alone, causes this force called gravity, which causes other smaller masses to orbit or stick to those larger masses. But they can't actually show you any example in nature where this happens. They can't show you some object that's so massive, why can't they create some CERN, massive thing that's so massive and dense enough that they could at least cause a dust bunny to gravitize around it? They can't create any sort of experiment to prove that this gravity exists, but yet it's their catch-all explanation for everything that they can't explain. So really the science that people think is so solid that we've been believing with gravity and astronomy and the whole Big Bang cosmology with billions of planets and stars and suns and all this is all science fiction. What's actually going on is we're on a flat plane. I don't know how far the flat plane goes. That's still a mystery. But the sun, moon, stars, all the celestial bodies rotate around us. And this has been proven, too. Since the 1800s, they've done experiments. You can look up Airy's failure is one. George Airy put water in a telescope to slow down the starlight coming in, and comparing it with control telescopes, you're able to see whether it's the starlight that's moving over us relative to a stationary Earth, or is it the moving Earth rotating under a relatively stationary star. And this and many other experiments by Michelson, Morley, Gale, Sagnac, and some others in that time proved that the celestial objects in the sky are all revolving around us, and we are completely still. Those conclusive findings, however, were philosophically debunked by Einstein and his relativity theory, where he banished the absolute ether to absolute relativity and said that you can't determine what is the most central thing in the solar system, and even what is moving around what, essentially, because everything is moving and everything is relative to everything else, and we don't know where the center or the edge of the universe is. So this like absolute relativity is what I call it. It's a paradox, but through this philosophical paradox of absolute relativity, they banished these conclusive experiments that prove that the Earth is stationary and everything's revolving around us. Since then, we've had planes that can prove even further that the Earth is stationary, helicopters as well. You'd think if the Earth was revolving under us, you could just hover up in a helicopter and the Earth would revolve underneath, and then you could land when your destination got to you. But of course, they tell us that the magic of gravity holds the atmosphere to the spinning ball too, and so, relatively speaking, you're moving with the ball. Okay. But they've done experiments with projectile cannons as well as planes taking off in all cardinal directions. And if the Earth was spinning 1,000 miles per hour eastward, as they say, and the average commercial airliner goes about 500 miles per hour, your eastward destinations should come up behind you long before you ever reach them. That's just a fact of this. But it's not the case that going in any direction changes the resistance or speed of a airplane. So, and you can imagine how difficult it would be to try to land on a runway that was going at 1,000 miles per hour. Pilots land at all 360 degrees. If the Earth was actually spinning tilted 23 degrees on its axis like that, the only way it would be able to come in on the runway would have to be on very specific angles, otherwise it would be totally off. But again, they just tell you the magic of gravity and the Velcro of the atmosphere somehow makes it so that that's all negligible. Another thing they say is negligible is that, if the Earth was a ball and you're flying over it, you'd have to descend gradually to stay at the same altitude. But it's not the case. Whenever pilots are flying, they go up to their desired altitude, they level off, and their artificial horizon remains level, and they just keep on going until they're ready at their destination and ready to come down. at 500 miles per hour, they would actually have to descend approximately a half a mile every minute just to stay at the same altitude. And this just doesn't happen. If the Earth was a ball and they didn't descend, after a half hour you'd be out into outer space just from going straight, right? I can go on. Like I said,
Yeah.
I've written a book about it. Maybe what I should ask you instead, which is more fun, is why do you think you're on a spinning ball, Jeff?
Well, I don't. I'm glad you asked me a question on that because I have a lot of thoughts on that. I was just thinking as you were writing or talking. Sorry, I was writing, trying to take some notes. What I've found in my life is that, okay, I'm going to give you an example. I started off more the economic side of things when I started to wake up. So my first introduction to, hey, maybe we don't need government, maybe government is evil, was after the tech bubble burst in 2000, and there seemed to be no explanation for it. So I started looking into how the money system worked, and the very first book I read was The Creature from Jekyll Island, and I was like, whoa, this is not what you're told. And then I just kept looking into it, and the further I looked into it in Austrian economics and stuff, and, back then, especially, I was like, hey, I've got to learn this economics because, I have to understand how this system works. I'm quite involved in the financial monetary systems, investing, things like that. If I don't understand economics, that's crazy. And I looked at, what they teach you in school, and it's all these formulas and craziness and Keynesian sort of craziness. We add up all these numbers and then that tells you what the economy will do. It's like, okay, so I was like, well, I'm not smart enough for that kind of stuff. But then I found the Austrian School of Economics and they're like, no, you just look at everything from first principles. You just say, this is the way it is, and you go from there. You don't need all these formulas and stuff. And so what I've discovered over time is that in the economics profession, there's a ton of garbage they just teach you in school, and it actually makes it look really confusing. And like you have to be like this super genius in math to even think about becoming a really serious economist. But what I found out is most of that stuff, or quite a bit at least, is totally just BS. It has nothing to do with anything. It's useless at the very best. And so when you ask me, why do I believe that I am on a spinning ball or whatever, what came to mind is that, a few years ago, I looked into it's called the Thunderbolt of the Gods, the electric universe theory. We'll put a link to that video down below. And the same thing with astronomy. I was like, oh, I don't know. They've got all these computer models, and I'm not very good at math. That's my thing. And I was like, how could I ever even understand any of this stuff? And then I watched the Thunderbolt of the Gods, the Electric Universe theory, and it just made sense. They just asked questions like, why does a comet have a trail of stuff coming off of it, ice or whatever it is, if it's, they've got all these things. And I was like, that makes total sense. If you watch the Thunderbolt from the Gods, you'll understand what I'm saying. And so basically I've come to the conclusion that I just have to use my own brain and my own senses and my own ability to perceive information and go from there. I can't listen to these professors and PhDs because I think they're mostly just spinning garbage. And so that's why I'm so open to what you're talking about, because you're right. I don't feel like I'm on a spinning ball. I might be. I don't know. This is a very new idea, by the way, started by the Masons, 500 years ago or whatever. And before that, it was fairly understood you were on the flat Earth. Then something happened. Some people took over and started killing you if you said you weren't. And then so yeah, it is definitely all the perceptions that I have go with your theory, and that's why I'm attracted to it. Maybe it's that physical law of attraction or whatever, I'm open to these ideas. I'm listening to you and writing notes as you speak because it makes so much sense.
Right on. So, thinking about it, back to your education, do you remember any proofs that you were taught as to why you're on a spinning ball? Why is the Earth a ball? Or things you've seen on television, perhaps?
Well, I just didn't go to school much. I think that's why I am able to think fairly freely and not just listen to dogma and not just accept and repeat what I'm told. But no, I think it's mostly just growing up in a situation where, like you said, you got that globe on the desk. You listen to the news or anything, and they talk about NASA did this in outer space, and here's the photos of the Earth, which now that I look at them, they all look fake. But so yeah, I think you're just sort of ensconced in this sort of environment where these things are just never brought up, and so you just assume it must be the case.
Yeah, you got it, man. And yeah, like you're saying, the people that are the most indoctrinated are the professors and the people who've looked into this so much. They've just been buying what is being told to them by authority, and so they're arguing from authority, and you can see it in the comment sections of everything I make. The argument is always from authority. When you argue from evidence, experience, and experiments, you're going to come to a flat, motionless Earth every single time.
Yeah, I'm sure we're gonna have a million comments down below, and I have this one. There's a few people every now and then that say this. They say, you're hurting the liberty movement by talking about things like this, because a lot of people think this is crazy, including myself. They say, and it's usually some little loser, and I've had this happen even just in the last few weeks. Just some loser who's never done anything, and he's like watching you because he's never done anything, so he's got to watch everything you're doing, and they'll say, you can't talk about this stuff because you're hurting the liberty movement. It's like, fuck off. You're not doing anything for the liberty movement. I'm working like morning to night on it. I've probably brought in more people than most people into the liberty movement in the last few years. So yeah, go, take a walk. You're a bunch of losers. So we'll see that down in the comments down below. But let's talk to the people that are really the science, or as I'm starting to call it, scientism, after I got that word from Mark Passio. There's going to be a lot of people who are really into the science. And hey, don't get me wrong, I think it's possible that the science stuff is right. I don't know. I have to see with my own eyes more to see it. But they're going to say stuff like, what about when they, there's all these scientific sort of reasons why, that this can't be right. Maybe you can talk about a few of those sort of things that you debunk a little bit from the flat Earth theory, how some of these, what the people are going to say about how science proves this is wrong. Like, for example, some experiments or something like that. I'm sure you know more about it than me.
Sure. Yeah, this is what I was trying to get out of you in the first place. So, so for instance, people will usually come at you with, well, what about circumnavigation? That's one you learn in school. We can circumnavigate the globe, so it must be a globe. You can go all the way around it. So if the Earth was flat, you couldn't go around a flat Earth. But the flat Earth model, what we're looking at here is, imagine a disk with Antarctica being an ice ring all around it, and the oceans being held in, and the North Pole at the middle. So with this model, circumnavigation just means east to west, like a compass point, set it in the middle. You can trace a circle. And Magellan's journey, for instance, basically was that, with a few inlets and outlets along the way. All he did was go around from east to west, the flat Earth. This doesn't prove that you're on a globe or a flat Earth either way. It can go either way. So basically, the circumnavigation proof is not a proof at all. It could happen regardless of whether the Earth was flat or a ball. Another scientific proof that they'll come at you with is that ships, as they're disappearing on the horizon, as they get further and further away, the bottom, the hull, will start to disappear before the masthead. And so what's happening is it's slowly going over the curvature of the Earth. It's going over the ball. And this is, Aristotle used this. This has been a proof of the ball Earth for a long time. The ball Earth has been theorized back as far as Pythagoras 2,500 years ago, but it didn't really pick up steam until 500 years ago. But so anyway, yeah, this one is one they use a lot. But in actuality, if you use binoculars, a zoom camera, a telescope, after the ship has completely disappeared over the horizon, you can bring it completely back into view, proving that it hasn't descended over a wall of convex water. but in fact it's just gone beyond your perspective. The horizon line is not the curvature of the ball Earth as you're told. The horizon line is the vanishing line of perspective from your point of view. And that's why as you raise altitude or on a clearer day or with a zoom camera, you're able to see further and further along the horizon. It's not a fixed point as it would be on a ball, as they tell you. So again, this is another supposed scientific proof of the ball Earth, but when you do experiments yourself with a telescope, you can see that that's bunk, and in fact, you've proven the opposite.
And just, I know there's going to be a lot of people who are going to be devil's advocating, watching this. So I'll do it for them because I've asked these questions as well. So my question was, why, if it's a flat Earth, why couldn't you stand on the coast of California with a telescope and see Japan or Hawaii or something? And I think you know the answer to that. I'll let you answer that.
Yeah. You can't see an unlimited distance, regardless of whether the Earth is flat or a globe. And the lowest layer of the atmosphere is the densest and not transparent. So if you imagine like a hot, humid day, the haze over a road, all telescopes will eventually blur out in that same kind of way due to the air. So no, you can't see an infinite distance. And the reason people think this, again, is they think that when they point their telescopes up, that they're seeing starlight from trillions and trillions of miles away, because that's what they've been told by NASA. Now, in fact, you can measure with sextants and plane trigonometry how far away the sun, moon, and stars are, and they figure to be only a few thousand miles off the surface of the Earth. But they tell you that they're like the closest star is 25 trillion miles away, 4.2 light years away. Their science fiction term they created to make it sound more plausible. And the reason they give these ridiculously long distances to the stars is because they have to for it to fit their model. Because day after day, year after year, the fixed stars stay fixed in their constellations as they revolve over and around us. But what they say is that the Earth is spinning, and it's spinning around the sun, and the sun is spinning around the Milky Way, and the Milky Way is spinning around the known universe. And so you've got spinning upon spinning, and it's faster and faster, all these multiple spins happening. But if this is the case, you'd see movement in the stars. So the only way they can claim that you don't see movement is to use this ridiculously huge mathematics to make the math fit. So if you say the closest star is 25 trillion miles away, then you can still say that, oh, there's no parallax change between the fixed stars every year because they're just so far away. But no, you can't see that far through even the best telescope. And by the way, the Hubble telescope doesn't exist, and all the images supposedly coming from the Hubble telescope are wonderful CGI Photoshop. Look again.
Yeah, I was just looking that up yesterday. So, I'm just like looking at, okay, let's go look at what the Hubble telescope things are. I've never looked at them. I don't care that much. I'm busy doing my own thing. So I said, well, what's this Hubble taking anyway? So I went and looked at the images, and these images are, wow, these are amazing. Like, how are they getting such amazing images? Like, why don't they turn it back around on the Earth and get some really amazing images of the Earth? Like, they don't really have any images of the ball Earth that's ever been taken, right? Like, that was my question. And I actually had another one, too, was about Antarctica. This is a really interesting one, in my opinion, and I want to hear your answer. It appears like no one has ever crossed Antarctica from one side of the Earth to the other side of the Earth, even in a plane, which seems insane to me. And maybe you know of some evidence that they have, but I don't know of any. Or at least someone's claiming that they have. And so I was sort of chatting with a friend the other day, because I've been so interested in this. I've been looking it up. And I said, well, if, we really just need to get a plane and fly it over Antarctica, like just to see what's going on. And my friend who doesn't know anything about your theories or anything, he said, oh, no, it's just way too cold. And I'm like, well, they fly over the North Pole pretty much all the time. And he said, no, it's just way too cold. It's too big, too, down there. And I said, well, in the 1960s, they had the technology to fly to the moon, which is way colder and way hotter, play some golf, drive around in a golf cart, and come back. Why can't we ever get a plane to fly over Antarctica? So I'll let you respond to that one.
Absolutely, exactly. That's exactly what they say. They say that it's too cold, and that's why there aren't these flights. But there's flights from Australia to South America, for instance. That if the Antarctica is a little ice continent underneath the ball, as they tell us, then you should take the most direct flight. But they don't take the most direct flight in all these cases. They go around the long way around, and the excuse they give is that it's too cold. And like you said, well, that doesn't make any sense because it's way colder and hotter out there on the moon and on the way to the moon that they supposedly went. So why is Antarctica giving them such a problem? And,
they haven't gone to the bottom of the ocean yet. The more you think about it, it's like a lot of things don't make any sense. It's like, well, if they can do this, why can't they do that? And if they can do that so easily, why can't they just fly over Antarctica? And then, of course, as you know, and you mentioned Antarctica is pretty much a no man's zone. It's a militarized zone. If you try to get in there, you'll probably be turned back. So they don't want you to know what's there, from what I can tell.
That's right, yeah. People like Jarl Anderhoy have been turned away when you try to just go there on your own without one of their pre-approved tour groups. They will turn you away at gunpoint, fine you, and put you in jail. They don't take kindly to that at all. And yeah, they don't want you to expose the hoax. There's a UN treaty that's been going on since the 50s there, so they don't let anyone in there other than their pre-approved guided tours that they take people to the fake South Pole. They've got a ceremonial South Pole there at an arbitrary point along the Antarctic ice, and they take people there. It's a little barbershop red and white pole, and there's a ball earth on top of it. And they take photos there and tell people that they're at the South Pole. And it's interesting, though, you can hear on a BBC clip them talking about how, well, it's not actually the South Pole. The real South Pole is somewhere, several meters away. And so they tell us with this spinning ball earth model is that the magnetism of the ball earth happens from the molten metal core in the middle of the ball, and it causes the geomagnetic poles to constantly shift. So the north and south poles are constantly moving. So this is their perfect excuse that they can give for when people go to the South Pole and break out a compass and see that north isn't in every direction as they go around the pole. They can just say, oh, well, the pole's constantly moving, so there's no way that you can find it. And in the North Pole documentaries, they never break out a compass there either, nor do they give any star readings to prove that they actually are at the North Pole. So I'm quite skeptical of all the footage I've seen claiming to be at the North Pole or the South Pole. Whether they're actually there. They just show a Garmin, which is GPS, Global Positioning System, which is created by the U.S. military. And I'm not trusting the U.S. military just to show me 90 degrees north latitude on a Garmin, and I believe that they're where they say they are. So yeah, I have some serious questions about why people can't go to the North Pole or to Antarctica and independently explore it. Pilots are also not allowed to go over there independently. They have some polar routes, they're called, but they don't go directly over the North Pole, and nor do they ever circumnavigate under the supposed ball from one side of Antarctica to the other. They always go around. You can check for yourself on all these flights. If the Earth was really a ball and they can survive the cold of outer space, they should be able to fly a straight route across Antarctica.
Yeah, you'd think we'd have the technology for that, to just fly a plane from South America to, I guess, what's on the other side in their theory, Africa or something. Well, I think we should push for this. Let's do like a crowdfund or something to try to do the first manned aircraft flight over Antarctica. We probably need about at least. I don't know what we'd need because if your theory is right, they probably won't be coming back because they'd get so far that they wouldn't have any gas to get back. And I don't know what's out there, but probably not anywhere good to land. Right. And who knows, but or they get shot down. That's probably the other thing, especially as it got public. So if you're a really rich guy out there, if you're a billionaire and you want to do something super cool for humanity, and you're willing to die, try to fly over Antarctica and see what happens, and try to get us that information back somehow in real time using some sort of radio frequencies or something, so that we know what you see before you die, as you either get shot down or something else happens probably. Or if you get to the other side, great, then this theory's wrong and that's it. But this is what we have to do is question these things and look at real evidence. And like you pointed out, after everything I've seen, I don't listen to anything the government says. I don't believe anything the government says, and that's where I start. So you said, oh, the government says here's your Garmin with your GPS. It's like, well, who made up GPS? Oh, the U.S. military. Okay, I don't believe it. I believe those numbers are there, and I believe they actually work on where we live to get from place to place. But as far as it being a whole theory that makes sense, and I'm just going to take it from them, no.
Absolutely. Yeah, I'd like to see some experiments done like that. If people could get a drone or a plane, either the North Pole or Antarctica, or take ships out there and try to walk it out. Somebody could fund Matt Boyland. He was trying to get an expedition to go from any entry point in Antarctica in a straight line and see whether he comes out the other side or what happens. What else could people do? I'm up for anything. I would love to see people who are, once you figure out this is definitely what's going on. As far as I'm concerned, we don't actually need to do this to figure out the Earth is not spinning and not a ball. That's been decided. But as far as what's beyond the Antarctic ice, that I don't know. Whether there's an edge, a barrier, a dome, or an infinite plane, and it just goes on forever. Who knows?
Yeah, we should point out that it is kind of dangerous to talk about these things. There was David Cameron, the prime sinister or the prime murderer of the UK, was at the One World Government headquarters, the UN, which actually uses the flat Earth as a flag. That's very interesting. And he said that the non-violent extremism is just as dangerous as terrorism and must be eradicated using all means at the government's disposal. He references 9/11 and 7/7 truthers, examples of the type of extremism that must be dealt in a similar fashion to ISIS. And of course, the U.S. government started, and the CIA is ISIS. So, but no, this is quite serious. What he's saying is that they should kill us if we question what they're saying. And so, for people out there, if you're wondering why you don't hear a lot of these other theories, or especially this theory, it's probably because people are too scared to say it. Like, if we're gone in the next few months and I die of a heart attack or something, and Eric, whatever, some strange car crashes unexpectedly, pretty much you can assume that we probably get taken out. But what we got to do is spread this information. And I'm not saying, again, I'm not 100% on the flat Earth. I'm going to need to see more evidence, but I think the evidence is incredibly compelling to the point where I will continue to look into it for sure. I think it is a point, though, as well, that David Cameron said that us people who are questioning what they're saying essentially is what he's saying, and actually rationally looking at the evidence. He's saying that we're as dangerous to them as terrorism. And that's actually right, because if enough people wake up and look at all the evidence and listen to their own senses and what they're seeing, and not to some professor on TV who's got all these charts and numbers that you don't understand and probably no one understands, and if anyone understands it, they probably don't even get that how it relates to anything. They're just like math freaks or something. This actually is dangerous to the government, and he's right. And so they're going to try to shut it down any way they can. So we have to just get this information out there. I'm not saying, again, that I'm a flat earther yet. Man, the more you look into it, I'm going to have to see some real solid evidence that I can see with my own eyes to prove one way or another at this point, I think.
Yeah, man. The second president of the International Flat Earth Research Society, Charles K. Johnson, he had his house burned down and all of his flat earth materials, books, correspondence, his whole library, and he swore till his dying day that it was a NASA agent that did it, who also tried to kill him on more than one occasion. So there's definitely that aspect to it. They also have controlled opposition set up to defer people away from the legitimate flat Earth. So, for instance, the International Flat Earth Research Society I just mentioned was started in 1957, and in 1970 they started out the Flat Earth Society, of Canada, and then they took off the word Canada right away. And this one was a satirical society set up to control the opposition, to make it look ridiculous. And they did a wonderful job. Their president, Leo Ferrari, would go on television interviews claiming to be a flat earther, but then doing ridiculous things like taking on a big rock and saying, I was just at the edge of the earth and I almost fell off. I lost all my shipmates, but I held on to this rock and I saved me. And so I just brought this here from the edge of the flat earth to show you. And he'd say things like this. And nowadays, the Flat Earth Society promotes false flat Earth arguments, such as the flat Earth disk constantly rising to account for gravity. They say instead of the force of gravity pulling us down, the flat Earth disk constantly rises up. And they claim that this is what flat Earthers believe. But as I said earlier, we don't take gravity as being real in the first place. We just take experience and experiments, the zetetic method as it's called, just common sense. You don't need to, Occam's razor, you don't need to make unnecessary assumptions and call something gravity when it's completely explained with the already existing laws of density and buoyancy. So that's characteristic of their pseudoscience that's nowadays taught as science. And when somebody presents you with ideas of a flat Earth or a geocentric system, that's thought of as ancient pseudoscience that our ignorant ancestors believed, when in fact the experiments, experience, evidence, common sense is actually on that side. And we've been fed a bill of lies, pseudoscience, for so long that we believe it to be science.
Yeah, they always try to flip everything like to be the opposite of what it really is. And when I say they, I don't know exactly totally everything about all this stuff, but it appears to be Freemasonry seems to be a big one involved in what they call the occult, hiding the knowledge. Occult just means hidden. And for whatever reason, over the last few hundred years, it looks like they have just decided they don't want people to know what life is. They want to totally try to confuse them in every single way, including the money system. If you're in the U.S. and you pull out a $1 bill, just look at the back of the $1 bill. That's the Masonry symbol, the all-seeing eye pyramid. So you have an occult symbol in your pocket. So this is not crazy theories. This is what's going on. I've heard that what they're trying to do is trying to get humanity away from God, whatever God is, spirit, gods, from themselves, from understanding truth, from being human, basically. And I don't know why they're doing that, and I don't know if it's satanic, or I don't know if they're just screwed up psychopaths. I don't know, and maybe you do know. And if you feel you have some evidence on that, let me know. But isn't that right that it's basically been sort of from Freemasonry, they've been trying to hide this knowledge for a long time? And if it is true, do you know why they're trying to do it?
Yeah. Like you said on the dollar bill, the mono eye, that's the one eye of Freemasonry, of the Illuminati, whatever you want to call it. So money is definitely part of the scheme. As you mentioned, the UN, their symbol, their logo, their flag is a flat earth. And it's divided like a target, like a bullseye. It's divided into 33 sections. And, there's 33 degrees of Freemasonry. The first 3 degrees are called the blue degrees. The flag also happens to be blue. So you've got that encoded there. And then the people who originally brought us the spinning ball Earth from all the way back to Pythagoras and Copernicus, Galileo, Newton, Kepler, these people are all Freemasons as well. I showed in my Freemasons Exposed book, there's pictures, paintings of them doing Freemasonic hand signs, standing with Freemasonic objects and everything. And of course, nowadays, the NASA astronauts are unabashed Masons. You can just look online and find that literally every astronaut that claims to have walked on the moon, and every astronaut that even claims to have been in Earth orbit is a Mason, or their father was a Mason, and it's openly admitted. So this deception has been orchestrated by and acted out by these actor-nauts, or astronauts, depending on how you look at it. They're Freemasons, on the mathematical, astronomical side, as well as the exploratory astronaut side, the whole thing. Even the Hollywood side, Hollywood is run by Freemasonry as well. So the special effects, everything they're using, right from their gravity, think of the G in the compass and the square, another possible meaning for that G. You've got God, geometry, gnosis, and perhaps gravity, their biggest deception. And you can see even Masons today, like Neil deGrasse Tyson and Carl Sagan, they're always given their little Masonic hand signs and whatnot. So it's definitely part of the big boys club that's given us every other deception, and it's worth looking into based on that alone. And the more you look into it, the more you're going to find that, like you were saying, the reason they've done this is to position themselves as the authority. Once they tell you that because of their special telescopes and their special rockets and all these technologies that they have that you don't, that are able to see out into the cosmos and determine all of these things, that they are the authority. And so you have to go to them. You have to watch their documentaries. You have to go to Neil deGrasse Tyson, and you got to prostrate yourself at his feet and ask, "Oh, mighty NDT, tell me, please, what is the universe like?" And you give up your own common sense and your own experience to him, and he tells you that you're on a spinning ball, and he tells you all the, he weaves quite a nice story, and he does a lot of nice little NLP stuff. I don't know how he does it. Well, you got the Mason hand signs going, you got the little NLP, you got the flat earthers over here, and the ball earthers over here, So they've got all their little magician tricks that they're using, from CGI to zero-G planes to underwater pools, to make you think that they're floating in outer space. But in reality, what goes up must come down. There is no point where you can just go up in a rocket and suddenly pop out into the nothingness, the vacuum of infinite space, they call it, which is a paradox if I've ever heard one. How can there be a vacuum in infinite space when it's adjacent to an atmosphere and not separated in any way? You can't have a vacuum. And how does gravity pull you back to the Earth, but then get less and less to the point that you float? How does that happen? And they said that the atmosphere is spinning because the gravity is sticking it to it. So if you figure that, the Earth is spinning at 1,000 miles per hour, but then as you go up higher and higher, the atmosphere must be spinning even faster because it's further away from the point of the center of rotation. So as you're going up in your rocket, you're going through layer after layer of constantly faster and faster spinning atmosphere hitting your rocket until finally you pop out into non-spinning vacuum of infinite space, says NASA. Interesting that we all buy this and just accept this, even though it's physically and philosophically impossible. We just watch a little CGI image and a little camera trickery. You splice a rocket launch together with something else, and then you think that they're in outer space. But again, if you use your eyes and you watch those rockets, you'll see that they don't go straight up. Every single rocket forms a parabolic curve, just like every amateur rocket, just like any projectile that you would send up. It couldn't just go straight up and keep on going until you go into outer space. It comes right back down. So, but what does NASA tell you when you ask them the question, well, why is there a parabola formed by all of your rockets? Well, that's because it's going to spin around the ball Earth before it reaches escape velocity, and then it will go out into outer space from there. Right. I've seen a documentary full of nothing but NASA rocket launch failures, and if you just watch that, I don't think you'll be able to believe that they've put a man on the moon or even put a rocket out as far into outer space as these supposed ISS images are coming from. It's absolutely ridiculous. The technology we have is nothing like the science fiction that we've been shown.
Yeah, it's amazing. So much deception. I was talking, we could talk forever about this. I don't want to keep you too long. And if people really like this, we can have Eric back on another time to do it and maybe answer your questions or whatever. And if you don't like it, then that's the last time he's on because I need ratings. So I'm just joking. So I was chatting with a friend who again was because he's a very science guy, which is fine, whatever, whatever. And he said, we started talking about the space station. And I said, why do they even have the space station? Why don't they just put it on the moon? And he was like, well, no, they want to have it there because they want to study orbits or whatever. And I said, okay. And I said, well, why don't they just put one on the moon? It was so easy like 45 years ago just to fly up, drive around a go-kart, play golf, take some really awesome, amazing pictures and then just, hop in like this little tinfoil thing and then float in outer space and then come back and then it was really easy back then. I don't know what's changed since then, but why don't they put like something on the moon, like, because now I'm hearing they're starting to talk about Mars, and they're like, we want to do put humans on Mars and start a colony. It's like, why don't you do it on the moon? It's so much closer, according to what you guys say. It's like, and it'd be so much easier. And if it's so easy to get to the moon, the guys on the space station should, just every weekend go to the moon. Why not? They're already out there. It's just like, bloop, hop in that little tinfoil thing and just, land down, no problem, go, drive around a bit, have some fun, then come back. It'd be like a nice little weekend getaway, because the hard part's really, according to them, getting outside of the atmosphere, right? So once they're out there, just take off to the moon for the weekend, but they never do. No one's ever going there. I don't know why. It's strange.
That's a good point. Yeah, why haven't they been back there in 45 years? And if you look at the moon on a clear night during a waxing or waning cycle, you can see through it. Especially if you look during the afternoon, you'll notice that the supposed craters on the moon, you can see the blue sky right through those craters. Just look up, type in moon afternoon or something in Google and take a look. Or when you can see the moon sometime around 4 or 5 o'clock, when it's still, the sky's still blue, the sun's still out a little bit, but you still got the moon there, you'll notice that what is called craters is clearly not craters. And the supposed solid globe-shaped moon that they've presented us with cannot be the case, because you're seeing right through it. And even astronomers from the Royal Astronomical Association from hundreds of years ago have have written periodically having seen stars and planets through the moon. So like the popular Islamic flag and the symbol you see on mosques, for instance, with a crescent moon and a star occulting it, that actually happens. You can see that happen. So the moon, it appears, is its own unique light. It's semi-transparent and self-luminescent, whereas they tell us it's a spherical terra firma body that reflects sunlight. But you can prove that this is not the case, and that the sun and the moon are actually the same size as they appear. That's another thing. We were talking about things that you can see with your eyes, but then are told to be different by so-called science. They tell us the sun is 400 times bigger and 400 times further away than the moon. And from our faulty parallax perspective, we just see them appearing as exactly the same size. But no, one's really big and really far away. But if you're just using your own eyes, you would see that they are the same size. And the horizon is flat, and the Earth isn't moving, and everything in the heavens does revolve around us. Like you said, why haven't they been to the moon? Because you can't go to the moon. The moon is just a light. It's not a spherical, terra firma, Earth-like body that you can land masons on.
Yeah, we should keep this a little shorter, because I think if anyone's watched this far, they already know most of this stuff. And if they haven't watched this far, then they've already given up because they're like, oh, these guys are crazy, so there's no point even talking any further. So, but there is probably some people who are like, whoa, and watching and watching and watching. So why don't you let us know where people can get more information on this sort of stuff? That's one thing I noticed. It seems to be all over the place. Maybe you, since you've already written what I consider the only book I know of that looks like it makes a lot of sense, The Flat Earth Conspiracy. Maybe you can sort of figure out a way that people can, or maybe you already have it, some sort of place where people can put evidence that proves the flat Earth theory that can be all collected, actual evidence using video cameras and showing, whatever. It obviously could be fake, but some sort of repository for this information that you can build off. But anyway, let people know where they should go if they want more information on the flat Earth and about your books and everything else.
Yeah, I actually just restarted the International Flat Earth Research Society that I was talking about earlier that ended after he died and his materials were all burnt down. So I started it up again as a forum, and I've put on all the materials that I have on there, and everybody on there is collecting their own experiments and evidence as well. So I definitely recommend going over there if you're interested in learning more about the flat Earth. It's ifers.boards.net, which is ifers.boards.net. My website is atlanteanconspiracy.com. I have a flat Earth section on there. You can see a bunch of research I've compiled there. And my book, The Flat Earth Conspiracy, you can get from the website as well. I have a documentary called The Flat Earth Conspiracy you can see on YouTube. Go to my YouTube channel, Eric Dubé, and actually I have a lot of documentaries on the Flat Earth and other related subjects. That's a good place to go if you're wanting to look into some more of this information. Check out Eric Dubé, ERICDUBAY, on YouTube.
That's great, and I have to say, after talking to you in person, I'm even getting closer to pretty much being a flat Earth person. I think I'm going to hold that still because I haven't done enough research on my own to be totally comfortable. But just the way you are and the way you talk and how you're on the same wavelength as me on 9/11 and all these things says to me that either we're both crazy, which a lot of people are going to say, or I should listen to you because you're on the similar track to me, so you can bring me a lot more information which I can decipher and figure out for my own self, make my own decision on what I think is correct. But fascinating stuff. I'm really glad.
Good stuff, man. Fascinating. Who the fuck was that talking to Eric? Who's that guy? Why do I... Boy, it sounds familiar. It's driving me nuts. I'm trying to figure it out for the last half an hour. Who?
Jeff Buick.
Who?
Jeff Buick.
Dude, your microphone is shit. Jeff, what?
Buick.
You still sound like shit. And I got headphones
You
on.
said Jack something.
You sound like this. So that's what you sound like, man. Yeah, I recognize the voice, man. I've heard him somewhere else, man. I don't know where, man. I'm just trying to figure it out. Was that an older interview? That's an older one, or is that new, or is that... It sounded like an older one to me. I don't know.
No, you're right. That sounded a little old, yeah.
Yeah, I just don't know who interviewed him. I recognize the voice, but I can't place it. All right, well, we'll figure it out.
Flatty said Jeff.
Dollar Vigilante. That's it. Dollar Vigilante. That was it. Fuck yeah, man. Why am I hear this? It sounds familiar, man. I just couldn't place it. There you go. Yeah, he's a flat earther now. That's an old interview. He totally mentions the flat earth in a lot of his videos. I think he calls it the flat plane or something. That was it. Damn, it was driving me nuts, man. I'm like, damn, fuck, why do I know his voice? Usually I get to just stare at his big ass sunglasses and his little dog. And they talk about tacos a lot. Anyway. He puts out some good info, He's on point most of the time, man. Yeah. I like him, man. He's all right. Anyway. Let's see. I was listening to the live stream this morning when I got up and getting ready to go to work, and I had to keep pausing it because I'm listening to this German guy in here, and they were talking about the laser test over a lake. And we're explaining to him they'll put the laser down by the lake, and then we would go to the other side of the lake, and we could see the laser hit the target. And he goes, "Well, it's because the other side of the lake is higher."
Yeah, I've heard that.
It's like,
I've heard that in some debunk
what?
videos.
Water's level, man, right? And then it's not level. Apparently, it's slanted. So you could water ski downhill on a lake. That would be cool. Yeah, that'd be awesome. Yeah, that would be so cool.
Anything a Glober does is going to be with faulty logic.
It was bad, man. I'm driving my car going, I'm laughing, I'm smiling, I'm looking around, and there's nobody else in any other car laughing as hard as I am. I'm like, poor people, you poor people. I got the biggest laugh out of that.
It's kind of sad, but if I hear someone say planet, I can't help but like bust up. That's all it takes for me nowadays.
Yeah, you get a little giggle. My wife is great, man. She somebody says globe or something, she'll be like, globe. Like, yeah, she's like spot on, man. Planet.
Oh, that sounds funny.
My wife does some like text editing for some companies and stuff, and sometimes they would, if it says like globe, she'll replace it with like if it's like across the earth.
Just to like throw it in your face every time she can.
Yeah, she gets rid of anything that has to do with the spherical globe. It's funny. She's like, let me read this to you. Like, I changed around, global to world, like it's just world instead of global. It's funny.
Yeah, the globalists.
Yeah, it's good. She's quick on that. She also sees like the all-seeing eyes.
That's gotta be rare, man. That's got to be rare right there.
Yeah, I don't know if it's rare, but I had to work on her for like 5 years straight.
Right.
Yeah, I had to do it in a fun way too, man. You can't do it like sit down and watch this.
And you don't want to do it in the divorced way?
No, I don't want to do it that way. No, that would be bad. That would be bad. All right, we got Ben in the chat, X Gamer, Zai, Sig Fan Dan. What's up, baby? Good to see you, man. Been a minute. Any of you Mongos out there want to jump on the panel, man? Please.
Chat. YouTube.
Tominoid, what's up? Down under. Some old faces in the chat. Cool, man. I've talked to Tominoid on a hangout years ago. It's been a minute. Yeah, that was funny. Let's say, well, it's because the other side of the lake's higher. It's like, oh my. You got some serious physics to do there, Sonny. Check it out, Tominoid. Check it out. We had a friend in Germany. He would say that. Check it out. Like, all right, I'll check it out, man. Why do you got to be so mean about it? Damn. Check it out.
This was this morning, the same guy you're talking about?
Nah, it's a friend from going back years now. He used to be on Hangouts a lot. And Artez. You know Artez. You've heard of Artez. Anyway.
No, I don't know many of the OG guys.
Yeah.
It didn't take very much for me. I saw some Dubé.
Yeah.
And I mean, what else do you really need? I had never thought about things in that kind of way, and it's just kind of flowed, you know.
Yeah. I mean, I watched Dubai, and then I was like, oh shit, man. But then there was this guy, Robert Bassano, had a channel called Plantis Veritas, and he would do hangouts, and QE was on there. Back then, he was just called John.
Trip out.
And they would sit around and take a NASA paper and just fucking beat it into the ground. And it was like, you know,
Oh, you
and they
mean
would
like
do it
something
all.
they print out, or
Yeah, they would just
you're
like,
talking about
here's
some
screen
official?
share, like, here's a fucking M2 rocket, you know. This motherfucker's going for how far? You know, they would break down the numbers and just give it a fucking whoop ass. And
Yeah, everyone
like
wants to talk about
Hubble, they
satellites.
satellites, they did Hubble, they did rockets. I mean, and it was just day in and day out, man. And it was for like a whole summer. It was great. And I would just turn those guys on while I was listening. I was working. And at one point, man, I realized, oh shit, man, we can't have a vacuum pressure next.
Exactly.
Oh, wait, whoa. I stood up and I walked outside and I'm like, oh, fuck, man, fuck.
I know it didn't help. It didn't help that I was really stoned when I came to these realizations. It made it more intense. I'm like, no way.
No, I was like, fuck. Oh, shit. Yeah, they got me. Bastards. Fuckers. I'm like, I can walk in the house. I'm like, honey, I'm pretty sure the Earth's
But you
flat.
can't help but think how much sense it makes, you know? Like, it just is so natural.
I'm like, pretty sure the Earth's flat, man. I'm going to check it out a little bit more, but it's not going to work.
Not only is it flat, it's the only thing that can be walked on.
Yeah. Well, that's what I always tell these guys, man, that come in here. I'm like, dude, man, you live on Earth, man. Check out Earth. You can check it out, man. Like, I'm not hiding it from you. You can walk on it, measure it, check it out. All right, there's a Mongo looks like a Mongo up in the VC check-in, man. No? Is there a Mongo up there? No, never mind. My bad. No Mongo. Okay. I don't recognize that. All the Z's for their name. I don't recognize that shit. But apparently they're silver flat earthers. Good on them.
So when they think about this, man, when they offer the jobs to astronauts to go to the space station, right?
Sure.
I mean, imagine like a pilot. He's training to be an astronaut. He raises his hand, and the dude's like, "What about the debris up there? We ever have to worry about that?" Like picture you going up there, and you're white knuckled all day thinking about any second you could get hit with some shit that just destroys the whole deal.
Well, I mean, I've seen footage of a guy. I've seen a guy, a pilot, you know, getting ready to get in his SR-71, you know, and he's all suited up. And he's sitting there, man. He ain't joking. He ain't smiling. He ain't waving at nobody. He's just sitting in the chair, man. You know, you can see the look on his face, man. He ain't thinking, you know, he's about to do some shit that could kill him. He knows it. Every fucking second, he knows it, man. It's like, I'm going to get in this motherfucking rocket airplane, and I'm going to go up to 80,000 feet. I'm going to go Mach fucking 3. And at any second, man, that thing's going to go, you know, you lose a
whatever, a piece.
You lose a whatever, man, or an engine or something, man. You're going to, he knows it, man. He's got to be 100% kind of in the zone. You're not waving and going, hey, everybody, I'm going to get on this rocket over here, and I'm smiling, and why don't you take my picture? Be like, fuck off, man. I'm about to get in this thing. It's going to blow me into the fucking space.
I hear the ISS was pieced together.
Yeah. I'm not going to like.
So
yeah, it was pieced together, yeah.
They had to do hours of spacewalking to fit this thing together like Legos?
Yeah, it's pretty
at
much
17,000 miles an hour, or were they out there
It's
kind of just
crazy,
waiting
yeah.
for maybe to
Nah.
wait to pick up the orbital velocity? They're hitchhiking to wait. They put it together, then they hitchhiked the orbital velocity.
Yeah, it's just it becomes ridiculous at some point.
You like that? You like that picture? It's got the dudes that do networking, and they're all organized with their cables, and it looks all nice. And then you got the inside of the fake ISS, and it's just a complete garbage everywhere.
Hold that
and
laughter, man. I gotta walk to the other side of the room and grab something. Hold on. Oh, that's hilarious, man. Oh, man. Wow. Let me grab a beer, of course. Hello.
I did training at Pensacola in Florida.
Yeah.
And they got like a pilot schoolhouse out there.
Oh, cool.
And the same pilots become astronauts, allegedly. And they got pictures of them all over the place.
Oh, my.
Like they're the peak heroes of
Pensacola, Florida.
Basically,
Airstrip, wherever that is. Yeah, they're the heroes. Damn heroes, baby. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think that's why they do it. You look at like Don Pettit, and I don't know how that. I
didn't see his picture there at the schoolhouse. I'll tell you that. No Don Pettit.
They tricked this fucking autistic guy into. He's pretty smart, but I don't know, man. But it's just like the things he says, man. You're like, what? This is like the best of the best. Get out of here. Nah, they're not. They're not even good actors, man. They're just good sellouts, and they suck at acting.
That's how many veils have been pulled over the eyes. They're so bad, and it's just good enough.
Horrible. It's absolutely just like, whoa, man, really? These are the smartest people in the world? Fuck off. I listen to you guys in here every day, man. I'm like, there's at least a half a dozen that are just absolutely ridiculously smart. And when they talk, man, you actually like get, there's, they know what they're talking about. They explain it well. I'm not like expert at explaining shit sometimes. More of a hands-on guy, man. It's like, hey, screwdriver here, screw, measure, cut, whatever. I can do that kind of shit, but explaining shit to people like
the kind of precision that it would take to have an actual ISS.
Yeah. Yeah, you need some people like me to get up there and make sure that's dead nuts, balls accurate, man. But no, wires hanging everywhere. Oh my God. What? I remember I was on Hollywood Boulevard doing Flat Earth Hollywood, flat smacking people. 2018.
Oh, like street preaching? But
yeah, it was street. Yeah, we would set up every Saturday from like 5 and 6 in the afternoon to like midnight. We did
you're out there like, let me tell you, people.
No, we didn't tell you nothing, man. We just set up. We had a flat Earth model. We had some globes. We had a little cart that lit up.
I gotcha.
We had a sign that says Flat Earth. It lit up.
No one on the loudspeaker.
No. I did a live stream, and anyway, I was out there, man. One night, man, just hanging out. We had a cool spot right outside this restaurant, man, that had these open windows. So we could go get something to eat or drink right there. And they loved us. They loved having us there, man. Anyway, they treated us really well. They had bouncers and everything.
We did?
And
the restaurants or something?
Yeah.
Or a bar?
Yeah, it was like a restaurant bar. Okay. And I remember handing my iPad over to this electrician, man. I'm like, dude, look at these pictures of the inside of the, or I actually had, I think I had David Weiss's book. It's like about 80 or 90 pictures or something, or memes and everything in this thing. And it was all on my iPad, right? I'm like, hey, man, flip through these, man. I go, you're an electrician. Does that look good to you? And he fucking literally did palm to forehead and went, he slapped his head and went, what?
No way.
No. And he grabbed the iPad and went into the restaurant and sat down and started going through the entire book, man. He was just like,
whoa,
fuck off. And he came out and he goes, no way. I mean, the wires hanging, all that bullshit in space, flying around, and what happens if you trip one of those or catch one with your foot or between your pinky and dislocate your fucking pinky or something? Who knows, man? But it ain't right, man. That all the wires hanging everywhere is ridiculous, man. It looks really scientific-y, but it's total bullshit, man. That's not how you would
it
lay
really
out.
doesn't. If you take a close look, it doesn't look scientific. It looks bullshit.
No, it's bullshit, right? But I mean, to the normies, man, it looks. Oh my god, they're like really doing some work up there.
It's that those launch rooms with all the monitors and people like sitting around. What are those people even looking at? Even that seems bullshit to me.
Well, like the
Houston, right? Whatever Houston would be.
Yeah.
Right. Houston, blah blah blah. All those people sitting around at their monitors in the same room, and then when the launch is successful or whatever successful, they hop up, they jump up and cheer. That whole deal.
Oh, that whole show, yeah.
Oh, it's too good.
Well, I learned a trick in Hollywood years ago that if you're in an audience that's being filmed, is that they encourage you to clap with your hands above your head.
I've done it. Yeah, I've done it. It's gross.
Right, they want you to clap with your hands above your head so it looks really good on the camera.
Right. Smiling and all that shit.
Right.
Yeah.
And if you watch some of the SpaceX stuff, man, when the SpaceX launched whatever, and they have the whole room full of the employees, and then they pan over to the employees and they're clapping, and they all have their hands in the air, man, clapping. And they're really excited that the car was launched into space or whatever it was. A car launched into space. Really? When I didn't know it was going to go down until like later that day. Somebody like, dude, check this out. I mean, if I would have known it, I probably would have watched it live, but I'm like, no.
Yeah,
I didn't do that.
It
Really?
was brought up and dog's going crazy, but
and
instantly I was like, oh yeah, SpaceX, huh? That's just a modern NASA so that kids believe it. It's like, nah, they didn't do shit.
Right. I was like, no, you're kidding me. I didn't believe it.
If you show a kid, a young child, I shouldn't say a kid, that's a goat, isn't it? A child, if you show a young child the original footage, is that even believable?
No.
At all? If you show them some SpaceX stuff, well, they're probably going to believe it. Let me deal with this dog.
Yeah. You can tell it's real because it looks fake. Oh, really? And he said that. What? No, dude, I couldn't believe my ears, man. I'm like, all right, what kind of cucky bullshit are they pulling here, man? Right in your face, man. Damn, bastards. It looks real, Miss Terry. Looks fake because it's real. It looks fake because it's real, man. I love that. I mean, that's one of the golden gems of my life, man. That was ace. I'll take that one to the grave, man. For sure. I'll be using that one for a minute. Oh, the rest of my life. It can only be a minute, but I hope it's longer. But yeah, Don Pettit, chugga chugga chugga, man. That was another one that came up today. Somebody was saying. Somebody played that one. Well, you make coffee and it goes in the thing, and you take a poo, and then it goes in the machine, goes chugga chugga chugga, and you make a cup of coffee. What? Fuck off. Oh, shit. Oh, no. You can't do that, man. Yeah. Well, it's a mad, mad world, man. I met a band one time called the Mad, Mad World. It's like, good name, man, because it's pretty accurate. Like, yeah, nailed it.
So how can we?
The more
piss
you
on the
look at
globe
this
here?
place, the more it gets looking weirder and weirder, man.
No doubt.
I'm like,
No doubt.
damn. I couldn't make up the weirdness shit in my head. There's so much weird shit going on. No chance. Anyway,
So oceanic basins.
yeah, the
They're
flat, the
they're
basin's
like
flat.
giant flat bowls that contain
Right.
all of this water.
Giant.
They're
I mean,
incredibly flat.
we're talking thousands of miles of flat, man.
Oh yeah.
Not like a
Thousands
couple
of miles.
miles. No. They're thousands of
I never
miles
thought
flat.
about that. I remember going through a ocean specific class. What the heck is that called? Marine biology. That was the
Marine
class.
biology. Yeah.
And a big part of it was the ocean.
What do they
and
call them?
we definitely went over all of this ocean and stuff.
What are they? The plains? Vissel?
Basins.
Vissel plains. Vissel?
Oh, abyssal? Abyssal.
Vissel plains. Isn't that the term? I think it's the term.
No, yeah, you're right. Yeah, within
they
the
have
oceanic basin, there are abyssal plains.
Vissel plains, and
they're massive.
Hank was asking for a word that the Globies haven't hijacked into their own. That has to do with flat and Vissel plains. Vissel was one of the words I came up with.
Abyssal.
I don't even. How do you say it?
ABY.
Abyssal.
Like an abyss.
Okay, I thought it was. All right, there we go. See, I don't even know what it is.
I mean, they're right. It's an abyss down there. They probably don't even know what's going on down there.
Maybe it was a different word. Anyway.
The bottom of the ocean. I mean, that's terrifying. That's more terrifying than anything I can think
Well, I think in that we were listening to Eric the Bay earlier. He's like, I think Dollar Vigilante was saying, hey, why haven't we gone to the bottom of the ocean yet, man? Figured all that out first.
No, they probably tried and they probably got scared, man. They probably got terrified. We don't know what's going on down there.
Why don't we start with the base on the moon? Hey, that would he actually brought up a couple good points. And I was like, oh, yeah, why not? Yeah, exactly.
But before flat Earth, I used to think there was bases on the moon.
Yeah, well, I used to listen to Art Bell. I listen to Art Bell late at night, man. It's Art Bell show. Anyway, he would have people on talking about moon bases. It's like they got them already. They're there. The moon's hollow. I mean, they went through
to
fuck on everything.
The fake heliocentric stuff.
I was like, late at night, listen to this shit. Nah, man, we got sucked into all kinds of fucking psyops and outer space and fucking
muddy
aliens.
the waters, muddy them up.
Sig Fan Dan out there, man. He's busting balls. Right on, man. I'm here to bust round balls. And if you got any curvature, man, come on in. Check it out. I'm here. We're here 24/7. I'm not here 24/7. But there are people.
There's going to be someone listening.
Somebody's here.
Wait, I just came in and that was really funny. Say that again.
I said we're here 24/7. I bust round balls.
Yeah.
That's what we do here is we bust round balls. And if you got a problem with that, take it up in the complaints department. Helio will tell you to fuck off.
There you go.
Woo. I hope you guys are having as much fun as I am, man. I laughed my ass off today when the guy said
Flat Earth is the most fun place. So
it's so fun, man. Mm.
Well, what you just said reminded me of that old. I don't know if you guys remember this before dude turned like crazy leftist, but I think was it Carson Daly that used to go out and they would kick him in the balls? They would just run up to
Yeah.
like random strangers. Like,
Yeah.
yeah, that happens around here. Kicking them in the balls.
I'm sure there's an entire YouTube channel dedicated to kick him in the balls.
There you go.
And it probably has millions of views, man. Millions and millions. And that's just, people's entertainment level, man, and attention level to. I mean, it's funny to look at a couple of them, but, after like 400, man.
Anyone
like,
out there listening, I know Flat Earth did. I think you're already failing this. Anyone out there, man, get rid of that TikTok before it's too late.
I'll tell you my TikTok story, man. I was like, my buddy's like, dude, you got to get this app, man. All right. Got it. Clicked on it. I sat on the couch. Sat on the couch, right? And I'm like, it was like 4 hours later. I'm like, holy shit. What the fuck?
4 hours?
Yeah. I mean, I got lost, man. I was like, oh, this is a total fucking nightmare, man. Delete. I only used it one day, man. It was like, I just went, oh, fuck, that's 4 hours, man. Fuck off. Yeah, I was watching how to fix my plumbing and change my tire, and I was watching something else, and I was just going one after another, man. And the only reason I got it is because my buddy said, man, there's a lot of flat earth shit on there, I found some.
I did hear that there's some conspiracy stuff that they can't control in there.
Mm-hmm.
I guess
but,
that's
good. There was a lot of flat earth
shit. You gotta have a certain level of awareness. Yeah, unless if you're on a low level, man, TikTok's gonna wreck your mind.
It's gonna wreck you, man. It's an absolute mind wrecker. It wrecked me for 4 hours, and I looked up and I went, "Oh shit! Oh fuck, man, that's bad."
YouTube's bad enough. I can only know.
Yeah. No, I mean, I'm
all about it. YouTube, I use. I guess I listen to some sweet ambiance. Have you tried that? There's literally endless options of ambience you can listen to, different types.
Sure.
Animal sounds, rain, whatever, everything.
Cool, man.
It's freaking awesome.
Well, I'll listen to like a doctor talk about virology for biology, something for like an hour here or there. Just listen, man. I'm not taking notes. I'm not studying for anything. I'm just like, I'm very just curious about virology these days. Last couple of years, I've spent a lot of time listening to doctors talk about that shit. Interesting subject.
Yeah, I listened to a bit of Sextant video. It was pretty good.
Sextant. I don't know about that.
Use those two mirrors.
Oh, that. Yeah.
And you
Sextant's cool, man. Yeah.
You take the degree measurement and the actual time. Somehow you have to know the actual time to be able to watch. But at some point back in the day, when they didn't know the time, I'm sure they had to guesstimate. Who knows? Or actually, no, I'm probably wrong on that. I'm sure they knew exactly what time it is back in the day too. All they did was, like, for example, like mapping out the constellations and why it even matters. I mean, whoever decided that was important, these people are genius.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, what is it?
Yeah.
I mean, you can go outside, look at that shit up there for a long time, and we'd never even think of a constellation. You know what I mean? Be like,
no.
It looks like it wouldn't even matter,
Nope.
I figured out so much.
It's amazing. There's this guy on YouTube, started out 2016 maybe. He's called Flat Earth Smarts. Flat Earth Smarts. Super teacher, man. But he had all the books and everything on how they figured out how they work these constellations. And fucking guy went deep. 30, 40-minute videos. Probably did, I don't know, maybe 15 of them. Not that many. Like Brian Mullen. How many shows did Brian Mullen do? He did like 8 or 9, Wasn't that many, man. The guy just broke it down really nice in a 30-minute video. Went, hey, man, planes don't work on a globe. Check it out. You know, or, you know, rockets don't work in space. Or you can't have gas pressure next to a container. He pretty much nailed them all, you know. And I went,
You could probably say 1,000 things.
it was 9 videos, at 10 at the most. Brian Mullen did. That was it. That's all I needed to do. But he was so precise, you know, engineer guy. And he ran them numbers, and he asked, you know, he was asking for help from other engineers, you know, going, hey, man, help me out, straighten me out. I'm here, man. Show me the curvature, baby. Show me the curvature. You know, basically. And they couldn't do it, man. And if they could, man, we don't have this damn server anymore. It's gone. We'll pull the plug. If anybody can come in here and give us a direct measurement of curvature, it would be good. Get this shit over with. Hey, I got this thing called the Pontchartrain fucking bridge. Remember that one?
Which bridge?
Soundly. I think it was Soundly had this live stream for the St. Pontchartrain Bridge in New Orleans. I don't know. It's like 20, 30 miles across or something. They had some curvature picture. It was hilarious. It was hilarious. All right. Who do we got? Miss Terry still out there. We got Rodman. God's Word. Tominoid, you still out there? Don't know. All right. That's it. Okay. So anyway, curvature, man.
The Pontchartrain Causeway in Louisiana.
Causeway, yeah. That's it.
Wow, I didn't know this existed.
Yeah, it's a big fucking deal, man. It's seriously long, flat
it looks
bridge,
like an
man.
extremely flat bridge.
It's extremely flat.
Oh man. There's
There's another one in China. It's like 100 miles long, right? And I got a picture of it on my phone, man. I'm like, hey, dude, check it out. I show it to people and go, dude, that's 100 miles. Do you know how much curvature is supposed to be in the middle of that bad boy? No, they don't know the answer to that. Of course they don't. But it's 7,000 feet of curve, man. It ain't there, baby.
So, of the if you were to do the curvature calculation,
right?
What did you say it would be? Did you say you had?
No, I don't know. How long is the bridge?
Shit, I don't know. Let's see.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know. It's like
it is.
That was like 20 something miles.
Approximately 44 kilometers. Shoot. I don't know. Oh, 24. There you go. 24.
24 miles? 24 miles, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good amount. That's a really good observation. I'm sure on a nice clear day. We've had people.
See.
I do like 80, 90 mile. I could do 80 miles with my P900. I can zoom in on some shit.
Have you tried a 1000? I hear the 900 and 1000 are like totally different cameras.
Yeah.
As in
the only
lensing and all that stuff.
My buddy has the 950. I know a couple people that have the 1000. It's much a heavier camera, by the way.
Oh, heavier.
It does have a much better zoom, but the chip on it, on all 3 cameras, are exactly the same, man. They're not. They're all like 18 megapixels. And that's it. All 3 of the cameras have the same exact chip. What I was hoping for, man, was that they'd come out with like a 24 megapixel or 32 megapixel. then we got some serious camera, man. Fuck off. I can't imagine.
I think the curvature on the bridge should be near 400.
Yeah, it's a lot. It's a big number. 400 feet is huge. Yeah.
400 feet. That's big.
So yeah, I mean, it's obviously flat. There's no 400-foot hump or nothing. You know? And it's, I just want somebody they're not going to be able to prove me wrong. So that's why I'm in the rocking chair with flat earth, man. I'm just like, bring it. What do you got? And they'll come up. I got math. I got the moon. I got the sun. I got stars. I'm like, dude, no. Get back down here where we live, man. Take me out to an ocean. Take me up in an airplane. Show me the curvature, man. It ain't there, bro. It's not there.
I don't want to get too dark with it, but think about the people that are stuck in the oh shoot, I lost it. Quasars. You know what I'm talking about?
Quasars. You're stuck in a quasar world. Yeah.
So picture the people that are so far out
there. Quasars.
They're still with the quasars and all the other nonsense out there.
We got quasars, people. Come on. Everybody knows that gravity affects quasars.
I haven't mentioned this one in a while. My buddy was telling me of something that he considers is real, and it's it's some type of star, I guess, that is shooting out lasers the distance of light years that disintegrate things as it spins, like a disco ball shooting out lasers.
Yeah.
And it just destroys things as it does it.
Oh man, that sounds like an ass kicking.
Like picture like a star-sized thing or bigger.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like spinning around and shooting, and it has like these laser tentacles. And he's telling me, I remember him telling me like, he's like, bro, it's out there. It's real. It's destroying things out there right now in space. And I'm like, oh, jeez.
I remember before I was looking into flat earth, and I had the conversation with my buddy. We used to talk about science shit all the time. And he brought up some planet or he goes, dude, they discovered a planet or I guess it's like 12 million degrees during the day. I'm like, oh, that sounds like a cool place to go. I always remember, I've always had this question going back
it's so good.
decades, man. Was if NASA could just show us one tree somewhere on some other body of something somewhere would be cool. They can't even show us one fucking tree.
Good luck.
Good luck. It's like, dude,
it's only like the tree is only like
forest.
The tree's like a perfect creation. I mean, incredible.
We got trillions and trillions of fucking trees here. Last time I checked, but you can't show me one fucking tree on a planet somewhere. No, you got nothing. You got shit. You got nothing. Yeah. So that
I give him credit though for coming up with a great excuse of why we can't see a tree. Everything's just so far away, man. The universe, the galaxy's just really, really big, man. What are you, stupid or something?
We got quasars blowing up, whirlwinds of fucking planets and stars that are ripping through space at trillions of miles an hour, man. Check it out. How do we check that out? I don't know, man. On TV. You can check it out on TV.
I can't pass up the chance to always mention the closest star being 26 trillion miles away. Just the closest one. No big deal.
Yeah, it's like the whole model is made up of convenient excuses.
It's so nonsense. I mean, at that scale, the Earth is barely exists.
It makes you almost feel insignificant, doesn't it? If you believe it.
Oh, it's working.
It's working really well.
People are dragging their knuckles, you know.
Oh, I hate it when a fucking dick fuck Tyson goes like, It might have been science guy. I don't know, man. He's like, you're just this piece of sand on the beach. You know, I'm like, what? Fuck off.
Yeah, but you're a really complicated piece of sand.
Right.
And there's more galaxies than there are grains of sand on the Earth.
Right.
Imagine believing that kind of thing is real. You're like, wow, yeah, the grains of
Oh man, that's totally mind blowing.
Oh man.
You guys ever watch John Levy's videos?
Oh yeah.
I love it when he'll be like he'll be looking at a building and going, mind blowing. It's not like, dude, that's fucking mind blowing, motherfuckers. No, there's a different. He's got a different style, man.
It's incredible.
Mind blowing. I was like, it's the calmest mind blowing I've ever heard in my life.
Truly, doesn't he say truly incredible or something like that?
Truly incredible.
I forgot.
Mind blowing. Yeah, it's so calm though, man. I love his videos, man. I look forward to them every Sunday morning, man. I'm like, oh shit, there's fucking Levy video.
Flutter, did you hear about the dude that was drunk came from the bar and had I think he had a sticker. You saw a sticker or something like that.
No, I don't know about this.
It was directly connected to Orion. It was great. It was a great deal. They didn't last that long, but it was a pretty good interaction.
Hey, is my mic still dog shit? Or is it okay now?
Yeah, much better. Oh wow, there you are.
Cool.
It's Jeff. Yeah, Dollar Vigilante. I figured it out. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's
Did you
great.
like that sticker guy in Orion? That was cool.
Yeah.
Hey, Flatty. Earlier today, I was talking to a buddy of mine, and we were thinking there was a specific way that people joke about testicles where you're from. What word would you use instead of testicle?
Bollocks.
Ah, that's what it is. Got it. Thank you.
No
Do you use? Is it knockers for the?
To tits. Yeah.
Perfect. Okay. Cool. All right. we were both trying to think of it. We couldn't figure it out. Bollocks.
Oh yeah.
Thanks, man.
It's bollocks is used more of like fuck, bollocks, you know.
Yeah.
But yeah, some people say, "Oh, you hit me in the bollocks," but more balls, isn't it?
So tell me, man, how's the flatmosphere out there? If you know what I'm saying.
It's pretty flat, man. It's pretty flat.
What about with the general people?
Oh, they're
Like
pretty
your
round,
local town or whatever?
pretty globy around here, man. There's not a lot of us, unfortunately. I haven't done any. Speaking of that sticker that the guy that Ryan put up, Ryan sent me the artwork for that, so I'm going to print them out. I'm going to start doing some bit of messaging around the area.
Oh yeah, man. Let me know how it goes.
You said it was a template, like a sticker template?
Yeah. He just sent me just an image file, which is cool with the QR code and the thing. I'll send it to you or Ryan can if you want.
Yeah,
I
definitely.
suppose we could just stick it in one of the channels on the side, in the PDFs one or something.
Yeah, I got a few towns. Maybe a couple towns that are 50,000, and another one that's 100,000, whatever. Decent amount.
Yeah, my 16-year-old is fancies himself as a bit of a street artist or a tagger or whatever, and he's fully on board with us here. He got it instantly for play.
Nice.
He got the thing. He just made sense to him.
You said your
so
son.
Yeah, my
Well,
16-year-old.
that makes sense. I wonder, man, that's got to be a weird situation. I wonder how many parents have that kind of. If they're, if many parents have that kind of problem, I doubt it.
Yeah, I only had to ask him one of the 3 questions, and he just snowballed from there himself. Just researched and found stuff. And,
right.
Yeah. He's a smart kid.
What do they say? What's the saying? The apple doesn't fall far from the tree.
Far from the tree, yeah. Yeah, so he's got his spray cans and his stencil art and stuff. He's gonna go and do a bit of graffiti around the place as well, man.
Spray cans, fucking bombers, man.
Take it to the
Bomber, go bomb that shit, man.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, why not, man? What else are you gonna
We
do?
got this big like sea wall, like on one of the beaches, and then I was thinking of like turn around, the horizon's flat, something like that. You know.
There you go, and draw a nice straight line there. Yeah. All right, man. Shout out to the chat and YouTube. Miss Terry, RP1, RP12. Cool. Sig Fan Dan. CGI Fan Dan. That's it. My bad, Dan.
Yeah, unfortunately, when the lie is big enough, it's believable.
Yeah, apparently.
You can't see around it. It's
the last 2 years been full of it.
It's like crawling around on say you're really small and you're crawling around on the back of a turtle or whatever,
Wow. Miss Terry in the chat, man. Stepping over the line, man. Making personal insults of people. Not cool. That's all I'll say about that, man.
I'm gonna have to check this out. It sounds
not cool. Not cool.
Personal insults.
Personal, yeah.
What did Healy say all the time? Healy was saying, it's only.
He says that. He says the fence is taken, bitches. His fence is taken. It's not given. The fence is taken, not given. Right? New perspective. Dude, just showed up. Dude. Click it.
Yo.
Click it and fucking spick it, man. What's up?
I came in when I heard something about somebody tagging flat Earth stuff. That's good to hear. We need more of that.
Yeah. On a seawall.
On a seawall?
Yeah.
Who was it that was saying that? Was it Sun? Who was it?
Storm.
No, it was someone else's son. That guy with an accent, I thought, or was it Storm?
Was it Flatty? Flatty.
Flatty. Oh, cool.
Flatty.
Yeah.
Flatty.
Flatty.
Hello, Flatty.
Hello. So your son is going to tag some flat Earth shit. You got to make sure to take pictures and post them.
Yeah, we'll do, man. We'll do. No worries.
Yeah, that'd be
man.
It's funny once you realize that the Earth is flat. It's like you can't think of anything more
relevant,
powerful, more powerful or relevant to put in any graffiti. Besides the usual shit they do, but you couldn't say anything political or anything. It takes the cake on all of those things as far as messages go, and it's
definitely
it's great. Yeah,
perfect.
That's all you need.
You should suggest to him the words. I mean, there's a lot of different things, but I was thinking it'd be great if I were to do that sort of thing, to put the words "Welcome to Flat Earth" on it.
Yeah, there you go. That's good. Yeah.
Especially if it's a seawall, man. Fuck. Yeah, that'd be great.
You could go and find every sign that has that town entrance, like "Welcome to Ohio" or "Welcome to Massachusetts," whatever. Just go tag those. Just "Welcome to Flat Earth."
Yeah.
Welcome to
Just
Flat
take over
Earth.
the town name.
Just cross out the city's name and put Flat Earth.
Oh man! All right.
I'm not suggesting vandalism.
We don't condone, destruction. What do they call it? Like they don't.
Vandalism.
Actually,
Vandalism.
vandalism. You know what you could do without being destructive is just
Sounds
put
so
like
mean.
something. You could tape something up without ruining the sign, and then someone could at least take it down. But for a time being, you could have Flat Earth up there.
I like taping it up. That's not a bad idea. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, just big stickers.
Big giant stickers.
Right.
Yeah, I was just calling you, Dave. Just say hi, man. I don't know. There was
Yeah. We haven't talked for a bit.
There was somebody calling you out on the Awaken channel. Awaken.
When?
Today,
when
man.
I told you I was on there.
When I called you. That's when I called you, man. I'm like, the guy's name.
Yeah, I went on there when I heard him calling me out. Yeah.
Right. As soon as I got done, hanging up from calling you, and then you jumped on there, man. But I didn't get to see the graphics or anything, and what he was explaining, that the wind is like a negative wind against.
Okay, get this. Okay, Kosho was making a graph to try to explain something to me or make it seem like it would work in this with this graph, right? And so this is a good point, though, as far as one of the many contradictions that you could point out about their model. Okay, so here's the scenario. If you're say you're flying from New York to Miami.
Right.
And Rumpus was on the day before saying, "Oh, well, the atmosphere it's lockstep with the Earth," and even use lockstep, which is a touchy word amongst the ballers because they can't say lockstep anymore because it's a viscous relationship. There's fluid dynamics that don't allow them to say that it's perfectly in sync, right?
Right.
And so as soon as you're in the air, you're already out of sync with the ground, right? You could automatically see the ground move. If that was true, right? If we were actually on a spinning ball.
Right.
But it's a big contradiction when you're talking about flying from New York to Miami. Let's say you're flying south, and if you just eliminate the regular trade winds, because we got this whole thing going over there with like the difference between atmosphere acting like wind and then the trade winds, which move in all directions. And there's this whole thing about illusionary winds they came up with that we were making fun of them. Illusionary winds or Coriolis winds.
Dude, he came up with fucking negative winds.
Yeah, negative winds. Right. So it's just funny to watch them run in circles when you start pinning them on this shit. But the big contradiction, so this is the thing. Okay, so if you're going from New York to Miami, you could imagine that if the atmosphere is traveling west to east with the surface of the Earth, that it might be able to push you along because you're moving into a tangential speed that's faster than the one you started from by about 200 miles, right?
Right.
So you can imagine the atmosphere might pick up the plane and move it along a little bit. You could see that being an argument of some sort. But then they're saying at the same time, when you fly back to New York from Miami, the winds are still going west to east. And they're saying that the west to east winds are going to also slow the plane down,
right,
in a westwardly direction, even though they're flowing with the plane, right? It makes no sense.
Can I give you an example? Because it's very simple. Do you drive your car at the maximum speed all the time?
Well, of course not. Don't be ridiculous.
So why would they do that with planes?
That's not the point.
That is the point, because when you fly northeast or north-south and you got west or east wind, you fly with your nose in the wind. Which means you use your engines and your trim to fly the correct route.
Mm-hmm.
But your nose is slightly pointed to the wind to get as much lift on the wings.
To bank, yeah.
Yeah,
To bank,
and what Globers don't get is that you don't have to fly full power. You switch your power setting according to your flight plan and your estimated time of flight.
Right.
So when you file your flight plan, you say, oh, average is about 2-3 hours.
Yeah.
But it's not on full speed or full engine power. So when you have to make, strong headwinds, then, you can adjust your power settings. If you have side winds, you adjust your power settings left and right.
Right. And you plan accordingly. You don't go into the air just thinking, oh, well, if there's winds, I'll go ahead and adjust, like this Coriolis would act on it, or even though it wouldn't work. They say the Coriolis is such a weak effect that you don't have to worry about it in training and flight training. All the flight simulators use a stationary flat Earth, right? And there's also the idea that it's a meta wind that's totally forcing your plane to stay within the tangential speed that you're flying into, but it's not as effective as the winds but it's overpowering them. Yes, yet it's weak. It's just a bundle of contradictions.
Yeah, and in the old planes, let's say,
pre-jet.
Yeah, pre-modern computers, they used drift meters because you have if you have side winds, you drift from your flight plan, and you had a meter which you could use with a map, and then you could say, hey, I'm drifting off course so many degrees, and then they had to point the plane so many degrees opposite and give more power to get back on course. And they use the drift meter all the time. So that's not Coriolis. That's just wind drift. And it wasn't called a Coriolis meter. It was called a drift meter.
Yeah, they even describe it as it's hidden in the winds.
That's ridiculous.
It's hidden in the winds. I'm just